The uncertain country the last war fought on Canadian soil ended in August 1814 when an invading United States Army, unpaid, mutinous, diseased, and dispersed, skulked out of Fort Erie and vanished across the Niagara frontier, never to return. For the remainder of the 19th century, Canada basked in its reputation as the peaceable kingdom, no Crimean adventure for her, no Caribbean crusade, no pitched battles save for a few skirmishes with the Fenians and the Métis. That untroubled era ended with the Victorian Age, followed by half a century of turbulence, the most remarkable period in our past. Between the autumn of and the summer of, young Canadians marched away, not once but 4 times to do battle in far-off fields, in wars that were not of our making. Only in this one period have we devoted nearly % of our time to war. Turbulent years, indeed. And not only because of the battles we fought on the African veldt, the ravaged meadows of Flanders, the forbidding spine of Italy, and the conical hills of Korea, turbulent because these were Canada's formative years, when she resembled an adolescent groping with the problems of puberty, often at odds with her parents, craving to be treated as an adult, hungry for the acclaim of her peers, and wary of the dominating presence of a more sophisticated neighbor. The change was spectacular. In half a century we were transformed from an agricultural nation, where the masses became quasi-aristocrats simply by getting rich selling farm machinery, to an industrial economy with a bedrock of natural resources. Canada, one of the least military nations in the West, was forced to cope, always at the last moment, with unexpected conflicts for which she was never properly prepared. In doing so, the nation grew up. In the long tug of war between the forces of history and geography that marks those years, geography, in the end, won out. When the state within the British realm, cheerfully rushing to the colors when the imperial trumpets sounded. Over the years the emphasis shifted. When the Korean War began we found ourselves giving token support to American troops in what was essentially an American conflict. In addition to war, 2 other tremors rattled the foundations of the emerging society. The first was the sudden, almost explosive creation of a new Western empire, stretching from the Shield to the Rockies, that would upset the political balance of power. The second was French Canada's burgeoning nationalism, which emerged at the outset of the South African conflict and reached its apogee in the conscription crises of the 2 world wars that followed. As early as, when the new province of Manitoba launched its plan to keep the French language out of its schools, the West had signaled its reluctance to accept the bilingual accord stitched together at Confederation. Thus the country found itself split. Down the middle, East versus West, French versus English, prairie farmers at odds with central Canadian capitalists. In war, it has been said, we found our maturity. It is equally true that in war we came close to tearing ourselves apart, creating a series of political crises that are still at the root of our national dilemma. Our love-hate relationship with our neighbor mirrored our own international uncertainty in those early years. What, we asked, is a Canadian, anyway? British? American? French? Free trader? Protectionist? We couldn't be sure. The Great War victory symbolized by a single magical word, Vimy, made us cocky. But the wave of cultural nationalism that followed was diluted by a 19th century literary mindset inherited from Mother England. Realism. We scorned the hard-boiled Yankee style. For years of wartime propaganda had conditioned us to swallow the most preposterous lies and the most audacious masquerades. The Great War had helped transform the age of faith into the age of gullibility. A giddy optimism pervaded those roller coaster years of boom and bust, war and peace, dogma and doubt. In the days of the last best West, predicted 5 transcontinental railways and a population of million people by the millennium. The Great War shattered the dreams of the railway builders. A generation later the Great Depression burst the bubble of the dizzy 20s. Ironically, it took a new war to get us out of the slump. Peace at any price. That was the cautious view of the Depression politicians, alarmed at the appalling bloodletting of, and also at the cost of a military buildup, not just in dollars but also in national unity, the all-Canadian buzzword. To its shame, the Canadian government opted for appeasement at the very moment when its own men at the League of Nations was calling for tougher sanctions on the international bullies. Thus a new war, a sequel to the old one, became inevitable. There is a paradox here. Canada has entered each of its 4 wars with hesitation and reluctance. We have produced only one first-rate general, Arthur Currie, and treated him shabbily. Yet at the outset of each conflict, Canadians have enlisted in astonishing numbers, drawn as much by the enthusiasm of youth as by a sense of duty. On each occasion our military leaders and politicians have misjudged the dimensions of the conflict. Home by Christmas. Young men eager to see action before the war's end have believed that flawed forecast. And Canadians, with their allies, have trusted the judgment of certain charismatic generals, Haig, Macnaghten, Mountbatten, Montgomery, MacArthur, who let their own hubris cloud their vision with disastrous results. Save for a few months at the ends of the two major wars, Canada's effort has been voluntary, making this country something of an international oddball. We have always started from scratch, unprepared, unoutfitted, and largely untrained. The miracle is that we have managed to turn a tiny peacetime army into a massive fighting force, far larger than could have been imagined when the first shots were fired. We sent green soldiers into battle and learned that, trained or not, Canadians will always fight fiercely and with courage. Were these wars necessary? In 3 cases the answer is unequivocal. Canadian lives to support the ambitions of an empire determined to impose its will on a peaceful community of Dutch farmers. Why did we cross the ocean again, in the face of opposition from 1/3 of our people, to sacrifice our youth in an ill-considered war that solved nothing and led only to another? Why, again, did we ship our youth to the Orient to help the new American empire support a corrupt Korean regime? One answer is that the majority of Canadians, encouraged by most of the press, clearly wanted Canada to take part. In all these cases, the Canadian government, from Laurier to Saint Laurent, was reluctant to become involved but had to follow the will of the people and, equally important, bend to insistent international pressure. In the 2 world wars, Canada, the leading British dominion, could not shirk what was considered her duty. In the second, the global war, she had no choice, nor was it necessary to demonize the enemy in order to create a popular cause. The enemy had demonized itself. And the slogans of one war made sense in its sequel. When the peace movement was at its height, I was assigned, with the other students in my high school class, to write an essay on war. It was assumed that we would all denounce the concept as disastrous, demeaning, wasteful, and immoral, a crime against humanity. I chose, instead, to be the odd man out and produced a trenchant defense of war as nature's method of slowing down what would later be called the population explosion. I didn't believe a word of it, of course, but I refused to run with the pack and write the usual clichés. My English teacher was appalled. Caught up in the anti-war sentiment of those days, he wrote some scorching comments in my essay's margin and gave me an unflattering B-. I was irked, not because he disagreed with my views, but because his disgust had apparently kept him from noting what I considered to be the high quality of my prose. In trying to be different for the sake of being different, I had ignored a better solution. It would have been more effective to describe how the Great War had transformed my country, as an even greater war was about to transform it again. The evidence was there. The war had ended. Established churches. A just war. A new generation had refused to accept that piece of pious hypocrisy from priests and pastors who ought to have known better. I might also have written that the war had eroded the Puritan ethic of the 19th century. After all, in my childhood the signs were all around me. My mother had bobbed her hair in and raised her skirts above the knee. My father had taken to serving something called a cocktail, gin and mission orange, to American guests at our summer picnics on the Yukon River. A gossipy peeping Tom of my acquaintance had actually seen Alice Samuelson, a member of the young set, with a cigarette in her mouth. My elders had traded in the two-step for the foxtrot, and I would always remember them capering about to the louder, faster music of groaning saxophones. Another byproduct of war, obvious even to a 16-year-old, was the emerging attitude to women. There was great irony here. In the old age of faith, Canadian women had fought for the right to vote because they were convinced that Christian temperance could be achieved only through political power. That continued to elude them until the echoes of distant cannons caused them to drop their politicking and rally round the flag. This tactic they accomplished with such energy that a grateful government gave them the vote as a kind of consolation prize for their efforts. It was, in a sense, a Pyrrhic victory, For having achieved their goal of total prohibition, they discovered that the war itself had made the temperance movement obsolescent as a later war would make it obsolete. The wars of the first half of the century have been all of a piece. In one way or another, each has led us to the next, and each has altered and transformed the nation. In my youth, with 2 wars in our immediate past and 2 more in our future, I could not write sensibly about war. Now, after 50 years of peace, it is possible to look back on those turbulent years and contemplate times of high courage and consummate folly when 3 generations of young Canadians were called upon to sacrifice themselves for their country. We can only pray that we have learned from that history and that we will never see its like again. The Age of Faith Sunday, December. The new year crept across the country as softly as a cat burglar and without the traditional bells and penny whistles. The only bells that sounded were those that pealed from the steeples of the nation, for this New Year's Eve was also the Lord's Day, a pious pause in the week's worldly pursuits, inappropriate for high revels. Was it really the last day of the old century? People argued, as they would 100 years later, about the date that would begin the new millennium. In those days the army had the deciding voice, for it had decreed that its military bands would not officially greet the new century until, and in that fevered time the army was heated. After all, there was a war on, the last of those colonial skirmishes in which the soldiers of the Queen did battle with the heathen of the Upper Nile or the hill tribes of India. But this was no skirmish, this was a bloody, bitter conflict in which white Christians fought other white Christians in the Transvaal and the Orange Free State of South Africa. Boers completely routed was the Toronto Evening Star's main headline that January. It was one of a number of enthusiastic but misleading newspaper banners that suggested all was going well on the veldt. This foolish little war, fought for no reason other than national pride, as, indeed, most wars are, presaged a turbulent future. It would widen the cultural and language gap that was both the glory and the curse of the young Dominion. Subsequent wars would increase it further. In the decade to come, the shrill arguments over free trade with the Americans would throw into sharp relief the opposing aspirations of the agricultural West and the industrial East. Meanwhile, the new imperialism threatened to stifle the frail young flower of nationalism. Later, when nationalism flourished, it would face an opposite threat, aggressive continentalism. As every prime minister was to discover, Canada's unique structure to govern. The new war, scarcely 2 months old and going very badly, marked the beginning of the end of an age in which people clung fiercely to the status quo and to the faith of their fathers, standards that 2 world wars would denature. In those credulous days, Canadians were a community of believers. They believed in the sanctity of the British Empire as they believed in the sanctity of the Lord's Day. The fat old queen, the widow at Windsor, Kipling had called her, still sat on the throne that she seemed to have occupied forever. Her people had long since forgotten the days when, reclusive and distant, she had been booed at Ascot. Now she was worshipped as a minor deity by her Canadian subjects, who saw in her the embodiment of empire and the protector of those eternal verities they were loath to discard. They worshipped the old flag, on which the sun never set. They idolized the land of hope and glory and prayed that God might make her mightier yet. They even made obeisance to that motley clique of blue-blooded twits in the upper tiers of the British class system who occupied positions of privilege. The masses, upper and lower, harbored some bizarre beliefs. The telegraph and telephone were transforming the world, but many Canadians still clung to the fancy that spirits of the dead could be invoked by a kind of ghostly Morse code known as table rapping, clung to it even though the 2 adolescents who started the craze finally revealed that it was a fraud accomplished by cracking their double-jointed toes, a revelation that eluded the new Deputy Minister of Labour, William Lyon Mackenzie King. They believed in the wonders of science, including phrenology, the newest science of all, which had all the allure that Freudian analysis would enjoy a generation later. Even the medical world accepted, seemingly without reservation, the notion the bumps on one's head could reveal a person's inner qualities. No. Fewer than 42 magazines dealt with the subject, and in Toronto alone 9 practicing phrenologists made a good living pawing people's craniums. Everybody, it seemed, wanted to have his or her head read. The phrase is still in use in A. Victoria's offspring, and the young Winston Churchill, whose stirring exploits reported from South Africa would soon transform a nasty conflict into a panorama of high adventure, a sporting event straight out of a dime novel. The people believed in war as they believed in the Bible. War was seen as an extension of politics, a necessary tool in the advancement of civilization, a contest in which a few broken bones were forfeited in the interests of a higher cause. Every war in which the greatest empire in the world had ever been involved was considered to be a just war. That was the message broadcast from the Protestant pulpits in a country where religion was all-pervasive. In Quebec, the Catholics trooped to Mass on Sunday morning, and apparently that was enough. But for any other young Canadian, fidgeting in the hard pews of the local church, Sunday was a day of endless prayer. And not only Sunday, in well-to-do homes, such as that of Chester Massey, the Toronto Implements manufacturer, the family prayed every day after breakfast and before work. The entire household attended as the ailing patriarch read passages from the family Bible, followed by prayers he had composed himself. His son Raymond remembered one phrase that kept recurring, "Make bare thine arms throughout all earth," which, as the future actor remarked, was the same as asking God to roll up his sleeves and do something. A certain class of Canadians seemed to spend as much time on their knees as they did at their meals. On the Lord's Day, worship began as soon as they had rubbed the sleep from their eyes and continued, virtually non-stop, until they tumbled into bed with a final prayer on their lips. Hugh Keenlyside, a future diplomat raised in Vancouver, wrote that by 9 o'clock on Sunday night, he had, between worship and Sunday school, walked his 6th church mile and returned from the 4th service of the day, and there was still more worship ahead before he laid him down to sleep. How distant it all seems, this peaceful era when mothers did not need to fear that their sons would be taken from them by the call of war, and the idea of a real heaven. Chester Massey, who could not read without suffering severe headaches, apparently thought of the hereafter as a gigantic library. "When I go to heaven," his son Vincent remembered his saying in a perfectly matter-of-fact tone, "I expect to spend the first 1,000 years reading." In this typical well-to-do Methodist merchant family, there was little frivolity on the Lord's Day. Vincent was forbidden to ride his bicycle down Jarvis Street, nor could his cousin Dorothy put so much as a roll of Brahms on the self-playing organ. For these young people, dancing was evil and the stage a hotbed of sin. Vincent's patriarchal grandfather, Hart, never entered a theater in his life, even to see a performance of Shakespeare. Words, proclaimed from the stage or pulpit or published between hardcovers, were the chief form of entertainment in those Puritan days. It was a poor politician who could not talk on his feet nonstop for at least 3 hours in the Commons. It was an indifferent elocutionist who could not hold an audience in his palm for the same length of time. In the coming century, a variety of visual diversions would diminish the power of words. But there was a time when a Canadian novel, Beautiful Joe, about a pet dog, of all things, would sell copies. Something was stirring in Canada. Suddenly there was a flourish ing market for homegrown books. Between and a dozen new publishing houses opened in Toronto. In the words of Lomé Pierce, a longtime editor of the Ryerson Press, until the Methodist Book Room, we were at the beginning of things as a nation. The whole country, Pierce recalled, seemed outward bound, conscious of its emerging identity, and conscious also of its ability to speak for itself. In those days, Canadian authors felt no need to conceal their heritage or Americanize their work. A Canadian setting was often an asset. The Klondike Stampede, the Hudson's Bay Company, the opening of the New Northwest, and the Mounted Police, all these gave Canada foreign readers, even Canadian small towns and counties, Stephen Leacock's Mariposa, L.M. Montgomery's Cavendish, Ralph Connor's Glengarry, had a far-off, exotic flavor. People devoured books hungrily. Nellie McClung's Sowing Seeds in Danny, based on her pioneer childhood in the West, sold copies. Her next novel, she published 16 in all, sold half as many again. Rarely afterwards would Canadian publishers enjoy such sales. Connor's first 3 novels sold a total of 1 million copies, after which his publishers never launched a Connor novel with a printing of fewer than. Like so many other pious Canadians, these two literary icons would have their certitudes badly shaken by the coming world conflict. McClung, the fervent pacifist, would abandon her convictions once her son joined the fray. Connor, the Reverend Charles Gordon, would, as an army chaplain, modify his stringent temperance views when he realized that a daily ration of demon rum was essential to stiffen a man's resolve when he went over the top. The nation was on the cusp of change, and the wars that followed would accelerate that change. The old Puritanism that damned Ontario's capital with the epithet, Toronto the Good, was grudgingly giving way to headier days as the 19th century faded and people began to glimpse the promise of a new era. For new was the magic word. The new Northwest was wide open for settlement. The new imperialism was causing British hearts to beat faster. And the new woman was making her appearance in the periodicals of the day. Change was in the air, but few Canadians contemplated the possibility of any future war. For more than 8 decades the country had basked in an unparalleled period of peace. Not so the United States, whose own civil war had been among the goriest in history, and whose battle with Spain, stimulated by the Hearst Press, was the product of another imperialism, one that happily did not involve Canada. But bloody or not, it still had an aura of glamour about it, enough to stop the Klondike stampede cold that spring as thou sands of would-be gold seekers abandoned the chilly slopes of the Theodore Roosevelt, leading his dauntless Rough Riders up the flanks of San Juan Hill to aid the embattled Cubans in their drive for independence, created an impression so indelible that it helped him in his subsequent quest for the White House. Canada's contribution to the Spanish-American War was journalistic in the form of the redoubtable Kit Watkins, later Coleman, of the Toronto Mail and Empire, a new woman, in the parlance of the time, and the most popular columnist in the country. Having covered most major international events, from the Chicago World's Fair to Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee Inn, she was determined to be in on the action. No woman had ever been accredited as a war correspondent, but Kit was unfazed. In Washington she buttonholed the Secretary of War, General Russell Alger, who found her as fetching as she was determined. There was something about Kit that caused men to melt. She was so popular that after her second husband died, she received 5 proposals of marriage. She dressed dowdily, in the newsroom fashion, but she wore her auburn hair piled attractively high, and when she flashed her sherry-colored eyes, men were captivated. She pestered Alger for days until he relented and hastily scribbled her credentials on the back of a telegraph form. In Tampa, Florida, the Army commander, General William Rufus Shafter, wouldn't let her sail for Cuba with the other correspondents. Off went wires to Washington, Ottawa, and Toronto. "I'm going through to Cuba," she told her readers, "and not all the old generals in the old army are going to stop me. I beat them in Washington and I'm going to beat them here." While she waited and fidgeted, the first wounded arrived at Key West and she scooped the other reporters who were still imprisoned aboard ship. Finally she wangled passage to Cuba on an old government boat and became one of the few correspondents to witness the surrender of the Spanish army to the Americans. The Mail and Empire was unstinting in its coverage of Kit's adventures. After all, she was the only woman in a corps of war COR respondents. Kit visits the camp of Teddy's terrors. High degree, inspected the troops. Her exploits made the intrepid lady from Toronto, as one of her colleagues called her, internationally famous. But her own experiences affected her. She had earlier reported that green kids were being shipped to the war zone without proper training. On the transport ship returning to Florida, where wounded men lay moaning in rows on deck, without doctors or medicine, she tended them herself, sharing her own allotment of quinine with the malaria-ridden soldiers. Back in the United States, General Alger, who had at first laughed at her request for accreditation, now wanted to sponsor her on a speak-ing tour of the country to tell American women about the war. She gave him a blunt answer that suggests the extent of her disillusionment. "Mr. Alger," she retorted hotly, "if I tell the women of the United States what I have seen, you'll have a riot on your hands." Having rejected further international publicity, Kit returned home, married the most patient of her several suitors, Dr. Theodore Coleman, and continued to turn out her hugely popular Women's Kingdom page in the Mail and Empire. She did so as the country entered a period of unalloyed optimism. In little more than a decade Canada would lure 1 million immigrants to the empty prairies. Thus would be created a nation within a nation, an ebullient realm to act as a counterbalance to the stodgy, long-settled East. A few popular songs of the day have lingered on to illuminate the era. Scott Joplin's Maple Leaf Rag reminds us that bordellos were active enough and competitive enough to have piano players. My Wild Irish Rose celebrates the twin immigration booms that brought the Catholic Irish to the United States and the Orangemen to Canada. Hello, My Baby is one of several Tin Pan Alley hits that help us to recall how newfangled the telephone was. Send Me a Kiss by Wire We hear the music and sense the nostalgic attraction for the good old days. The old songs and the yellowing. Photographs hint at a peaceful time, an era in which percent of the population lived in single-family dwellings and the isolation of apartment existence was unknown. Because few photographers bothered to point their bulky cameras at the wretched shacks of Montreal's lower town, where the population reached an acre, where the air was redolent with the stench of open-pit privies, and where 1/4 of all babies did not live out their first year. This was the age of the horse. At the annual Dominion Day Parade in Queen's Park, Toronto, every kind of horse was on display, from heavy draft horses to cavalry steeds, from carriage pairs to fire department gallopers. Although Thomas Edison had predicted that the horse is doomed, most people regarded the horseless carriage as a costly and unreliable nuisance. Bicycles and automobiles are a fad, declared the Bookman magazine of New York. They will soon disappear, but the love of the horse will never die out of the human heart. In only one gasoline-driven automobile, owned by Walter Massey, the most progressive member of that puritanical family, chugged down the leafy avenues of Toronto. Walter's nephew Raymond would remember his mother sitting in a buggy which had small wheels and rubber tires. I am in her lap. There is a sort of box with a handle or crank coming out of it. Uncle Walter is throwing a rod that goes through the floor of the buggy. He too is sitting on the buggy seat. There is no horse. I remembered a man turning the crank. There is a lot of noise and the buggy is jerking forward by itself. Uncle Walter is cheering as he steers the buggy. My mother is laughing and cheering, too. There is a terrific bang. The buggy stops. The terrific bang that startled young Raymond, who bravely copied his mother's laughter, presaged a future world in which not just change but the acceleration of change was to become the norm. But then newfangled devices were still regarded with suspicion. The typewriter was acceptable for business correspondence, but the well-bred still wrote their personal letters by hand. Anything mechanically produced might be considered insulting. The machine gun and the breech-loading rifle had already been developed, but, as a future war would demonstrate, musket, and, of course, the horse. Yet the time was not far distant when the term warhorse would be an anachronism and that staple of 19th-century adventure fiction, the cavalry charge, would be as obsolete as those red-tabbed commanders who strove, stubbornly, to retain it. The best they could do was to cling to the nostalgia by inventing a new form of cavalry, the armored brigade, that would retain some of the traditions of old. Ingrained concepts were not easily rejected. Outing magazine was one of several publications that pooh-poohed the horseless carriage because it needs a good hard road, at a cost of $1 a mile. That, the magazine claimed, would be prohibitive. In Canada's largest city, Montreal, had horse stables and cattle bams, but only of its miles of streets were paved. On these narrow lanes of cob bless and wooden blocks, stinking of fresh horse manure, women in long, voluminous dresses gingerly made their way, hoisting their skirts above the ordure, allowing the gawkers a surreptitious glance at what was then known as a well-turned ankle, the accepted sexual symbol of the day. As for women's legs, the word was taboo, considered not just indelicate but positively lewd. When it was necessary to mention them at all in polite society, the discreet word was limbs, a euphemism also applied equally to the legs of grand pianos. Canada remained a straight-laced world in which married women were cautioned not to engage in sexual intercourse more than once a month lest it affect their ability to bear children. Booze headed the long list of transgressions frowned on by the major Protestant churches, fall load by masturbation, smoking, dancing, nude painting, certain styles of evening apparel, gambling, the theater, prize fighting, and the employment of barmaids. When Robert Service was invited to recite some of his own work at a church concert in the so-called rip-roaring * my mother, who was a child in the era of voluminous dresses, did not believe women had legs at all but was convinced their bodies were solid from ankle to hip. Ing of Dan McGrew because, he was told, it was a little too raw for the parishioners. In an era when a lady's ankle was considered erotic, all references to sex were taboo, and that included any suggestion of pregnancy. For the months that she showed her condition, no expectant mother dared appear in public. Young, unmarried women were confined, too, by the obligatory chaperone, and for some strict families, even a chaperone wasn't enough. Such was the unfortunate situation of Hart Massey's daughter, Lillian. A comely if lonely girl, she was allowed no suitors at all. Mr. Barrett of Wimpole Street was no harder on his languid Elizabeth than the somber, white-bearded old farm implements patriarch was on his own offspring. For Lillian there would be no Robert Browning. Once, just once, she had had the temerity to wave at a boy from her perch in an upstairs gable, her furious parent. Put her on bread and water. On a rare occasion when a young man dared to call, Massey. Went black with rage and, in a peculiarly Victorian gesture, advanced on the rubber plant in the hall and rent it limb from limb. 10 years after her father's death, Lillian, aged 50, her beauty ravaged by time, was married to a much older man, the father of 2 grown children. She insisted on having a lavish, young girl's wedding. The groom's present to her was predictable. He gave her a Bible. A Bible for a wedding gift. Only in the parlors of Toronto the good could that have passed without ribaldry. Yet people did talk, and one of the topics discussed in those discreet confidences that passed between chatelaines of the nation's capital was the puzzle of the Prime Minister's private life. Was Wilfrid Laurier impotent, as some contended, or, as others whispered, had he fathered an illegitimate son? His marriage was happy and long-lasting, in spite of the later presence of another woman, who may or may not have been his mistress. Emily Laverne was the wife of Laurier's law partner, and for a quarter of a century she and Laurier were virtually inseparable. She was no beauty, her teeth were bad, but she was vivacious and witty, and she, private world, was perhaps the most remarkable romantic liaison in Canadian political history. Was it physical? Was the son that Emily bore her husband in really Laurier's? There were those who claimed to see a family resemblance. But if there was, it was fleeting. Wilfrid Laurier made no secret of his friendship with Emily. It was his habit, every morning at 11, to leave the office he shared with his partner in Arthabaska, Quebec, remarking as he went out the door, "Joseph, if you will permit it, I am going to chat with your wife." The two were certainly close friends and kindred spirits, but that kind of friendship was not unique in those decorous days between men and women of a certain class. One has only to think of Mackenzie King and his close companionship with the happily married Joan Pattison. There was propinquity but not much room for dalliance in the Laurier-Laverne relationship. The two families were so inexorably linked that there was little opportunity for secrecy. Yet it is impossible to contemplate the relationship between Emily and her Wilfrid without considering the irony of Armand Laverne's appearance on the scene. Whether or not Emily's offspring was Laurier's bastard son, he was certainly his philosophical opponent. Not for him the reasoned federalism of his mother's intimate friend. The youth who grew up in the bosom of the two families developed into a fiery young nationalist, the bitter opponent of Canada's involvement in future wars, the comrade in arms of that quintessential Quebec nationalist, Henri Bourassa of Le Devoir, and his eventual successor as the political idol of a new generation of young Quebec extremists. As much as anyone, Armand Laverne would help to sow the seeds of the separatist movement that would bedevil the century. In the late 90s, as the alliance with Emily began to fade, a change came over Laurier that baffled his contemporaries. The lackadaisical politician became an adroit and purposeful prime minister. A strong believer in national unity, he walked the political tightrope between the forces of the new imperialism and the old French-Canadian nationalism. The issue was joined on the October day in when Britain state. Suddenly, Laurier found himself pressed by most of English-speaking Canada to rush to Britain's side and pressed just as hard by French Canada to stay aloof. As for Emily, she made no secret of her own sentiments. Her son was firmly opposed to any imperialistic struggle and she herself apparently expressed her own anti-Boer War attitude at a dinner party for the young Winston Churchill. Even more revealing was her choice of a name for one of her favored pets. She called him Kruger, after the Boer prime minister. The war against the Boers, the new imperialism soldiers of the Queen marching to Pretoria, Dinky Morrison's war. The new Wilfrid Laurier did not want to send a single soldier to aid the mother imperialism country in the South African War. To him, the battle with the Boers was nothing more than a petty tribal conflict, a conviction that reflected the majority opinion in his native province but not in the rest of Canada. The war had surprised almost everybody. Who would have believed that a ragtag and bobtail crew of expatriate Dutch farmers would dare to challenge the might of the empire? But they had done exactly that on October, and now half the country seemed to be chanting "Soldiers of the Queen," the theme song of the jingoists, while the other half maintained a glum and stubborn silence. For Laurier, the war had come at an inopportune moment, just as the nation was enjoying an unprecedented unifying sense of optimism brought on by the end of the Depression of the 90s, by the new immigration boom, and by the creation of a populous Northwest. A new kind of Canadian, the committed nationalist, was emerging as from a cocoon, and Laurier, the passionate Québécois, was himself part of that trend. For the first but certainly not the last time, a Canadian Prime Minister was faced with the almost insurmountable wartime problem of reconciling the simmering passions that threatened to undermine the shaky edifice of national unity. As a French Canadian, Laurier understood and sympathized with his fellow Quebecers who wanted nothing to do with imperialist adventures. His people had long since cut their ties with Europe. Why should a single French Canadian shed his blood in a foreign cause? But Laurier had another concern. If Canada jumped every time the mother country crooked her finger, what hope was there of building an autonomous nation? The war provided a foretaste of things to come and brought into focus the two political dilemmas that every future prime minister would be forced to acknowledge: how to keep the country from flying apart, and how to prevent it from being dominated by another. The Boer War would stiffen Laurier's spine as a later war would. He had been in power for 3 years and would continue to hold office, uninterrupted, for another 12, a record never surpassed before or since. An easygoing politician once known as Lazy Laurier, he had, somewhat to his surprise, succeeded the weary Edward Blake as Liberal leader in. His colleagues had not expected him to last more than one term, nor had he. He was a politician of charm and grace, but there was a common notion that there was no iron in his constitution. As one backbencher put it, he didn't have enough of the devil in him. John Willison, editor of the Globe, noted that he had a reputation for indolence, which perhaps he could not overcome. There was no energy in his deliverance, Williston wrote of Laurier's platform style. It was thought that he was too gentle and too gentlemanly for the hard, rough, uncompromising aggressive warfare in which a politician must engage. Yet by the time war was declared, something had changed him. Was it the influence of the spirited Emily, as Sandra Gwynne has suggested? Was it the unwanted burden of office that can break some leaders and invigorate others? Or was it something more subtle, more elusive that put Lazy Laurier on his mettle? He was the first Canadian Prime Minister to comprehend and wrestle with the great Canadian quandary, the struggle between geography and history, and to grasp the need to seek an accommodation between the two. The new war would force Laurier to indulge in the kind of tightrope act that every successful prime minister would have to master. Willison, who was to revise his original opinion, put his finger on Laurier's special position, a product of his dual heritage. He was, the influential editor wrote, neither an imperialist nor a federalist. He was not hostile to Great Britain, indeed, he had a reverence for British traditions and British institutions. But he believed there was no advantage to Canadians in close connection with the mother country. He was indeed a Canadian nationalist. The four Tory leaders who succeeded John A. Macdonald after his death were all English-speaking. In the election of the Side Whiskers was a pushover. Laurier, who was fluently bilingual, became the first French-Canadian prime minister, but he was more than that. By clinging to power through 4 elections, he established the Liberals as the dominant party in Canada. They would hold office for almost 3/4 of the 20th century and do so by following the pattern of compromise between the nation's 2 language groups. In Canada, especially on language issues, inflexibility is a poor substitute for leadership, as Meehan, Bennett, and Diefenbaker were to discover. To both Mackenzie King and Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Laurier was a political deity. Like most successful politicians, he was blessed with much more than a modicum of luck. He took office just as the severe depression of the 90s, the blackest the continent had yet known, was about to wind down, its demise accelerated by the Klondike discoveries that ended the stifling gold shortage and set the nation on a new economic path. Lucky Laurier. How apt that his political fortunes should soar because of another extraordinary piece of luck, Siwash George Carmack's accidental discovery of a nugget on an obscure creek in an empty comber of the far north. Again, like most successful politicians, Laurier knew how to make luck work for him. The North was crawling with high-spending gold seekers, and Laurier's liberals rode to victory on a buoyant tide. It was Canada's century, he would keep telling his fall lowers, and they believed him. He had charisma before that overworked word entered everyday speech. When the war broke out he was turning 58, a tall, slender figure with a high, savant's forehead and a halo of chestnut hair, already streaked with silver. He was not above using his striking appearance for political advantage. "Follow my white plume" was his rallying cry during the election, a phrase he borrowed from Henri of Navarre, though he lacked the French monarch's bold panache. Mackenzie King thought him gentle as a child, others have described him as debonair, romantic, passionate, urbane, Byronic, graceful, and political leader. Stylish, too. Laurier was fastidious about his attire. To the theatre critic Augustus Bridle he was the best-dressed man in Canada. He wore a silk hat as if he had been born in it, and when he affected a suit of pale grey, a novelty in those times, he made sure his topper matched. Not for him the rumpled wool jacket and baggy trousers favored by so many of his predecessors. Laurier was a fashion plate. Today, the popular press would call him sexy. His voice was sexy, too, mellifluent, almost musical. There was a languorous air about him that women could not resist. It matched his pallor, the result of a recurring fever, accompanied by a hacking cough that on at least one occasion caused him to collapse at his desk, spitting blood. He was convinced that he had tuberculosis, which, being an affliction connected with romantic poets, was not without its attractions. Probably it was. Chronic bronchitis, a more plebeian malady. Sick or not, he lived to the age of 78. Far beyond the life expectancy of his contemporaries. Abstemious all his life, he drank only wine, and very little of that. Though he was to accept, a bit reluctantly, a knighthood from his queen, he invariably visited her representative at Rideau Hall not by carriage but always by the more democratic street car, in whose confines he was sometimes forced to seek a far comber to avoid the importuning crowd. The South African War caught him in a trap. If he knuckled under to the British, his own people would call him a traitor. At the same time, his instincts to maintain an arm's-length relationship within the empire would lose him the support of the rest of Canada. It was a matter of politics as well as principle. Whichever way he jumped, he could lose votes and even lose the country. The imperialists in English Canada were howling for action, and Laurier could not ignore the cries. The new imperialism, as it was called, had reached its apogee in the dying years of the 19th century with the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria. Such a celebration had not been seen before. Streets were clogged with ceremonial arches bearing fireworks dazzled in the skies, schoolchildren sang "Rule Britannia," and public speakers prattled in hushed tones about the empire. The empire. The sacred empire. Empire worship amounted to a religion. No school geography was complete without its map of the world showing all those countries upon which the sun never set, colored in imperial crimson. The school readers were crammed with stirring accounts and even more stirring poems about British daring-do among the heathens. Empire building was equated with Christian manliness. The selfless adventures of British missionaries toting flag and Bible into the world's dark corners, David Livingstone was the schoolboy hero, enlivened the pages of Chums and the Boys' Own Annual that lay bulky beneath every Christmas tree. The youth of Canada breathed in the spirit of imperialism with their breakfast porridge as they devoured the works of G. A. Henty, H. Rider Haggard, R. M. Ballantyne, and Rudyard Kipling. Especially Kipling. As Arthur Lower, the shrewdest of our social historians, has remarked, at the turn of the century, the Canadian public school was not making young Canadians, but young Englishmen. The imperialist legacy has left its mark on Canadian cities, especially those in eastern and central Canada. Every small town in Ontario seems to have a Queen's Hotel, a Royal Café, and a King Street. The names of monarchs, their consorts, and their heirs are sprinkled about the country from Prince Edward Island to the Queen Charlotte's. In Laurier's day, the empire was seen as a bulwark against the doctrine of manifest destiny being preached in neighboring political circles. The good Canadian nationalist first must be a good imperialist, Charles G. D. Roberts, the poet and historian, declared in. Stephen Leacock echoed that sentiment. "I am an imperialist because I will not be a colonial," he said. Only through clinging to the empire could Canadians achieve full nationhood. The Comforting knowledge that they were part of the empire gave them a smug satisfaction, even an arrogance, over their neighbors, a whiff of anti-Americanism here that had lurked beneath the political surface since the days of About Uncle Sam. In the periodicals, the stereotypic American was a cunning old codger who chewed gum and talked funny, while, son, I reckon. At the turn of the century, The Moon, a satirical Toronto review, published 6 wicked full-page caricatures titled, The American Girl, none of which would be countenanced today. The first showed a coarsely attractive fortune-seeking parvenu, all hair and diamonds, labeled, The Society Girl, with the accompanying verse, Sweet Sylvia, how your pa does slave to trap with cash some noble knave, for son-in-law. Sweet Sylvia with the winking eye and teeth just built for biting pie, and chewing gum. In English-Canadian eyes, the British Empire was an institution second only to Christianity. The two, in fact, were interwoven. To evangelize the world in a single generation was the sacred aim of imperialists and churchmen alike. Newton Wesley. Rowell, a leading liberal and Methodist, and a future Chief Justice, had adopted Kipling's popular exhortation to take up the white man's burden and worked out the cost to the last dollar. The task, as he saw it, was to convert million backward people by recruiting missionaries at an annual cost of $1,000,000. For this was the age of the missionary hero who set out to conquer the world for Christ. Conquer was the operative word. The missionaries marched to martial music, onward, Christian soldiers, and fight the good fight, and in their fundraising campaigns made use of military metaphors, as the Methodist Church did when it called for the conquest of more territory for Christ's empire, more soldiers in his army, more ships in his white-winged navy of beneficence, more towers and fortresses thundering against sin, better enginery and better disciplined battalions. The Church flung every warlike term into its promotional literature, storm and siege, standard. Dien historian has pointed out, it was but a short step for churchmen to demand secular troops to defend a holy cause. War, in the words of one, was the plowshare to break up the fallow ground and prepare it for the gospel. It is easy to be cynical about this apparent attempt to conceal British economic expansion under a cloak of missionary zeal. But it must be remembered that these were idealistic years, the same years that produced the social gospel, the campaign for women's suffrage, and the war against the demon rum. And English-speaking Canadians were convinced of the virtue and superiority of the empire. There was something evangelical about the white-gowned ladies of the imperial order, daughters of the empire, marching down the aisles of the local theaters, lugging their oversized Union Jacks. The new imperialism took on the trappings of a campaign to Christianize the heathen in the spirit of sacrifice. Lord Wolseley, who had commanded the Red River expedition during the Riel uprising in and was commander-in-chief of the British Army during the South African War, declared that he had but one great object in this world, that is to maintain the greatness of the British Empire. And not for reasons of selfish conquest. The issue was a moral one, or at least that was the imperialistic excuse. I firmly believe, Wolseley stated, that in doing so I work in the cause of Christianity, of peace, of civilization, and the happiness of the human race generally. The imperialists were unshakable in their belief that their cause was always just, no matter what the circumstances. The absolute certainty revealed in the Canadian magazine's snobbish Christmas message of that, the Anglo-Saxon race never errs, that it makes war only for the benefit of humanity, takes one's breath away. As Kipling put it, go, bind your sons to exile to serve your captives' need. Nellie McClung remembered at the time of the Boer conflict that, the white man's burden, made a soaring climax to many an address. It gave the whole business of war the high purpose of a crusade and threw a glamour around the fighting men. We were not fighting for the underprivileged, though perhaps the ungrateful people of the world. This was the giddy atmosphere in which the South African adventure was launched. Somehow, though, the plight of the Uitlanders, Outlanders, British newcomers in the Transvaal and Orange Free State, who were Christians, albeit difficult ones, didn't seem to fit in with the messianic zeal to succor the less fortunate people of the world. The Boers were God-fearing Dutch farmers whose forebears had first been settled at the Cape of Good Hope in the 17th century by the Dutch East India Company. The British took control of the Cape Colony during the Napoleonic War, but the Boers resented the imperial interference, especially the freeing of their slaves. Between and some, Republican-minded Boers trekked north across the frontier and established the two semi-independent states. The war that followed half a century later was launched by the British to retain imperial supremacy. over the two states to support the claims of the Uitlanders, who were mostly gold seekers. Following the rich strikes in the Transvaal, the Boers, believing they would be overwhelmed by the fortune hunters, viewed Uitlanders as a threat to their independence and culture, and so denied them the franchise. As usual, both sides believed in the righteousness of their cause. To the Boers, Great Britain was a greedy, imperialistic nation that had pushed the virtuous Boer farmers out of the Cape Colony. To the British, the policy of the Transvaal government was dictatorship, a brutal denial of basic freedoms to the Queen's subjects, which, incidentally, jeopardized British control over the largest gold mining complex in the world. There was the memory, galling to the British, glorious to the Boers, of the Battle of Majuba Hill during the First Boer War, when a force of British redcoats had been decisively defeated on the Transvaal-Natal border in. The British still thirsted for revenge. The Boers, on the other hand, were convinced by the victory that they were omnipotent. The war that resulted was, in effect, a civil war between two white nationalities seeking power following the major South African. For the white man's burden. In spite of this murky background, much of it misunderstood, a majority in English-speaking Canada was solidly behind the British in the struggle. Hence it became essential to turn the new war into a crusade for freedom, a technique that foreshadowed the more sophisticated propaganda used in the Great War a decade and a half later. Much of the English-language press was a willing partner in this deception, carefully playing down the extent of the British casualties in the face of the surprisingly effective Boer response. At the Battle of Speenkop, Natal, a staff blunder left British corpses piled 3 deep and more. But the photographs of this acre of massacre were not published because the British papers considered them revolting Boer propaganda. This was the last of the imperial adventures that marked the Victorian era and the first that involved Canadians. It differed from those earlier struggles in which British troops had maintained the empire by subduing a heathen enemy in the name of Christian progress. In this war, Christian battled Christian, each committed, if only in theory, to the greater glory of God. Hence the need to demonize the enemy, to divide the contestants, as Paul Fussell has pointed out in a later context, between them and us. The idea of good and evil, as sharply defined as black and white undiluted by any shade of gray, would mark future wars from that of Kaiser Wilhelm to Saddam Hussein's. A string of newspaper stories detailed so-called Afrikaans atrocities. Boers were widely thought to murder the wounded, massacre civilians who showed sympathy for the British, flog natives, and execute their own people who tried to surrender. There was no hard evidence to support these stories, which were illustrated only by the grisly renderings of staff artists. One newsreel showed a Red Cross tent under fire from the evil Boers while brave British doctors and nurses strove to treat a wounded soldier. The film was a falsehood, shot in a London suburb using professional actors. A piece of military doggerel popular at the time added to the call for vengeance. The deadly blow. Let crimson blood wash hill and dale and stain the ocean's flow. Vengeance for what? The English-language press in Canada, which swallowed the propaganda whole, abetted the purposeful demonization of the Boers. The Hamilton Spectator ran a completely false story that they had dynamited a train carrying women and children refugees out of the Transvaal. The Montreal Star, in a vicious campaign to force Laurier's hand and support an official Canadian contingent to South Africa, carried similar stories and reported, again wrongly, that the SEC Rhetoric of the South African League, a pro-imperialistic pressure group, had been kicked to death by a bunch of Boers. Canadian progressives, social gospelers, educationalists, trade unionists, moral crusaders, and urban reformers were persuaded that the Boers were a backward people. The pro-war forces helped to personalize the conflict and transform it into a battle against Krugerism. It wasn't easy to turn the plump, bewhiskered, uncle, Paul Kruger into the devil incarnate, but Kipling had a go at it. Cruel in the shadow, crafty in the sun, the imperialist poet wrote of Kruger, whom cartoons showed as a poisonous mushroom, a slovenly peasant, or an uncontrolled tyrant. The avuncular Boer leader was depicted as a corrupt, beer-swilling, 4 gallons a day, ruthless despot. But, as Nellie McClung wrote, his pictures in the newspapers showed him to be an honest, rugged old fellow, closely resembling, with his square face and chin whiskers, many of the faces in my father's ordination picture. Thus was a minor imperial conflict in a far-off land transformed into a just war for freedom, democracy, and civilization. During a twilight service on New Year's Eve, a prominent cleric in St. John, N.B., proclaimed that the year had marked an epoch in the history of civilization. When war was declared, another banner headline announced triumphantly that civilization advances. Led by Hugh Graham's fire-eating Montreal Star, were howling for war. In September, the Victoria Daily Colonist claimed that what was needed was to have progressive ideas knocked into Kruger. If it is to be done by bullets, let us hope that after the Uitlanders become enfranchised it will be by ballots. The Fredericton Reporter declared that if ballots didn't solve matters, bayonets would. Although some liberal papers loyal to Laurier adopted a wait-and-see attitude and some rural papers took an opposite view, most people thought that all of English-speaking Canada supported the pro-war enthusiasts. This attitude was greatly reinforced by the arrival in Canada of J. Davis Allen, an official of the South Africa Association, an English jingoist lobby that enjoyed the financial support of Cecil Rhodes himself. Davis Allen helped influence public opinion by persuading Hugh Graham to dispatch some telegrams to various politicians, military leaders, clergymen, and other notables across Canada asking for their opinions on Canada's role in the war. The prepaid, and often pre-written, answers appeared daily in Graham's newspaper, creating the illusion of a massive wave of support. Significantly, not a single French-language newspaper favored an armed conflict. If anything, French-Canadian sympathies lay with the Boers, who seemed about to suffer the ignominy of conquest by the big, bad empire, just as the habitants had in. Here was a war in which Canada was not in any sense threatened. Why send young men off to die for nothing, to slaughter people who had done them no wrong? In this they had the support of the most eloquent public figure in Canada, Laurier's former friend and protégé Henri Bourassa. The arguments over Canada's participation in the South African War marked the beginning of a long quarrel that had been smoldering for decades between the two founding peoples. It was really a quarrel over history and geography, and the divided loyalties that resulted. In turning its back on Europe, French Canada had chosen geography over history, its roots were planted firmly in North American soil, and it saw no purpose in rallying to a foreign cause. But English Canada was bound to. At this point, the quarrel could have been contained. Memories of the cozy nation-building relationship between John A. Macdonald and his deputy, George Etienne Cartier, were still green. But the problem would not go away. Through two future wars and their bitter legacies, it would return again and again to haunt nationalists and imperialists alike. The imperialists wanted Canada to send a contingent to Africa to fight on Britain's side. And it was a contingent that Joseph Chamberlain, the colonial secretary, wanted, an official one, with Canada written all over it, not offers from individual volunteers. At that point Britain didn't think a military contribution from Canada and the other colonies was necessary since the British regular army alone was expected to make short work of the Boers. Canada's contribution would be symbolic, an affirmation of empire solidarity, a way of tying the restless colonial children to the apron strings of the mother country, a step, in short, toward Chamberlain's dream of imperial union. Events were beginning to wriggle out of Laurier's control. Racist epithets were being tossed about like ping-pong balls. Bitter words like traitor and treason were being thrown into the bicultural stewpot. Laurier was attacked in English-speaking Canada as a weak-willed and weak-kneed fence-sitter. The extremes to which the pro-war campaign had gone were evident in one overheated Montreal Star story that claimed Laurier had been prevented from growing a beard only by fear of betraying his sympathy for Kruger. Lord Minto, the Governor-General, and the ambitious militia chief, General Edward Hutton, had apparently drafted a contingency plan for war, which was leaked to the Canadian Military Gazette. As a result, the British colonial office promptly wired its thanks to Ottawa for a contingent it had yet to offer, and Laurier had no intention of dispatching. Yet no prime minister could ignore a massive tidal wave of opinion from English Canada, however much of it was manufactured. The country, indeed, his own cabinet, was split down the middle. In the words of André Siegfried, the perceptive French commentator who studied the country in the late 19th century, not since. What to do? Laurier's only way out was the familiar Canadian solution of compromise. Young men, he decided, could offer to go to South Africa of their own free will to fight on the British side. They would be called volunteers, not recruits. The Canadian government would pay for their equipment and transportation, but on their arrival they would be incorporated into the British forces. The British were prepared to foot the entire bill, but Laurier wanted none of that. It would cost the Canadians almost $1 million, but in the interests of nationalism most were cheerfully prepared to pay up. The decision was made without involving Parliament, then in recess, thus avoiding a damaging debate. With an eye to the future, Laurier was careful to make clear to the press that the announcement did not constitute a precedent. This outlay could not be regarded as an infringement of constitutional principles and colonial usages nor as a binding precedent for the future. Thus the cry, "When England is at war, Canada is at war," was relegated to the ash heap of out-of-date oratory. Nonetheless, Laurier's compromise appalled Henri Bourassa, grandson of the French-Canadian reformer and near saint, Louis-Joseph Papineau. Bourassa was inflexible in his views, an unfortunate quality in a politician, especially a Canadian politician. "Is the British Empire in real danger?" he asked in an open letter to Laurier on October. "Does it ask the aid of our arms to save it? Or is this an attempt to involve us in a military federation, that cherished project of Mr. Chamberlain? Is Canada prepared to renounce her prerogative as a constitutional colony, her parliamentary freedom, the understanding come to with the mother country after 75 years of contest? That is the question. I, for one, will never consent to support this retrograde line of policy." And so saying, he resigned his parliamentary seat. He was a handsome figure with his pointed black beard and stylish mustachios, and his quick wit did not sit well with the committed imperialists. A heckler attacked him during a Montreal meeting in which he tried to explain his opposition to war. "Ah, but the sun never sets on the glory of the British Empire," he cried. To which Bourassa shot the dark, a response that, in a heated wartime climate, was seen as something close to blasphemy. He would continue to be the real spokesman of his people, eventually founding Le Devoir, the most influential newspaper in the province. But he was not so popular within his own party. "Our French compatriots think with me," he declared during an argument with Laurier. To which the Prime Minister replied, "Yes, my dear friend, they think with you but vote with me." Bourassa's views were shared and his boldness admired, but his liberal colleagues tended to blame him for putting principles before party. After all, one of their own occupied the Prime Minister's seat. Bourassa's uncompromising stand was seen as divisive because it effectively forced all French-Canadian liberals to close ranks around Laurier. The Québécois might not approve of imperialism, but surely it was better to have one of their own in power than to play into the hands of their political enemies. Indeed, Bourassa's trenchant opposition to the war drove Laurier to such an extreme that, in the session of, he made a most un-Laurier-like speech, defending Britain's policy. "Mr. Bourassa and I differ in toto on this question. He thinks this war was not just. I believe in my heart that England never fought a more just war than this." In a federal election later that year, Laurier swept Quebec and won the country. Bourassa always went to some pains to make clear that it was not just the British Empire that he opposed, it was all empires. History has been on his side. In little more than a generation the sun would set on every empire, including the British, and the only vestiges of imperialism would be the titles and trademarks retained by hundreds of Canadian companies. From the Royal Bank to Empire Pants and Boys Wear, they remind us vaguely of half-forgotten imperial glories, when every colonial war was, by definition, a just one. Soldiers, when the Boers dared to take on the British in the autumn of the imperial attitude was one of contempt, a fly annoying a giant. The Queen British had been through it all before. They were used to putting out fires in the dark corners of the globe. That was their God-given task. Whenever the natives grew restless, the British taught them a lesson. That was how it had been for half a century: brief, explosive encounters without much loss of life, especially on the British side, satisfactory victories to add to the roll of regimental battle honors, high adventure in the jungle and hill country with plenty of kudos to go around. When the war started, the Dominion was convinced that hostilities would be over quickly. Some doubted whether the Canadians would see any action at all. How could a small band of lightly armed Dutch farmers stand up to the imperial might? In fact, they stood up very well. Entrenched military leaders tend to have inflexible minds, fighting each war with the tactics of the previous one. In South Africa, the British thought in terms of the infantry and the thin red line that had worked so well in the Crimea almost half a century before. But in the rubbled copies of South Africa a different kind of war was developing, one in which Boer commandos and mounted guerrillas were adept. In the first 2 weeks of the conflict, the Boers had bottled up Mafeking, Kimberley, and Ladysmith. How unsporting of them. The wily Kruger wasn't playing according to the rules of the game. British pig-headedness turned what should have been a brief struggle into a prolonged conflict. The British commanders had no understanding of the South African terrain and made no attempt to study it. Thus the Canadians were asked to send dismounted troops to South Africa, not the cavalry and artillery needed to battle the hard-riding Boers. Joseph Chamberlain had told Canada that its contingent must embark for South Africa no later than October. That gave the Militia Department a scant 16 days to recruit, organize, clothe, arm, and equip 1,000 young infantry soldiers and dispatch them on a mile ocean voyage to the war zone. This hasty enrollment of scenes of wild enthusiasm in every province, so that the contingent might reflect a cross-section of the nation. The tumultuous response, in the words of the Prince of Wales, took England by surprise, and the world as well. They fancied, Lord Salisbury declared, that the great British Empire, which looks so large on the map, was so separated by distant seas that its practical ability for cooperation was entirely destroyed, but they have learned their mistake. The Boers, too, were baffled, as George Shepherd of Paris, Ontario, discovered later that year when he encountered an imprisoned Boer general in a military hospital. "Would you kindly tell me why it is that you have left a civil peaceful life to come here to fight a selfish war and endure all the hardships of the field?" the general asked him. "I am not surprised by the action of the English or the Cape Volunteers, but it puzzles me. Why you identify yourself with the quarrel? I don't suppose it was the mere love of fighting that brought you here." To which Private Shepherd replied, "It was not so much to actually assist England as to show the world the unity of the empire, and to show that if one part of the empire is touched, all are hurt." He did not say anything for a while, Shepherd wrote home, but stroked his beard and appeared lost in thought. Shepherd had responded to the call of the empire, others simply answered the call of adventure. Indeed, the two were closely intertwined, as any reader of the Boy's Own Popin, and its Yuletide Annual, with its accounts of epic British feats on foreign strands, would understand. There was no great patriotism involved, one veteran of the war, Herbert Priestman, recalled. "I thought it would do me some good and I was searching for adventure." 2/3 of the volunteers in the newly formed Royal Canadian Regiment were young, urban, poorly paid white-collar workers or skilled blue-collar workers, many bent on escaping the strictures and stifling boredom of Canadian life. Some, like Priestman, were British-born, or their fathers were. Others enlisted for material benefits or because their employers had guaranteed their pay during their absence. On the veldt. "Why was I not BOM a man?" mourned Mabel Anderson, whose husband cheerfully faced a reduction in militia rank so that he might be accepted. Young men were wild to join up far more than could be accommodated. One, T.C. Wasson, a member of the 48th Highlanders, arrived in Victoria, British Columbia, from the Klondike only to find that he was too late to enlist and so headed off halfway around the world to Australia, paying his own way to South Africa. His family had no word of him until a letter arrived from the hospital at Kimberley where he was recovering from wounds in his left lung and arm. All across the country bands were playing, crowds were cheering, flags were flying. An avalanche of gifts from private donors, organized charities, businesses, and commercial corporations was showered on the new troops, pounds of tobacco, cigarettes, pipes from the Montreal Soldiers' Wives League, New Testaments from the Quebec Bible Society, $1, insurance. Policy for every man from Sir Charles Tupper, the ex-Prime Minister, not to mention a monstrous accumulation of boxing gloves, punching bags, games, papers, books, and delicacies. On October the volunteers set off by railway from Ottawa to board the old cattle boat Sardinian at Quebec. As bands played outside on Wellington Street, people surged through the barrier at the STA tie-in to shake hands with the departing troops. The pressure of the crowd, 50 deep, forced one society matron into the ranks of the band. Off went the volunteers, admiring slogans ringing in their ears, representatives of ideal Canadian manhood. The pick of the nation's sinew and brains. Pure as the air of the sunlit north. In truth, they looked like a contingent of pink-cheeked schoolboys. Scarce was there ever a younger-looking lot of soldiers recruited in a battalion, wrote the Mail and Empire's correspondent, Stanley McEwen Brown. So great was the response that the militia had increased the height requirement by 2 inches, and so appealing was the eagerness of the new enrollees that age restrictions were often overlooked. Echoed off the granite walls of the ancient capital. Wilfrid Laurier called it a unique occasion in the history of the world, and, casting previous doubts aside, went on to remind the troops that the scattered provinces of British North America had shown their willingness to cement with their blood the unity of the empire in its most distant part. Before the ship embarked, it was discovered that under the revised regulations 29 new enrollees were too short to fight the Boers. Tears of disappointment flowed down the cheeks of the rejected ones until compassion triumphed and all but 3 were accepted. A crowd of clambered up the citadel, blackened the Dufferin Terrace, perched on roofs and cliffs, and jammed the wharf as the Sardinian moved out into the St. Lawrence accompanied by hundreds of small boats, all whistling and firing salutes, and trailed for much of her river. Voyage by an exuberant procession of steam yachts. Only then was it discovered that 20 extra men were on board, enthusiastic stowaways who had slipped on with the troops or hidden themselves in the overcrowded hold. The hastily refitted Sardinian was ridiculously small for the troops, who, in one description, were literally falling over each other at every turn. Half would have bunks, the rest only hammocks, and on that first night there were neither bunks nor hammocks for 50 soldiers, nothing but the hard, cluttered decks. The Sardinian was only 46 feet wide, and on this cockleshell the new soldiers of the Queen would be crammed together for the next 30 days. The ship was in no sense fitted to convoy more than 1,000 men across more than miles of ocean. With no room for kit or equipment on the decks, everything had to be piled into each man's bunk, allowing little room for sleeping. There were not enough lifeboats for the number on board. No rules were posted at the outset to organize the troops in case of fire, and so little drinking water was available that a guard had to be placed over the tap. In spite of this, the untried troops were subjected to an uncompromising regimental schedule better suited to the parade ground or rifle, and did not end until early supper, reflected the zeal of the contingent's regimental commander, Lieutenant Colonel William Dillon Otter, an austere professional with a fashionable soup-strainer mustache. Otter's first experience in the field had been as adjutant of the Queen's Own Rifles in the Battle of Ridgeway and against Fenian raiders from the United States who were waging guerrilla war against Britain for Irish independence. The battle was a disaster, with the regiment fleeing in panic from the battlefield. Otter, a fiercely ambitious militia officer, never forgot that embarrassing rout, which seemed to turn him into an aggressive commander and a stickler for military efficiency. At Cut Knife Creek, during the Second Riel Uprising in, Otter was eager to promote his career by launching an attack on Chief Pound Maker's Indians. As a result, going beyond the instructions of his more cautious commander, Major General Frederick Middleton, he provoked a fight he thought would result in an easy victory. It was nothing of the sort. Otter disguised his intentions by calling his foray against Pound Maker a reconnaissance in force, the same weasel phrase used a few generations later to justify the tragedy at Dieppe. In fact, it was a victory for the Indians, and no amount of self-serving justification by Otter or journalistic glorification could change that. The victory, cried the Toronto World. How Poundmaker was whipped. Otter's force suffered 22 casualties to Poundmaker's 9. And evidence suggests that Poundmaker might easily have been won over without the Indians being goaded to further bloodshed if Otter had not moved so precipitately. As the commander of the 1st Canadian contingent, Otter suffered from a sense of inferiority. He wanted desperately to be part of the permanent force of professional soldiers, but there were scarcely any PF men in Canada and there was no room for him. More than anything, Otter, a despised colonial, wanted to impress the British with his troops' efficiency and his own leadership. As Surgeon General George Ansel Ryerson was to declare, it is an open secret that the majority of the British officers had a very hearty and healthy contempt for all. Refused to relax under the straitened conditions. His insistence that officers be saluted on every occasion caused confusion and resentment. As one Sergeant, W. Hart McHarg, recalled, it seemed absurd that the hundreds of men, sitting, lying, and standing about the deck should come to attention every time an officer passed along. Sometimes officers would be passing backward and forward every few minutes. No wonder the men could not be got to carry out the order satisfactorily. Otter appeared innocent of the fact that compliments were not paid to officers aboard troop ships. In fact, Very little saluting was done on active service. The officers in the fighting lines did not want to be bothered with it. Equally ill-advised was Otter's order that in the tropics men should appear on parade with trousers rolled to the knee, leaving feet and lower legs bare, apparently to toughen them up for marching. In addition, neck and chest were exposed to the sun, shirt sleeves rolled to above the elbow, and cap folded to deny all shade to the face. You will see at a glance that this was nonsense. Russell C. Hubley, a former school principal who traveled aboard the Sardinian, recalled, besides being tormented by the heated decks, our feet had to avoid the many steam pipes. Many a foot was so burned by these as to require treatment. Many arms were so sunburned that the wearing of the sleeves was painful. To see a chest with the epidermis peeling off was no uncommon sight. So many complaints resulted from this foolish order that the commandant finally reversed himself on the matter of bare feet. In a future war, Canadian soldiers would refer to the kind of hair-splitting order given under Otter's command as chicken shit. Sergeant Hart McHarg wrote that the men felt at times that there was a supercilious indifference on the part of the officer commanding and the majority of officers as to their welfare. Otter displayed this during the campaign by refusing to establish a dry canteen where the rank and file could spend their pay. That was an especial hardship because the ordinary soldier's fare left much to be desired. The best cuts of beef went to the officers and the second best to the staff sergeants. Meat. The YMCA representative with the troops asked Otter's permission to establish a small coffee shop with eatables, but Otter turned him down, declaring that he did not think the men needed any more than they were getting and must get used to campaign fare. The overbearing attitude of the militia officers was illustrated when the pretentious battalion adjutant slipped on the deck of the Sardinian and was saved from falling by a common soldier who reached out to steady him. He had no sooner regained his balance than he turned on the men and glowered, "How dare you lay hands on an officer?" Thomas Guthrie Marquis, in his history entitled Canada's Sons on copy in Velt written during the war, certainly followed what might be called the party line when he wrote that the government had made no mistake in choosing the commanding officer. His experience made the men glad to follow him. But among the men, who referred to him derisively as the old woman, there were certainly dissenting voices. One was that of Corporal Hubley, the former New Brunswick school principal, who reached the heights of sarcasm when he described Otter. Of course, he was beloved by all. Who could resist his powers of fascination, as he strode by, with a heavy scowl on his brow, and with head bowed, as though afraid to meet the eye of the regiment? Was he ever known to speak a kind word to those under him? Was he ever known to commend? Yes. I remember that when we lay at Belmont he was commissioned by a superior to convey words of praise to the RCR, and how gallantly he did it. How we adored him. He turned it in such a way that we wondered that we were permitted to wear the Queen's uniform. And if we overstepped the bounds of regimental propriety, and were paraded before the colonel, was he ever known to take an excuse? Did he ever bend from the rigid discipline that was so galling to his civilian soldiers? The ship docked at Cape Town on November, and here the Canadiens enjoyed a welcome fling. Every man had received his month's pay in gold 2 days before arrival, and most had their own money as well. As one correspondent wired back, the wild and reckless manner. Canada was a gold mine. In the expensive hotels, other guests gawked at private soldiers dining in style and drinking champagne. If the privates could live like millionaires, their officers must be incredibly wealthy. In Cape Town they learned that they would entrain on December for the holding camp at the AAR, traveling lightly with only an overcoat, an extra shirt, a pair of socks, and a single blanket per man. All their kit bags and valises were piled up in rows and left in charge of a small party under a single officer. That was the last the men saw of their baggage, all of which was looted and stolen, an example of the slackness and confusion that marked the early days of the enterprise. Otter continued to be uptight about his troops long after they disembarked. On the day after they reached Cape Town, when they entrained for holding camp, crowds turned out along the right-of-way to cheer the RCRs, who cheered back, only to be reprimanded by the commander. He told them to remember that they were soldiers now and not to act like a lot of damned fools. When Lord Roberts, the commander-in-chief, turned up at Kroonstad, the Canadians could hear the other troops cheering him. They were told that they too might cheer, but on no account were they to accompany the cheer with a tiger. According to Hartmachard, tigers, we were given to understand, were low-down things, only indulged in by people from wild and woolly regions, and Lord Roberts would think we were wild and woolly instead of a Barak Square regiment if we let ourselves loose in such a manner. As Hartmachard commented, the incident illustrated a fear that the Canadians would somehow show a little independence or individuality. It also demonstrated Otter's sense of inferiority in the face of regular troops and his terror of departing for a single moment from the British way of doing things. We were always made to copy any little wrinkles of the British regiments, and our drill was changed half a dozen times to conform to something some of the other regiments did, which took the adjutant's eye. The news from the front was gloomy. The road to the embattled towns of Kimberley and Mafeking was blocked by Boer forces under Ladysmith was under close siege. General Redvers Buller, known wickedly as Reverse Buller, was reorganizing his forces. Things were not going well. At the AAR, the Royal Canadians had their first encounter with the punishing South African climate. As they struggled to pitch their tents, they were tormented by a violent sandstorm, the worst in 7 years. Lifted by a stiff wind, the sand stung their cheeks and filled their eyes, ears, and nostrils, causing nosebleeds. It thickened the soup, turned the meat gritty, flavored the butter and bread, ruined the tea, and invaded the tents. Worst of all, the young soldiers experienced the dreadful South African thirst that would plague them all through the campaign. The Canadians had never known anything like it. The ironstone radiated heat as though hot with internal flame, Corporal Hubley wrote. It shriveled the corpses of the dead, who did not decompose but turned black. It seemed too hot for the lizards to play over the face of the dead, so they hid themselves in the pockets of his coat or peeped at you from his shoe. The merciless heat haunted the memories of those Canadians who survived the war. They had not reckoned on that in those cool autumn days when, with the maples scarlet in the Canadian forests and the lakes clear and misty, they had rushed to the colors. Every letter from the front speaks of the insatiable thirst, T.G. Marquis wrote at the time. On almost every hot night, men have been struck down either while crossing the fire zone to acquire water for their comrades, or while exposing themselves to the enemy's fire in order to quench a thirst more agonizing than a wound. In the cruel marches, a feature of the war, men staggered forward, tongues swollen, lips cracked, and raw throats on fire. They drank gratefully from pools in which the rotting corpses of animals floated, from slimy ponds, putrid with decaying vegetable matter, from murky swamps in which a dozen mules were also submerged, and once, so it was claimed, from a river that had yielded the corpses of 90 dead Boers. The result was an outbreak of enteric fever that soon reached epidemic proportions. At its peak, British day, their bodies buried in long trenches by exhausted companions. During one march, Corporal Hubley was given the unwelcome job of sentry duty at the water cart. I have seen men almost fight for the small portion allowed, he remembered. I have seen them surging around that cart with eyes like those of the demented and faces of a pale yellow tinge. I have heard them shout in thick, unnatural tones for one mouthful of water, and it was my duty to deny them when I would 100 times rather have complied. This was not the kind of war that the imperial publications had portrayed, gallant soldiers of the Queen driving all before them, standards unfurled, cavalry wheeling into action with hoofs thunder bayonets flashing in the sunlight. The Canadians had marched north from the AAR, hungering for action, to the little town of Belmont, and there they had sat on their behinds for 2 full months. Belmont, the scene of a minor but expensive British victory the previous week, was a charnel house, the railway station torn to pieces by bullets and the battlefield littered with the rotting corpses of stricken Boers and their horses intermingled with exploded shells and shards of shrapnel. Aka Shaun ally a human head, hand, or foot could be seen protruding from the misshapen boulders. To the Canadians, the delay was insufferable. There were those who thought they were being kept out of the fight because the British regulars considered them inferior colonials. In fact, they were being used as garrison troops, defending the rail line and at the same time being trained for future action. Part of the delay, as well, could be attributed to the top-heavy organization of the regiment, which, in the interests of Canadian nationalism, was split into 2 battalions, each of 4 companies. The militia department was determined that the regiment should not be broken up and integrated into the British Army. It would fight as an identifiable Canadian unit, with its own cap and shoulder badges and its own cadre of officers, many more of whom would be promoted to fill the needs of an expanded establishment that would also require an auxiliary staff and an administrative structure. Image and make it self-sufficient. At long last, on February, the Royal Canadians set out for the front, joining Brigadier Horace Smith-Dorrien's new British Brigade, the Fighting 19th it would soon be called, at Graspan. The following day they left the railway line, and with the thermometer at a temperature never experienced in Canada, degree F, degree C, they stag-geared on for 13 miles across the dry and dusty veldt to Ramdam, so consumed by a raging thirst that they flung themselves into the stinking waterhole along with the mules and the horses. No officer attempted to stop them. By then 52 of the marchers had fallen by the wayside, many dropping in a dead faint. Some attempted to strike up a song, but their throats would not respond. The Canadians were now in enemy country. Ramdam, a battered Dutch homestead, smashed, stripped, and gutted by the advance troops of the British Army, was the first stopping place within the Orange Free State. Here a massive counter-invasion was about to begin. The diminutive Lord Roberts, Bobs, as he was universally dubbed, who had replaced Redvers Buller as commander, was assembling an army of more than men, native drivers, mules and oxen, and horses. The Royal Canadians' ordeal had just begun. Weeks of weary, thirsty marching lay ahead, punctuated by short, stabbing engagements and crowned by one bloody but glorious victory, destined to go down in their country's annals as a defining moment along with Queenston Heights and Vimy, the vicious Battle of Partibug Drift. Marching on November, with the 1st Canadian contingent still at sea, the Canadian government offered Great Britain a second Pretoria contingent for service in South Africa. The British delayed their reply. They had what they wanted, a token force of colonials whose presence on the battlefield would go far to cement the empire and fulfill. Prepared to wrap up the war by themselves without the need for any more colonials. That smug attitude had been summed up in October by Moberly Bell, manager of the Times, in a letter to Leopold Amory, the paper's chief correspondent. My own plan is that about the December 15th we shall have in South Africa a nice little army and all the materials for a respectable war except the enemy. That date was eerily significant, for it marked the climax of Black Week, the low point of the war. In just 6 days the British suffered 3 devastating defeats at the hands of the Boers, at Stormberg, on December, British casualties, at Majorsfontein, December, casualties, and at Colenso on December, casualties. It wasn't a token force that Britain needed to bind up the empire, it was big guns and mounted men. That shortcoming, the result of British arrogance and blindness, had allowed the Boers to slip away time and again. With the newspapers trumpeting terrible reverse of British troops, Chamberlain hastily accepted the Canadian offer. On December, the day on which Redvers Buller was relieved, he asked for a second contingent of artillery and mounted sharpshooters. The Canadian militia responded with 2 battalions of mounted rifles, exactly the kind of men required to chase the galloping Boers over the Seer veldt of the Transvaal. 1 battalion would be made up of permanent force cavalry. A second would be recruited under the direction of the Commissioner of the Northwest Mounted Police, Lieutenant Lawrence Herchmer, an efficient if not too popular officer with 13 years' experience in the force. Of the Rough Riders in the battalion were mounted veterans, the remainder came from Western Ranches. 13 of the 19 officers were also Mounties. In addition, the contingent would include 3 batteries of trained gunners bearing the insignia of the Royal Canadian Artillery, the first Canadian artillery to fight in a foreign war. The contingent of men left Canada on 3 ships in the first 6 weeks of and began arriving in South Africa at the end of February. Transvaal Town. Trader, now Canadian High Commissioner to Great Britain, made a munificent offer to raise at his own expense a battalion of mounted men to fight in South Africa. Known to every Canadian schoolchild as the men who had driven the last spike on the Canadian Pacific Railway, Strathcona could easily afford the expense, having risen to the Président of the Bank of Montreal and become its principal shareholder. It was said of this canny Scot that he had never sold so much as a single share of any stock that he had purchased during his lifetime. Laurier jumped at this windfall, whereupon Strathcona set about finding the right man to lead his personal cavalry. It was a short search. Twiddling his thumbs in Ottawa was Samuel Benfield Steele, the quintessential mounted policeman, smarting after his dismissal for political reasons from his job as the ruler of Dawson City. Strathcona, who knew a good man when he saw one, made him lieutenant colonel of the newly formed Lord Strathcona Horse. What a pair they were, these two great historical figures, united in a common enterprise and embarked upon a fresh adventure that would bring a whiff of the Canadian frontier to the South African veldt. Between them they had seen more of Canada and presided over more of her history than had any other Canadians of their time. Had they been Americans, Hollywood would certainly have exploited this pair as frontier heroes, for there is enough adventure, hardship, and sheer panache in their pasts to make them stars of a dozen films. They leap from the pages of history, their stories illuminated by a series of wide-screen dramas that follow, one upon the other, like sequences edited on a moviola. Strathcona, transmogrified from Donald A. Smith, was the long-time Labrador trader who, in a land devoid of financial institutions, had acted as banker for his fellows to nickel and dime his way to the very pinnacle of the Hudson Bay Company, which had taken him on as an apprentice 50 years before. Now a grizzled octogenarian, he had saved the CPR from bankruptcy and amassed a fortune in the process. Had been a teenage soldier during the Fenian Troubles, a private in Wolseley's famous expedition to thwart Louis Riel's uprising in, and a sergeant major in the memorable Western Odyssey of the Mounted Police. He had policed the CPR during its construction, chased the Cree chief Big Bear across the prairies during the Saskatchewan Rebellion, and run the Klondike Stampede like a military maneuver. He built his cadre of officers and NCOs from the Northwest Mounted Police. He was besieged by would-be volunteers, some of whom arrived on snowshoes or by dog team. It took a mere fortnight to bring the regiment up to its strength of all ranks. 4 times that number had come forward. The men enlisted are the very pick of the cowboys, cowpunchers, rangers, policemen, and ex-policemen of the territories and British Columbia, Steele reported. This mixed bag of enthusiastic frontiersmen included the drunken son of the Duke of Hertford, a newspaper reporter, a fugitive from the law in the United States, and one man who had made a fortune in the Klondike. There are men here who have traveled on foot miles on the ice of the Yukon River to come here to volunteer, Steele told a civic luncheon in Montreal on March, just before embarkation. University graduates mingled with cowhands who could barely write their own names. One man who had been forced to resign his comm mission in the Essex Regiment for conduct unbecoming an officer volunteered to serve as a sergeant. Hand-picked for their toughness, most were bachelors over the age of 30. Coming from a territory of more than 1 million square miles, they were inclined to be rowdy, no problem for a tough disciplinarian of Steele's stripe. The force was enrolled at 23 points between Victoria and Winnipeg, its members outfitted with Western saddles, lassos, revolvers, Stetson hats, and Lee Enfield rifles. When Steele paraded his troops before Lord Minto in early March, the Governor-General was appalled. This was not the kind of spit-and polish regiment to which the titled Englishman was accustomed. He wrote of the useless ruffians, the halt, the lame, and the blind that were piled into Strathcona's horse. They were to prove their mettle as shock troops and scouts, the advance guard for the main column under Lord Dundonald. The second contingent of volunteers did not reach Cape Town until February, by which time the first contingent, as part of the 19th Brigade, was off on what has been called the greatest military march of modern times. Here began a full month of footslogging and skirmishing across the veldt from Belmont to Bloemfontein, the capital of the Orange Free State, marked by the 10-day Battle of Paardeberg Drift on the Modder River, the bloodiest victory of the war. The Royal Canadians, acting as rear guard for the brigade, reached the river on February after a punishing, mile-night march. They had landed at Cape Town, strong, but on this Sunday morn Bloody Sunday it would soon be called, their strength was down too. Disease and exhaustion had put scores in the hospital. The incredible Boer sharpshooters accounted for others. One of the first Canadians to fall from a Mauser bullet was hit at a distance of no less than yards. This was significantly Majuba Day, the anniversary of the great defeat suffered by Empire troops in South Africa 19 years before. On this morning, with very little sleep and only a biscuit, a canteen of coffee, and a ration of rum to warm their bellies, they were ordered into action at last against the troops of the Boer General Piet Cronje. As they struggled across the fast-flowing river, clinging to a rope strung between its banks, they felt a surge of excitement. A Prince Edward Island volunteer described the scene. The water was up to our necks and running very swiftly. Horses were carried off their feet, but as far as was known all reached the opposite side in safety. It was a wonderful sight, each man struggling against the waves, carrying his rifle ready for the fray. Cronier had been outflanked by Roberts but now, caught in a tight ening net, showed no sign of capitulating. The Royal Canadians moved up the river, advancing across open ground with scarcely any cover and not a living creature in sight. At last they reached the forward firing. Prone and firing into the trees ahead, they remained, hour after hour, through the fiery heat of the morning and a chill rain in the afternoon, with nothing to eat and their water bottles going empty. Only the incessant rattle of the Boer Mausers told the Canadians that the enemy was still entrenched behind the trees somewhere ahead. Men died. Others, hungry and dehydrated, tortured by ants and flies, grew dizzy. The growing number of wounded lay where they had fallen as the Boers fired on the stretcher-bearers. The icy rain ended, the scorching sun emerged from the fleeing clouds, the stalemate continued. Otter, unsure of himself, hesitant to mount an attack, was put in mind of Cut Knife Creek during the Saskatchewan Rebellion, a similar terrain, an invisible opponent, the Métis' insidious tactics. At 4 that afternoon, 3 companies of the Duke of Cornwall's light infantry arrived, a British unit commanded by the excitable Lieutenant Colonel William Aldworth. He informed Otter, who was 12 years his senior, "I have orders to end this thing. I shall finish it in 5 minutes." Otter demurred. There were words. Aldworth was curt and peevish. Otter did not take kindly to his junior's insinuation that the Canadians were inexperienced, sluggish, and lacking courage. One story has it that when Otter pointed out that the distance was too great and the enemy knew the range of every part, Aldworth declared, "If you don't like to, or don't know how to, the Comwalls will show you." To which Otter replied, "The devil you will. We will lead and you can keep up if you can." However that may be, the facts are that at p.m. it was Aldworth who gave the order to fix bayonets and charge, offering £5 to the first man to reach the enemy trenches. On hearing the bugle sound, the Canadians, frustrated by their 8-hour wait, began to cheer and rushed forward with the Comwalls into the face of the enemy. "Come on, boys," cried John Todd, an American who had served in the Philippines. "This beats Manila Hollow." A moment later he was felled by a Boer bullet. Aldworth, his body riddled with 5 bullets, died in the same fusillade, and so did his adjutant. Charge of the Light Brigade, magnificent, certainly, but not war. The popular Catholic chaplain Father O'Leary described it with more enthusiasm than might be expected from a man who would shortly be called upon to perform the last sad, but consoling duty of committing them, the fallen, to the care of God's angels. He would never forget that wild mad charge against an invisible enemy, nor shall I attempt to describe it _hell let loose. Would give but a faint idea of it. On we rushed through a hail of bullets, the air alive with deadly missile. On we rushed, madly, wildly, tearing through brambles, stumbling over prostrate comrades, eager in the delirium of bloodshed and destruction which had seized on us all to reach the enemy's trenches. And above the din of battle, oh, that wild soul-stirring cheer, or rather that savage yell. Like tigers our brave boys bounded over the open, but it was not to be. Darkness closed on us ere the position was carried and the day won. For the day was lost. None of the attackers got within 300 yards of the enemy before they were mowed down or driven off. The charge was an unmitigated disaster, ordered, as it turned out, by Lord Kitchener himself, who had taken over temporarily from an ailing Roberts. Later recruiting posters depicted Kitchener as an aggressive leader, but here he was far too aggressive, charging a hidden enemy of Boer sharpshooters without artillery or cavalry. In this folly he was supported by the hubris of one vainglorious battalion commander who, like Kitchener himself, had not realized that the business of war had entered the 20th century. Thus ended Bloody Sunday. The Canadians had taken part in the charge largely through a misunderstanding brought on by the fact that some companies were cheek by jowl with Aldworth's Comwalls. When they heard the order to the Comwalls to fix bayonets, followed by the bugler blowing "charge," they could not contain themselves, nor did Otter make any attempt to stop them. The whole affair was badly conceived. Kitchener himself had apparently given Aldworth his orders over the head of Brigadier Smith-Dorrien, who, from his command post 1,000 yards away, any attempt to estimate the Boers' position and strength or to look over the ground. The result was the bloodiest Canadian encounter since the War of, and also the bloodiest Canadian engagement of the South African War. 3/4 of the Canadian casualties endured that day were suffered during that one mad, senseless rush, 21 dead, 63 wounded. The British, too, had reason to call it Bloody Sunday. For them it was the costliest day of the war, with men killed or wounded. The chief contemporary historian of the war, T.G. Marquis, wrote that same year that, of all the blunders of this war, this at Paardeberg is perhaps the most unpardonable. When Lord Roberts arrived, he issued a blunt order: no more charges. The charge was not needed, for it had become impossible for the Boers to win. The fighting continued for another 9 days, by which time the starving enemy, caught in Roberts's ever-tightening net, were ready to give up. On the morning of February, Brigadier Smith-Dorrien, from the safety of newly dug trenches only 90 yards from the Boer front line, called out to his opponents to surrender. After several similar calls, he saw a white handkerchief tied to a rifle barrel waving from the nearest Boer trench. On his promise not to shoot, a head appeared, then another and another, running the length of all the trenches until there were heads and white flags everywhere. "It's just like the Resurrection," Smith-Dorrien remarked. As man after man came forward and threw his rifle on the ground, it dawned on the men of the fighting 19th that the Battle of Paardeberg was over. The tension snapped, the fearful expectancy of death, the terrible, terrible sacrifice of life, were all past. They could draw a free breath without the fear of it being their last. The Canadians began to shake hands with one another, to laugh and joke and sing, and to look forward to a good night's sleep. We felt like schoolboys, Corporal Hubley wrote, although no one who saw us with gaunt, haggard faces and unkempt beards, with ragged clothes and worn-out shoes, would have taken us for anything but tramps. Looking men, Hubley described them, with rope-colored hair, and a thin beard of the same, dirty and unkempt, with clothes ill-fitting and ragged, out they scrambled. As you watched the ragged, dirty motley mob shamble by, it burned unwillingly into the brain that this undisciplined horde, this miserable band, this crowd of hungry, gaunt, lean, lank, disreputable beings had defied for 10 long days and nights the discipline of England. For every life that left their ranks they took a life again. We are forced to grant that they made a noble stand, and we have to acknowledge that they stood defeat with great fortitude. Shortly afterward, Cronje officially surrendered to Roberts, who wore a plain khaki uniform without any badge of rank except his sword. The British commander waited until one of his generals rode up with an elderly man who was clad in a rough, short overcoat, a wide brimmed hat, and ordinary tweed trousers. This was Cronje, the most redoubtable fighting general on the Boer side. His face was burned near black by the African sun, his curly beard was streaked with gray, his expression absolutely impassive. "You have made a gallant defense, sir," Roberts told him after the two touched hats in salute. They breakfasted together as members of the opposing forces stood about, comparing notes. "We can stand the shooting of the average British soldier, but you Canadians are regular fire eaters and know no fear," one Boer was said to have commented, or so the press was to report. The Boer commander and his wife and grandson were bundled aboard a train for Cape Town, where they were transferred to a ship that would take them to St. Helena, Napoleon's last place of exile, decreed as an appropriate prison by Roberts himself. Cronje and his wife sat silently together on deck, holding hands, until one of the officers produced a gramophone, which greatly intrigued them. Cronje, who had not even heard of Edison's recent invention, listened intently to the songs and music and asked if it was all the work of a ventriloquist. A British officer took the machine to pieces for him, and, as a result, Cronje was more astounded than ever. To his delight, his captors made him a present of the gramophone to alleviate his exile on St. Helena. Enthusiasm. The British press correspondents were widely quoted, "To Canadians we take off our hats." London Daily News, "The Canadien contingent played the principal part in the decisive moment which forced the stubborn leader to own he was beaten." The Times. Similar tributes came from the British command. Roberts himself publicly praised them. "Canadian now stands for bravery, and courage. A gallant deed, worthy of our colonial comrades." An equally enthusiastic tribute came from the commander of the Gordon Highlanders. "The Canadians are wonders. Their charge toward the Boer trenches really took our breath away. We supported them, but they sprang ahead like racehorses. Though beardless youths, they fought like veterans. On March, after more skirmishing on the Modder, the Army of set off on another trek to Bloemfontein. As one wounded private put it as he was invalid home, "It's not the fighting that kills, it's the marching." The Canadians had never known marches like these. The 2-week march grew more arduous as men began to fall out with their boots in tatters. The ground was either rough and rocky or so swampy that the men tried to step high in order to get a sure footing and avoid the slime covered stones, but the soles of their boots had been worn so smooth it was difficult to move forward without stumbling. By the time they reached Bloemfontein, the Royal Canadians seemed an outlandish lot. Their clothes were in rags. Appearing on parade, in the description of one Canadian war correspondent, they wore anything from the full dress uniform of the captain of a whaling vessel to blankets wrapped round their legs while their trousers were being put together piece by piece for the last time. In spite of the merciless heat, some Canadians took to wearing overcoats in place of their ragged uniforms. In some cases their boots gave out entirely. Private Hatfield from New Brunswick, whose boots fell apart, wrapped puttees around his feet and limped stubbornly on, his toenails torn off and his soles clotted with blood blisters. They finally staggered into the capital on March, so parched that they had even scooped up the mud from the swamps and gulped it down. Doyle observed them. "The Canadians are fine strapping fellows," he wrote in the Times, "broad-shouldered, clean-limbed, and blue-eyed. They swung past with easy stride and free gait, conscious of strength and pride brought with them from the lakes and mountains of Canada. Their boots were out at the toes, their stockings undamed, their breeches tom, then mended and tom again, but every stain was honor to these sons from over the sea, who have marched shoulder to shoulder with regiments of long and great tradition." Bloemfontein, a community of, had been taken without a struggle, for the Boers had melted away before Roberts's army had arrived. Here, every public building in the town was transformed into a hospital for the scores of soldiers suffering from exhaustion and disease, especially enteric fever contracted from drinking water polluted by the corpses of men and animals. At one point, the Canadians had 91 men and 4 officers lying in various hospitals in the community. Now, with the Boers fleeing before them in long wagon trains, they faced another grueling march, miles from Bloemfontein to Pretoria, each man carrying pounds on his back. The Boers had a habit of firing the long veldgrass, and as the Canadians advanced through the blinding smoke, Otter turned to Lieutenant C.F. Winter, one of his subalterns, and asked what it reminded him of. Winter replied at once, "The march across the ice in Jackfish Bay, Lake Superior, sir, on Easter Day, when we were en route over one of the gaps in the then new CPR to take part in the Northwest Canada campaign of that year, only that instead of burning cinders it was sleet and ice that caused much of the same sensation." Otter replied that the same thought had occurred to him, but added, "I think I would prefer the cool freshness of our own land to this fiery furnace." In this 84-day trek, the fighting 19th Brigade lived up to its name by enduring more battles than any other unit in the army. On April, Otter himself was put temporarily out of action when a bullet grazed his neck and chin. By the time they reached Kroonstad, after to men of all ranks in spite of the addition of a new draft of sent from Canada with the 2nd contingent. On May the Canadians, crossing the Vaal River, became the first British troops in the Transvaal. When they marched through Johannesburg's deserted streets on May, it was more like a funeral service than a triumphant entry. Pretoria, the capital, fell 5 days later, again vacated by the Boers. As far as the High Command was concerned, this was the end of the war. But, of course, it wasn't. Smith Dorrien had a special word of commendation before the brigade was broken up. The 19th Brigade has achieved a record which any infantry brigade might be proud of. Since the date it was formed, February, it has marched miles, often on half rations, never on full. It has taken part in the capture of 10 towns, fought in 10 general engagements and on 27 other days. In one period of 30 days it fought 21 of them and marched miles. Casualties between and defeats nil. Dinky, the 2nd Canadian contingent, arrived in South Africa early in Morrison's February, a much more practical force of mounted men and war artillery batteries. Lieutenant E.W.B. Dinky Morrison, who would later make his name at Vimy, has given a graphic account in a series of letters home, describing D Battery's mile trek from Cape Town to the AAR across the Karoo Desert, with the 2nd Battalion, Canadian Mounted Rifles. This 6-week march across the Karoo was, in Morrison's view, the hardest march of the war, a most God-forsaken region, a stony plain with here and there hills of khaki dust, their faces pock-marked with bunches of blue-green sagebrush. Occasionally the column passed a huddle of desolate-looking corrugated iron houses or one-story mud huts, encircled by large stone dikes. But there was no sign of agriculture except for herds of wild goats and sheep. The heat and the dust were blinding clouds. It was impossible to see 100 yards to the front or rear of the long columns of ox, mule, and donkey teams that seemed to wind out of the mist and disappear into the dust ahead. Men and animals turned a yellowish green as the dust increased. There was no drinkable water, the column had to carry all its food and fuel. Oddly, the Karoo brought reminders of home, for it was perfectly flat to the horizon, with here and there a blue kopje standing out like a rocky island on the bosom of Lake Huron. On the morning of March the column was assailed by a cloud of South African locusts, which covered several square miles so thickly it created a rusty fog lying 30 feet above the desert. The march was so trying, the men so exhausted, the column had moved 16 miles in 7 hours, that drivers fell asleep and tumbled from their horses, while gunners, falling unconscious beside their guns, were nearly run over. Soon the dust grew so deep in the trail that the wheels made no sound and, it was like moving with a ghostly procession in a dead land. The field force reached the community of Carnarvon on April and rested for 24 hours before setting out on another mile trek to the AAR. The horses were in worse condition than the men, and there was no forage. Some animals were so stiffened that they could not move more than 10 feet and were put in the middle of the gun or wagon team to be dragged along all day by the other 5 horses. So barren was the land that even in Carnarvon, a community of 800, there was scarcely enough fuel available to cook supper. Day after day we rode along, Morrison rode home, sometimes in a seething cloud of dust, other times in deep sand or mud. It is like moving along slowly at sea. You see a kopje ahead that does not seem to be far off, but you travel for hours before you get abreast of it, and hours more before it is out of sight. The winding column reached the AAR. On April, many of the surviving horses so weak that they could scarcely carry thigh harnesses and so ravenous that they devoured the little karoothorn bushes, roots and all. To join in the march from Bloemfontein to Pretoria. 1 Canadian artillery battery was dispatched to take part in the relief of Mafeking. But Morrison's D Battery was held at the AAR because of the condition of the horses, to the great disappointment of the gunners, who turned away from the bulletin boards with tears in their eyes at the thought of going home without having seen any action. With Pretoria occupied, it was accepted that the war was over. It wasn't. To this point it had been a 19th-century conflict, now it entered the new century. In the guerrilla war that followed, the Boers were adept but the British clumsy. By early August, Morrison and his battery were at Pienaarsport, 16 miles from Pretoria, preparing to join Roberts's forces in pursuit of General Louis Botha, the Boer commander-in-chief, who was rapidly retreating north. The railway was being repaired to hasten the advance, and skirmishes were breaking out along the badly shattered line. Morrison took some leave and rode into Pretoria through country ravaged by the war. Here he found an empty city, nothing for sale in the stores, beer, matches, and tobacco. Unattainable, save the powerful Boer tobacco. At night, with the streets under curfew, it was a city of the dead. Where were the people? In the course of a mile march to the Transvaal capital, Morrison had seen no more than a dozen houses that were occupied. In Pretoria, fully 1/3 of the houses were vacant or occupied by troops. Obviously, the citizens had trekked out into the countryside still held by Botha. But how were the women living? The horses had all been commandeered, there was no means of tilling the land, and the prices in the towns were all inflated because of the war. On the way back to camp, Morrison stopped at the only inhabited farm to get a cup of coffee. The house was occupied by an old man and his 2 daughters who, though alarmed at a soldier's appearance, invited him in. They were very intelligent people, Morrison noted. In fact, I have yet to make the acquaintance of the ignorant Boers. The elder daughter was the wife of a Boer farmer near Natal. She had left in February to visit her father and hadn't heard of her husband since. As the railway was repaired, the British moved gradually toward Belfast, the first objective point of Roberts's army. Here, in the mountains, Botha was expected to make his last stand. Morrison's battery marched to the Wilge River, skirmishing as they went. During the march, at 1 o'clock in the morning a bizarre incident occurred. The battery was awakened by a gunshot, followed by the trilling of an officer's whistle and much shouting. The infantry stood to arms, the battery manned the guns in the belief that a night attack was in progress. Then it turned out that the adjutant of the Royal Fusiliers had gone crazy, awakened, and fired his gun at one of the men. He was sent back to Pretoria in the morning. This was not an isolated case. It is remarkable the number of officers and men who have been afflicted with brain troubles during this war, Morrison commented. The severe strain tells. By this time, the army in South Africa was tormented by lice to the point of desperation. To see a regiment or brigade or division, D-less, ing, itself is a sight for gods and men, but not women, Morrison wrote home. The moment a corps halts, even on the line of march, thousands of men strip off their accoutrements, coats and shirts, and, sitting on the ground in the broiling sun or bitter wind, proceed to make the verb active. The whole army suffers dreadfully, pestered by day and kept awake by night. Luckily the officers escape this scourge, but the men who have to wear the same clothes for weeks at a time are never exempt, a comment that tells as much about the army class system as it does about the conditions. Here, before the coming Battle of Belfast, Lord Roberts was very much in evidence. The army idolized him. As Morrison put it, he has such an unaffected friendly way with him and a total absence of side. Amid all the cares of handling 250,000 men, he is never too busy to walk down from his private car to say a cheery word to a convoy of wounded, or to turn out with all his staff to inspect a Canadian field battery, because he knows it will give them pleasure. At Sunday morn ing service, the weather close and hot, he stood up for the entire affair though any number of men dropped in the ranks. He was 67. Uniform fashionably cut, who lived upon the ordinary soldier's rations. What's good enough for them, he said, was good enough for him. Kitchener, the man of ice and iron, who towered over him, was cut from different cloth. He gives one the impression of not feeling very much at home, Morrison commented. I have never seen him chatting with anyone, even when the staff is standing easy. You instinctively think of something powerful and calmly ferocious under restraint. Though so tall, he is rather heavily built, and moves with a deliberateness that would be sluggish were it not for the impression of a tremendous physical strength. He is the sort of man who would lyddite *16,000 of the enemy, light a fresh cigar and lyddite 16,000 more with not a thought of anything but military exigency and the welfare of the state. He is, in a word, the very antithesis of his small, alert, benevolent-looking chief. It was Roberts, magnanimous in victory, who managed to ease the bitter tensions between the two sides. Kitchener, who replaced him, launched the vicious scorched earth policy that turned so many Britons against the war. The army was on the move again, strung out for 10 miles like a huge khaki snake, undulating over the veldt, crawling around koppies, squirm ing through passes, writhing over ridges and down through valleys, its head of mobile mounted troops feeling this way and that in front. By this time the mounted Canadians had earned the admiration of other troops. On parade, as Morrison wrote, they look like a regiment of cowboys, with their shaggy little ponies, prairie hats and rough and ready uniforms, for their original kit is worn out, and they wear any sort of clothes they can pick out. Morrison noted a crucial difference between the Canadians and their British counterparts. He thought the Canadians' outpost work was the best he'd ever seen for the simple reason that they know how to keep under cover. But the British soldier kept under cover only when he was being fired upon. Otherwise, Morrison noted, he often chose a high explosive consisting chiefly of picric acid. Him and take him out. The Canadians keep under cover all the time, taking up their positions before daylight, and the Boers never know just where they will stumble on them or how many will be there. The captured Boers to whom Morrison spoke were particularly intelligent men, and they bore the strongest possible testimony to the bravery of the British soldiers, especially the infantry, but they spoke with regret, rather than admiration, at the manner in which they threw away their lives. One keen-looking chap with gold eyeglasses told Morrison that the British would advance toward them to take a position, and we just shot them down as quickly as we could load and fire. We often spoke among ourselves how sorry we were to kill brave men like that. But what could we do? We always shot the officers in preference to the men. They were brave, too, but foolish. Why did they bring their men up like that? All along the route of march, Boers were surrendering. One morning an old man and his 4 sons gave themselves up, saying they were tired of living up in the rocks like monkeys. A few thousand such as there are in the field now, cannot possibly fight 200,000, one surrendering Boer explained. The result is that the country is being ruined. Our troops in the field take what they want from the farms and what they leave your troops take. Morrison was amused to note that so many Boer warriors carried parasols and umbrellas. The Boer is a compound of all that is unsol, dearly in style and soldierly in action. The appearance of a commando of Boers riding along in the sun on their shaggy, little unkempt ponies, or trudging placidly along on foot, every second man holding a gaily striped parasol or an umbrella over his head, would not impress a representative from the War Office as quite the thing. Yet, when the firing commenced, these guileless rural militia folded up their umbrellas, and, no doubt, carefully placed the elastic bands on them, and then sallied into the rocks where they put up a brand of fighting that earned them the respect of the best army in the world. And possibly they were far fresher and more fit because they carried this unsoldierly equipment. Brain-racking helmet. Meanwhile, Morrison noted, relations between imperial officers and colonial troops, never the best, were improving for the simple reason that the imperial officers are gradually shifting their point of view. They now looked on the colonials as tribes of shockingly hard-swearing, hard-fighting animals with whom it is neither fitting nor altogether safe to interfere. At Machado Dorp, the provost marshal had gone into the Canadian lines and ordered lights out, an order rarely enforced because fires burned all night as a rule. The Canadians told him to go to hell. They would put out the lights when they were good and ready or when one of their own officers gave the order. When the provost marshal insisted, one of the Canadians drew his revolver, shot out the provost marshal's own light and, with his cronies, threw a blanket over the officer's head, escorted him out of the lines, and fired several more shots to speed him on his way. At Belfast, the Canadians fought one of the most spectacular actions of the war, a purely Canadian affair with the mounted troops pitted against 5 times their number of mounted Boers. To Morrison, the battle was one of the finest military spectacles of the war, a hard fight against an enemy whose dash and bravery exceeded anything yet done by the Boers in this war. The well-planned enemy attack was repulsed in spite of the long odds. One Canadian trooper who was severely wounded said he would not have missed being wounded for the privilege of being a spectator at the scene. By November, with Roberts gone, Kitchener's scorched earth policy was in full operation. All the men of Belfast were gone from the community, hidden in farmhouses and in small outlying villages that became depots for secret supplies of arms. What followed Morrison described as the burning trek, with the column moving through the villages burning or blowing up the farmhouses in which the Boers were hiding and waiting. Our progress was like the old time forays in the highlands of Scotland 2 centuries ago. We moved from valley to valley, lifting cattle and sheep, burning, looting and turning out the women. Steads. It was the first touch of Kitchener's iron hand. And we were the knuckles. It was a terrible thing to see, and I don't know that I want to see another trip of that sort, but we could not help approving the policy, though it rather revolted most of us to be the instruments. The troops burned a track about 6 miles wide through these fertile valleys, leaving a trail of smoke that could be seen at Belfast. Many houses were surrounded by beautiful gardens abloom with roses, lilies, and hollyhocks and embowered by fruit trees. These too were reduced to ashes. From his artillery position on a nearby hill, Morrison could see a troop of mounted men heading for a farm and watch the women and children being bundled out, their bedding tossed out of the windows behind them. A moment later, smoke would begin curling up from the windows and doors, at first a pale blue mist, then a dense cloud as cavalry rode off, leaving the women and children standing desolate in the yard. Later, from a vantage point on a hill above the pretty little village of Whitport, Morrison watched the mounted men ride in, looting and burning every house and shop except one belonging to a British subject. Even the flour mill was blown up. When the mounted troops rode away, they looked like a gang of dissolute peddlers. Their saddles were hung like Christmas trees with shawls, clocks, mandolins, tea kettles, lamps, every imaginable article in addition to chickens, ducks, geese, suckling pigs, and vegetables. On the fourth morning of the trek, the column moved north to sack and burn the town of Dullstrom. Nobody who was there will ever forget that day's work, Morrison commented. Here was a pretty little village, nestling in a valley, surrounded by flower gardens with the roses all in bloom. In rode the cavalry, and soon a dense cloud of smoke that could be seen for 50 miles rose up from the town. The main street was full of smoke and fiery cinders, and as the flames belched out in huge sheets from one side or the other, our horses shied and plunged from side to side. The place was very quiet except for the roaring and crackle of flames. On the steps of the church were a tickly looting the place over, and as they got through with each house they burned it. Our Canadian boys helped the women to get their furniture out, much as they would do in a fire in a village at home. If they saw anything they fancied they would take it, but they had not the callous nerve to take people's stuff in front of their faces. Morrison entered a little cottage standing in a rose garden on a side street. Members of the Canadian Mounted Rifles and Royal Canadian Dragoons were looting it but spending more time helping a woman out with her belongings than sacking the house. She was a good-looking, ladylike person, bustling about saving her valuables. "What would you want next, lady?" a big dragoon asked her, and she told him. Then she turned on Morrison. "Oh, how could you be so cruel?" she cried. She was the quintessential damsel in distress, and Morrison felt sorry for her until the house began to bum and a secret pile of ammunition exploded and nearly killed some of his men. But all the same, it was a sad sight to see the little houses burning and the rose bushes wither up in the pretty gardens and the pathetic groups of homeless women and children crying among the mints as we rode away. Like other Canadian troops, Morrison's gunners had signed on for a year, and the time to quit South Africa was fast approaching. The Royal Dragoons, Canadian Mounted Rifles, and Morrison's D Battery were leaving Smith-Dorrien's command after 19 days as part of the Belfast Flying Column that had seen 8 engagements with the Boers. In his farewell remarks, the general declared that he would choose no other mounted men in the world before them. Morrison wrote home that he did not realize how popular the Canadians were until the time came for them to go. Even the Boers praised them. As one old woman said to him, "We like you Canadians. I hope you will get home safe to your friends." The Royal Irish Band played the Colorado Niles out to the tune of Auld Lang Syne while the officers and men of the Gordon Highlanders lined the track and cheered themselves hoarse as their old comrades in arms passed by. In Pretoria, the Canadians turned over their horses to the British. As their train pulled out, there was a general expression of opinion that in the next war the Canadian troops should be formed into one division. Here were the first faint stirrings of Canadian nationalism that the war against the Boers had accelerated. Judging from the credit each arm has gained in the force they have fought in, they would unitedly form a combination it would be hard to equal, Morrison wrote proudly. That is the opinion that has been expressed by Imperial officers. It is half the battle to be acting in concert with troops you can thoroughly depend upon. It is everywhere admitted that many corps cannot adapt themselves to the work in hand the way Canadians do, and I suppose all colonials do. On December, when all colonial troops at Pretoria tendered a banquet for the Canadians, the praise lavished upon them caused Morrison to feel his head swelling as the truth gradually dawns that the term colonial, instead of being the designation of a people a little lower than the angels, was in future to be synonymous in the military Valhalla with that of Mars himself. The Royal Canadians reached Halifax to cheering crowds and flag-bedecked streets on January, and were in Ottawa 2 days later, where a reception followed. When it was over, Morrison climbed into a sleigh with a friend to make a run for home. As he did, a small boy he knew climbed in with him and snuggled down in the blankets as the sleigh dashed through the streets of the capital. "Mr. Morrison," he piped up, "did you have a nice time in the war?" Everybody laughed, but the more Dinky Morrison thought about it, the more he was sure that, in spite of everything, he had had a nice time. The last Canadians to leave South Africa were the hard-riding members, the fruits of the Strathcona horse, whose voyage to the Dark Continent was marred of victory by the death of horses from pneumonia, and another when the regiment was under canvas at Green Park Camp. These were replaced. No problem to the experienced frontiersmen who made up the unit. In June, the Strathconas were posted to the elite 3rd Mounted Brigade, commanded by the Earl of Dundonald. Steele told his men that they were brigade with one of the outstanding corps in South Africa. You must show them that you can scout a country as well as they can, but damn the Strathcona that gets lost. The physique of these Westerners impressed the British. Why did you bring such big men as mounted troops? General Buller asked Steele when they first met. Well, sir, Steele responded, I looked all over Canada and these were the smallest men I could find. Buller laughed at that. I am something of a liar myself, he said, but you beat me. The Strathconas established their reputation when one of their sergeants, Arthur Herbert Richardson, won the first Canadian Victoria Cross of the war. The decoration came as a result of a close-quarters skirmish between 38 Canadians and a party of 80 Boers. In the uneven battle, Corporal MacArthur of the Strathconas was wounded twice and had his horse shot from under him. Richardson, whose own horse was wounded, galloped to within 30 yards of the Boer position, threw the wounded man across his saddle, and dashed back to camp with the enemy in pursuit, one bullet puncturing his Stetson and two more ripping into his tunic. A 3-wire fence barred the way. Richardson's exhausted horse refused to cross it. The pursuing Boers were calling for Richardson to surrender when one of their bullets, missing the two Canadians, hit the horse in the shoulder, causing it to plunge forward, leap the wire, and gallop toward camp. The horse died an hour later, but by then Richardson and the wounded corporal were safe. An extremely modest man, Richardson represented the Northwest Mounted Police at the coronation of Edward VII in. Few of his friends knew he'd won the VC. For several years an impostor passed himself off as the gallant sergeant. Richardson did nothing to expose the hoax. When the regiment returned to Canada in March, their reputation preceded them. Buller himself had snowed them under with plaudits. I have never served with a nobler, braver, or more serviceable way to reveal how many officers commanding regiments on the veldt had asked for the Strathconas. Steele, after a short leave, returned to South Africa to take command of a division of another military unit, the South African Constabulary. More significant, perhaps, was the accolade from the commission established after the war to investigate and assess the disappointing British performance. It went out of its way to make an exception of the Canadians and had nothing but praise for the former Mountie. There is no better commander, its report declared, than the rough-riding colonel from Canada. By that time, with all the Canadians back home, the war had devolved into a series of guerrilla skirmishes, maddening the British who wanted the Boers to come out in the open and fight like men. Kitchener grew more ruthless. He increased the pressure on the Boer families that more recent had witnessed during his batteries burning Trek and set out to sweep the country clean of everything that could aid the guerrillas, horses, cattle, sheep, and yes, women and children, too. But where to put these families whose houses and farms had been destroyed? Certainly they must not be allowed to aid their menfolk. The answer was to herd them into relief camps along the railway lines that were quickly given the name concentration camps, a name that had the same grisly overtones it was to have 50 years later. In these camps, run on military lines, the diet was so poor that it abetted the spread of disease and ultimately led to death. It is true that the non-combatants had been stuffed into the camps in a sense for their own protection. But that does not excuse the ghastly statistics that disturbed a liberal-minded section of the British public. At Bloemfontein, to take one hideous example, half the children and 2/5 of the adult internees died. The overall death toll in the camps was but no newspaperman dared jeopardize his career reporting those figures. When the great American correspondent Richard Harding Davis moved over to the Boer side of the war and began to record enemy casualties, he was expelled from his London club. Hobhouse was able to accomplish what the journalists neglected. She managed to wangle permission to sail to South Africa and observe the camps firsthand. The overcrowding appalled her. There were already in the camps during her first visit and hundreds more arriving almost daily. But it was the death rate that sickened her. It was a death rate such as had never been known except in the time of the Great Plagues. The whole talk was of death. Who died yesterday? Who lay dying today? Who would be dead tomorrow? Back she went to England. There, her campaign against the camps created a tidal wave of shock. Others had serious concerns about the camps, but she had been there. And the death rates continued to rise. Percent per annum by October, and for children alone, about %. Near the end of Kitchener reversed his policy and ordered all column commanders to cease bringing women and children to the camps but to leave them with the guerrillas. At the same time schools were set up in the camps, and the death rate began to subside. By April, with the death rate down to % and peace negotiations underway, Joseph Chamberlain, always alive to the need for empire solidarity, hit upon a method of using the colonies to help in the education of the Boer children. He asked for volunteer teachers from all parts of the empire to travel to South Africa at Britain's expense to take part in the plan. In Canada, 1,000 applied, the colonial office wanted only 50, and these young women became the first Colorado Niles to take advantage of the offer. Maud Graham of Owen Sound, Ontario, Maud Graham, she styled herself in the fashion of the day, has left a spirited account of her 2-year adventure as a teacher among the Boers. Imagine, if you can, she wrote after her return to Canada, 40 girls of 100 years ago being taken on a trip half around the world, fated en route like princesses, all expenses and comforts provided by their government and paid £1 each for her services as teacher. Or imagine, if you can, 40 men of the present day being treated in a like manner. Corinthian out of Halifax on April, the remainder aboard the Lake Ontario from St. John a week later. In England they were treated as celebrities, wined and dined by various peers, and introduced at tea to royalty before setting off on their adventure. We Canadian teachers did not fancy our fellow passengers, the straight-laced Miss Graham recorded. There was a party of English teachers aboard who found it amusing to sit about the decks on the subaltern's knees, until the officer commanding put a stop to it. We were rather pleased to hear that these called us the Canadian snobs. They were curious about the Boers, of whom they had heard so much, most of it repulsive, some of it downright terrifying. When the ship reached St. Helena, where so many Boer prisoners were interned, they encountered a pleasantly helpful fair-haired young man, whereupon Gertrude Arbuckle of Summerside, PEI, asked if he would point out some Boers to the company. "Well, look at me, I'm one," he said, laugh ing at their surprise. He, too, was on army parole. In Cape Town, a government lighter brought news that peace had finally been signed. But there were no signs of rejoicing, not so much as a flag flying. We heard afterwards that the Cape people were not particularly elated, as they had made fortunes out of the war. The town itself was very dirty and swarming with people, fashionable women, dusky Cape women with gay scarves on their heads, Kaffirs, coolies, and khaki everywhere. The city was a jumble of handsome stone buildings and stuccoed native cottages, the roadways crammed with electric trams, donkey carts, carriages, cabs, ox wagons, and troops of cavalry. In this hot and humid metropolis they tried to buy some ice cream only to find the shopkeepers amazed and hilarious. Ices in the winter, they fairly shouted in derision. On the train trip north across the Great Karoo they passed a group of British Tommies on a siding. "You're going the wrong way," the soldiers yelled. Miss Graham noted the signs of war that were everywhere, a continuous entanglement of barbed wire surrounding every railway station, Kitchener's block houses of mud and stone fortified with washed stones, "Please throw us your old papers," then a hospital hedged with white wooden crosses and more graves scattered along the route, bones bleaching in the sun, heaps of tin cans, and dead cattle. At Norval's Point a peculiar smell assailed their nostrils as they moved into their tents. It was explained that this was the result of the weekly smearing of the floors with manure water to harden them. The doctors winked at the process, which had always been the custom in the poorer houses. Here Miss Graham settled into her routine, a morning hymn first, generally a moody and Sankey offering of which the Boer children were fond or, Dare to be a Daniel, another favorite. Then she called the roll, examined feet, hands, necks, and ears, sending the dirtiest children back to their tents to wash. The girls she found cleaner than the boys, odd wee men who wore shapeless hats and clothes made of mud-covered corduroy. Children with veldt sores were sent to the line. Nurses for treatment. These sores, hard to heal, were caused by poor food. In many cases the only food the children had was the camp soup. Miss Graham then unlocked the big cupboard and distributed slates to her charges for the morning lesson. One day at the end of June there was great excitement. A big Boer commando had surrendered and come into the camp, but the wives refused to believe peace had been signed and said they wouldn't believe it until they heard it from the Boer general, Christian de Wet, himself. They called their sons and husbands hands-uppers and proceeded to beat them with brooms and any other convenient weapon. As a result, the school superintendent telegraphed de Wet, who came 2 days later. For many it was a pathetic moment. Before he finished, Miss Graham recalled, everyone was in tears. The general said he had done his best in the war, no man could do more. They had fought bravely and had been fairly conquered. Now he advised them not to waste their energy in useless grumblings but to take advantage of the school. Work their farms well, and show the world what good stuff was in them. General's hand. He drew back. Your uncle was a traitor who surrendered with Cronje, and I cannot shake hands with such people, he said shortly, a reprimand that caused the child to cry bitterly. Miss Graham was posted to Maple Cottage, a school in the chief town, Forsyth, reached by a shocking road out of the town of Jagersfontein. Most of the residents of Forsyth had been wealthy before the war, but few had yet come home. The streets were littered with rubbish, broken furniture, wrecked pianos, empty tins, and dead animals. The shops were all shuttered, the fine homes broken into, and the big hotel in ruins. The 8-room schoolhouse had been sacked and turned by troops of yeomanry, Highlanders, and colonials. Every bit of furniture was smashed, every mirror in fragments, every mattress ripped up and scattered, every dish broken. This indescribable mixture of debris lay 6 inches deep on all the floors. A good organ was in fragments, the cadaver of a horse lay in the yard, and next door was a heap of dead sheep. The town library, too, had been sacked, all the silverware in the community looted, and, since there was no wood on the veldt, all the furniture used for firewood. Of 62 pianos in the town, only 2 escaped, 3 pipe organs had also been smashed. It seemed, Miss Graham wrote, as if the spirit of destruction had seized both sides equally, for Dutch and English agreed that what one side of the street had spared, the other had destroyed. A number of families had taken and kept an oath of neutrality under Roberts and, as a result, had suffered severely at the hands of their neighbors. One elderly woman showed Miss Graham her dining room suite, from which the leather had all been stripped to mend the uniforms of Dutch commandos. When she asked an officer why they had smashed all the mirrors, he replied, "If you had been on trek for 6 months without a chance to shave or have a haircut, you wouldn't ask that question." She and her fellow teacher, Miss Archibald, were not prepared for a cordial reception, but the townspeople were unexpectedly hospitable. They were greeted with presents of flowers, homemade, be bought at any price. If those Forsyth houses could have spoken, what a history they could have told of those vacant months, Miss Graham wrote, of the repeated attacks on the town from the blockhouses on the surrounding copies, with the Dutch making their last stand up in the big church tower, of the burning of the shopman's goods in the market square, of the women grinding com in the coffee mills to make coarse bread, of the long trek of the refugees to the various camps, or the east, of the end. Less succession of Highlanders, Dutch commandos, yeomanry, more Dutch, Driscoll's scouts, Remington's constabulary, all looting and all destroying. From the constabulary they were given the other side of the story, how one of their sergeants, a quiet little Australian, had been imprisoned in a Boer lager, stripped naked, and sent back on foot across the burning veldt to his own camp miles away, which he had reached almost dead, and how in one little village of Dopper, Dutch, the women and children had mobbed the house of the only British residents, in the absence of the father, and told the wife and girls what the Dutch intended to do with them as soon as they had driven the English into the sea, and then fired on the house. One day, when out for a stroll with Miss Archibald, Miss Graham heard the thunder of hoofs behind them. The rider dismounted and cried out, "Excuse me, but I'm a Canadian and I was looking out of the mess window when you passed by, and I knew you were Canadians by the way you go up the street as if you owned the town. The fellows said you were the new teachers, and I just had to come and speak to you. I hope you'll pardon me, but I haven't seen any but Dutch girls and Kaffirs for 3 mortal years." The 2 women were moved. We felt a pride in our country swelling as he stood there, 6 feet of well-developed young Canada, with fair hair and blue eyes gleaming out of his brown skin. The unconven tionality scarcely occurred to us, we were becoming accustomed to the friendly veldt fashion of greeting all strangers. Far from home was abetted when the 2 teachers encountered the members of an especially bitter and anti-British family on a nearby farm. One of the daughters, a little fair woman with golden curls, had been a Boer ambulance nurse and later a spy. She was an excellent seamstress and did some work for the teachers, all the while railing at the English and calling them white devils. "Why do you talk like that?" Miss Graham asked her. "We are British, remember." "Oh," she replied, "you may be British, but you are not English. You are Canadian, and we like Canadians. You come from a big free country and you are not stiff." The teachers all spent 2 years in South Africa. As Maud Graham and her friend Margaret de Wolf lolled against the rail of RMS Gaskin in Cape Town Harbor, preparing to leave for Canada, 1,000 uncertainties passed through our minds. The date was July, and now, watching Table Mountain looming dimly through the rain and mist, a counterpart to the scene that had greeted them 2 years before, they began to contrast. Their first and last impressions of the war-torn country. In there had been curiosity mingled with hope, in there was hope mingled with anxiety, vague and formless, it is true, as the tablecloth of mist hanging over the mountains, but none the less depressing. It seemed as if those veiled mountains were typical of the hidden future of the vast, silent country to which they belonged. The two talked about the ready adaptability of the South African temperament and agreed that, whenever there was a chance to be hopeful, everyone had the knack of shaking off trouble with the facility of children. The rains had arrived at last to banish the searing drought that had held the nation in thrall for almost 3 years. Some of the compensation promised after the war had been paid. The farms had regained a home-like appearance. Houses and fences were neatly repaired, and scarcely a trace of war remained. Not a yard of barbed wire entanglement was to be seen, nor a blockhouse. The big camps had vanished, save the occasional grave. They reached Southampton on July, spent 3 weeks visiting friends in England and Scotland, and were agreeably surprised at the increased interest shown in Canadian affairs. On August they sailed from Glasgow and reached Quebec City 9 days later. Back home in Owen Sound, Maud Graham was full of her experiences and found a willing audience. One friend, an old university acquaintance, listened to her story with enthusiasm and not a little longing. "I wish I were a girl," he told her. "You girls have the best of everything nowadays." And, as she was to note in her reminiscences, he was right. By this time in Canada, the South African War was history. With the Orange Free State and the Transvaal firmly attached to the Empire, the cult of imperialism seemed a little threadbare. It was not easy to talk about a just and Christian war when, after the fall of Pretoria, things began to turn nasty, a harbinger of later wars. Canada's role had been minuscule, as Dinky Morrison noted when a package of 2-month-old newspapers reached him at Belfast. "I notice," he wrote home, "that not a few newspapers and public men in Canada are talking about the sacrifices the Dominion has made for the Empire in this war. It might be well to go softly on this line. Surely the speakers or writers are not aware that Australia has over 10,000 troops out here, and that New Zealand, with a population of 500,000, has 2,000. The Dominion, with a population nearly 12 times that of New Zealand, sent out barely troops, all told, and 1/7 of that number were contributed by the private purse and patriotism of Lord Strathcona. But regarded strictly as a national sacrifice on the altar of our common country, the chilly statistics should deter wise people from boasting. In English Canada in the early months of the war, the victory at Paardeberg, the relief of Mafeking, and the fall of Pretoria had set off the actual figure was twice that. British Columbia remind us of the intensity of the imperial sentiment. When the news reached Toronto that Canadian troops had entered Pretoria, the city went berserk with joy, mounting the greatest celebration in its history. As the Toronto Star headlined it, a delirium of glee sweeps over the Queen City. Few Torontonians went to bed that night. Bonfires blazed at every corner. People poured into the street yelling, banging dinner pails and tin dishes, and sounding cowbells, trumpets, and kazoos. At King and Yonge the crowd was so dense it was impossible to cross the street. Processions of celebrants snaked through the city wearing or waving Union Jacks. One group broke into a store, seized all the fireworks, and set them off in the middle of the roadway. Men, women, and children danced in the streets, singing, shouting, and cheering. The following day the mayor declared a holiday, and more impromptu celebrations broke out with the news that Kruger had fled Africa for Holland. Yet it was also impossible for the most virulent jingoist not to feel a grudging admiration for the Boers' stubborn stand. The British had put troops in the field, the Boers a mere, and never more than, at any one time. Yet they had kept the Empire at bay for the best part of 2 years. As the war dragged on, tempers had cooled and enthusiasm waned. After the Articles of Surrender were signed, Toronto's Goldwin Smith, historian, journalist, and gadfly, published the kind of pamphlet he would not have dared to release at the height of the tumult. Titled In the Court of History, it had the subtitle An Apology for Canadians who were opposed to the South African War. Smith wrote that since the end of the war, the minds of Canadians must have been opened. They have all along been told, and have, no doubt, believed, that the Boer was a barbarian, a perfidious savage, a marauder, a brigand, a buccaneer, an assassin, a cateran, a dacoit, that civilized war could not be made with him, that the only way was to treat him as a robber and shoot him down, and that, from this, sickly sentimentalism alone would recoil. Own generals, welcomed by ministers, cheered by British crowds, honored by royalty itself. Is it not possible that they have been misled on other points by the same organs of information? Smith made the point that the position of the Boers, who left British rule to found two independent commonwealths, the Transvaal and the Orange Free State, somewhat resembled that of the founders of Canada, and that these people were politically barbarians, needing to be civilized by the Anglo-Saxon sword, is the suggestion of our Anglo-Saxon self-esteem. In the course of this debate, Smith wrote, it had more than once cropped up in certain quarters that equal rights, the professed object of the war, is intended only for white men, an ominous insinuation for an empire, 5/6 of the population of which are colored, and whose ally is Japan. Such is the growing sentiment. England prides herself on having abolished slavery. Is it certain that she would do it now? In the craving of the mine owners of Johannesburg for labor forced and cheap, we see, as far as they are concerned, the main object of war. Smith listed other British war aims: the suppression of Boer independence, the extension of British supremacy over the whole of South Africa, the possession of the mines, combined with revenge for Majuba Hill. Again, Smith saw a Canadian parallel to the struggle of the Boers. Wilfrid Laurier was the worthy representative of a race, the history of which resembled that of the Dutch in South Africa. Conquered, and politically depressed by the conquerors, it had been forced to strike for its rights, which, after a struggle, it had won. In the British loyalists at Cape Colony, pouring out their vengeance on the rebels. Sir Wilfrid Laurier might see the counterparts of the British loyalists in Canada, who, because they were not allowed to set their feet on the neck of the French Canadians, stoned the Governor-General and set fire to the Parliament House in Montreal. Smith suggested another wicked little parallel. The British had treated the Transvaal as a foreign state until the Uitlanders began to pour in. Men were to claim for its citizens now pouring into British Columbia and the Northwest, participation in the government of Canada. What are the fruits of the war? Smith asked. Who gains by it? Later he answered that question. From the Canadian point of view, Laurier had vowed he would not allow Canada to be drawn into the vortex of European militarism. But Smith predicted, with considerable prescience, that the Prime Minister has only to look around him to see that Canada is on the very edge of that vortex, and in imminent danger of being sucked down. Who gained by the war? Certainly Canada gained a new feeling of self-confidence. A new power has risen in the West, Laurier boasted after Audiobook. With the Western boom gathering momentum and the embattled Canadians earning the plaudits of the British, he could be forgiven such moments of buoyancy. But he, more than most, knew only too well what the war had done to national unity. 4 months. Some sections of the Francophone press had been taunting English-speaking Canadians over British defeats in South Africa. Then, on March, 2 days after the Audiobook victory, a gang of McGill students, noticing an absence of flags above the Montreal offices of La Presse, La Patrie, and Le Journal, attacked their headquarters and then the Montreal branch of Laval University itself. The following day students from Laval responded, singing La Marseillaise and waving the French tricolor. They were stopped before they could reach McGill, but that evening an English-speaking mob of students, citizens, and town ruffians, fortified with free beer supplied by the jingoistic Montreal Star, prepared to attack Laval with frozen potatoes, sticks, and iron bars, only to be turned back when the police sprayed them with water hoses. In retaliation, the crowds broke every window in the Laval buildings. Thus did a foreign adventure serve to widen the split between Canada's two opposing cultures. The war against the Boers had shown up the deficiencies in the Canadian militia, the Saturday night soldiers who would be called on to defend the country in case of need and would make up a manpower. Donald, the British peer chosen by Lord Roberts to head the militia in Canada, discovered that these men were either untrained or badly trained and that Canada itself seemed unworried by any prospect of invasion. He told a dinner at the Montreal Military Institute that there were in Canada those who believed that in order to keep transgressors out, all Canadians had to do was to stick up a notice board, "This is Canada." With those views, he said, he had no sympathy. He would very much prefer to see men with rifles in their hands behind the notice boards. The real problem was political patronage. One of his predecessors, Major General Sir William Gascoigne, wrote to him in December, "You of all men will be little startled at the way military consideration outweighs everything, merit or good service." Dundonald had a practical lesson that same month when, while visiting a group of South African war veterans, he noticed a broken window in the drill hall, through which the rain was pouring. Why hadn't it been fixed? The colonel in charge told him that the problem had existed for some time, but the Liberal Glazier was ill, and he had to wait for his recovery, as he was not allowed to get the work done by a Conservative. The matter came to a head when Dundonald learned that the Minister of Agriculture, Sidney Fisher, had interfered in the appointment of an adjutant of the 13th Scottish Light Dragoons. In a speech to the Montreal garrison of the Military Institute on June, he attacked political interference on purely military matters. He went on to say, "I care not who the man is, if he advances one man or penalizes another on account of the political color of his party, I say that man, whoever he may be, is not a friend of this country." He then mentioned Fisher by name and outlined the incident, which he described as a gross instance of political interference. That did it. Parliamentary debate followed, and 10 days after Dundonald spoke he was fired by Frederick Borden, the Minister of Defence who was the Liberal cousin of the Conservative leader, Robert Borden. The public, apparently, was less concerned about political patronage of a British peer interfering in Canadian politics, a sentiment that Mackenzie King would use to his advantage more than 20 years later. Her successes in South Africa were beginning to work a subtle change on Canada's attitudes toward the mother country. After all, hadn't Britain bungled the war in the early months? Hadn't she called on Canadian Rough Riders to help her out of her difficulties? What business had a British blue blood, even a war hero like Dundonald, publicly spanking a Canadian cabinet minister? The world was changing. In the new century, political patronage would become less blatant and the tools of battle more efficient. The South African War provided Canadians with a skewed vision of what war was all about. After all, they had known no other since. It did not occur, apparently, to any military or political leader that war was about to change as a result of the magazine rifle and the machine gun. But it did occur to a Russian-Polish banker and railway magnate, Ivan S. Bloch, who, produced a remarkable work, Is War Now Impossible? In it he made a series of prescient predictions. The day of the bayonet is over. The outward and visible sign of the end of war was the introduction of the magazine rifle. The rifle of tomorrow will be 40 times as effective as the Chassepot was in the Franco-Prussian War. The artillery of today is at least times more deadly than the batteries that went into action in. Everybody will be entrenched in the next war. It will be a great war of entrenchments. The spade will be as indispensable to the soldier as his rifle. Battles will last for days, and at the end it is very doubtful whether any decisive victory can be gained. The next war will be a long war. All wars will of necessity partake of the characteristic of siege operations. That bloodbath took place when he predicted that in front of any defended position, there would be formed a belt yards wide over which will fly thousands and thousands of bullets and shells, a belt in which no living thing could exist. He was, of course, ignored by the military leaders in their myopia. One general referred to his work as trash. For Bloch was an outsider, a civilian, a businessman, a foreigner, and, worst of all, a Jew. The Boer War confirmed the military in its mindset in which armed conflict was seen as an acceptable device in international politics. It also convinced a generation of young Canadians that war was not terribly dangerous. Ivan Bloch had predicted that future conflicts would be long, exhausting wars of attrition that would drag on until one side was too exhausted and too depleted to continue. That is exactly what happened. But, especially for Canada, the Boer conflict had been, in army parlance, a piece of cake. Of the Canadians who went off to war in South Africa, a mere were killed, and half of these succumbed to disease, not bullets. The Boers were beaten in the end, the Empire prevailed, and the international saber-rattling that provoked the next war continued. The three wars that dominated the first half of the 20th century can be seen as being as closely interlinked as an ivory puzzle. Each was launched in an atmosphere of sunny optimism. No red-tabbed general had the wit to absorb the chill mathematics of the despised Ivan Block. Home by Christmas. That hollow promise, regurgitated at the start of each new conflict, quickened the blood of the young men who could not bear to be left out of the next great adventure. And so each war led to the next. The South African adventure made war look glamorous and relatively painless. It helped create an atmosphere of belligerence in which nations competed with one another for military supremacy in the belief that the next war would be a brief, successful skirmish in which right would prevail. It was this posturing that led directly to the war that was supposed to end all wars. In fact, that one turned out to be so devastating that its survivors dreaded to do battle. The worst war of all, a hot war that spawned a Cold War, one that again saw Canadians locked in battle in a strange and distant land whose lawn gauge they could not understand, all in the name of empire solidarity, not the old empire, but its successor, whose imperial masters pulled the strings from the new center of the Western world, just south of the famous unfortified border. Percent. The legacy of optimism, the boundary, the Western delirium, the new woman, the tin pot navy. A year after the Boer War ended, Canada came as close to armed boundary flicked with the United States as she had since the rancorous days of. The empire had lost some of its sheen in the face of the unexpected Boer victories, and the new imperialists were hard put to defend it, especially after the reports from the South African concentration camps. In Sarah Jeanette Duncan's The Imperialist, published in her protagonist, Lome Murchison, tries to polish the tarnished creed by persuading his listeners that the empire is the real bulwark against American culture and economic invasion. If we would preserve ourselves as a nation, it has become our business not only to reject American overtures in favor of the overtures of our own great England, he declares, but to keep watch and actively resist American influence. We often say that we fear no invasion from the South, but the armies of the South have already crossed the border. To any Canadian nationalist in the later years of the century, those words would have a certain resonance. In the critical year of, when Duncan finished writing her novel, they hit home with all the power of a truncheon. To Canada's great humiliation, the Alaska-bound Erie dispute was settled in favor of the United States, unleashing a firestorm of resentment as much against the perfidious English as the arrogant Yankees. The border between Alaska and Canada had been in contention since the Klondike Stampede. The Reveled coastline, a series of deep fjords and inlets, added to the confusion. The United States claimed a continuous section of unbroken coastline, while Canada wanted to control the heads of certain fjords, especially the Lynn Canal that gave access to the Yukon interior and would make Skagway a Canadian town. Canada's position was already weak because during the Klondike Rush she had not protested American control of Skagway and its twin town, Dyea. Indeed, she had tacitly accepted U.S. claims to the Alaskan territory by contemplating an all-Canadian railway or wagon road to circumvent the U.S. customs barrier. Through a tribunal of 6 impartial jurists of repute, 3 to be appointed by the U.S. President, 3 by Great Britain. Impartial. The word stuck in the Canadian craw. The British took the conditions seriously. Sir Louis Jette, the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec, Alan B. Aylesworth, a distinguished Toronto lawyer, and Lord Alverstone, the Chief Justice of England, would make up the Canadian team. But the so-called jurists on the American side were anything but unbiased, having been carefully selected by President Theodore Roosevelt to make sure that the United States got exactly what it wanted. Elihu Root could scarcely be called impartial, since he was Roosevelt's Secretary of War. Nor could ex-Senator George Turner, who came from Washington, a state that had already shown its bias. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, one of the leading professional Anglophobes in the country, was already committed publicly and before the fact against the Canadian position. The press reports of these appointments shook Canadians. Lord Minto saw them as a breach of faith and declared Canada a victim of sharp practice. The bellicose U.S. president made it clear to his nominees that should the verdict go to Canada, he would seize the disputed area by force. In March, he ordered Root to have troops sent as unostentatiously as possible to southern Alaska. If necessary, the big stick methods for which he was known would solve the problem. In London, it was an open secret that Canada was going to lose the dispute. "We are a small dog in a fight with a big dog," Laurier remarked as Canadians did their best to use the English press to demand British support. Cross-border insults became more frequent, and all pretense at impartiality vanished. To Lodge, the Canadians were a collection of bump-tious provincial bullies bent on blackmailing the British into support. Canadian opinion was blinded by over-optimism and a new confidence brought on by the war and the Western boom, by the success of the Liberal government's immigration program, by a resentful anti-Americanism, and by an enthusiasm for imperial unity. Canada had sent 2 contingents to South Africa at Britain's request, as well. Dispute. But Great Britain, while paying lip service to the Canadian claim, seemed remarkably indifferent to the outcome. With their diplomatic influence weakened by events in South Africa, the British had more serious concerns. If necessary, the Foreign Office was prepared to sacrifice British colonial relations with Canada in order to maintain her international relations with the United States. Roosevelt believed, with Lodge, that the Canadians didn't have a leg to stand on. Such was the political atmosphere when the tribunal met in London in October. On the 20th, the verdict was in 4 votes to 2 in favor of the United States, and the deciding vote against Canada had been cast by Lord Alverstone. The Canadian members of the tribunal angrily refused to sign the resultant document. The country was stunned, infuriated, and humiliated by the British peer's perfidy. It was generally assumed that he had knuckled under to the Americans in the interest of continuing good relations between the 2 countries. But, to be fair, the Canadian case was weak, and certainly Alverstone must have considered the consequences had he voted the other way. It could, in fact, have led to war. These subtle considerations were not voiced by the Canadian press or public. Canada seems to have been butchered by Alverstone to make a United States holiday, cried the Ottawa Journal. The Hamilton Herald was revolted that Lord Alverstone had, weakly and shamefully yielded, to the Americans. Clifford Sifton told his editor, John W. Defoe, that the United States was going to be the biggest bully the world has ever seen, and Defoe responded in the Manitoba Free Press that the Boundary Award was damning evidence of Great Britain's subservience to the United States when the latter's interest conflicts with those of Canada. Canada's ministers were tricked and deluded from the start, the Montreal Herald declared, adding a wicked little joke. Teacher, describe Canada. Pupil, Canada is that proportion of North America the United States doesn't want. Ing down at a slumbering John Bull and asking, let me see what else there is in sight now. Significantly, the full fury of press and public was directed not at the villainous Americans but at the mother country. Alexander Muir, author of The Maple Leaf Forever, Canada's closest approximation to a national anthem, got permission to fly the Union Jack at half-mast at the Toronto school where he was principal. In British Columbia, an audience booed the singing of God Save the King. A group of Vancouver's leading citizens declared they would not sing it at all unless Great Britain justified herself. In the heated reaction to the border dispute, an awakening Canadian nationalism could be discerned. The Globe, for example, accused the British ambassador in Washington of acting as a stool pigeon for the United States in Canadian matters. People began to talk of the need for official Canadian representation in the American capital. There were even murmurs advocating separation from the mother country. Undoubtedly, this perceived betrayal contributed to the twilight of the new imperialism. As Look Canada declared, Mr. Chamberlain has given it to us in the neck. The decision is a rude blow to the cause of Imperial Canada. And also, one might add, a rude blow to the colonial secretary's dream of a centralized and unified empire. The tie bind ing Britain to Canada has been dangerously strained, one writer in the Outlook announced. And so it had. Yet other ties were strengthened. For once, Canadians stood united against what they considered an injustice. All the little cracks and fissures that had disfigured the body politic were, for a time at least, papered over. The Alaska boundary dispute marked a watershed in the relations between Canada and the mother country. Never again would the British connection seem so solid, never again would the imperial shield seem quite so comforting. The burgeoning Dominion was reach ing the point where it could ill afford to leave its international affairs in foreign hands. 5 years after the Boundary Tribunal brought down its report, Laurier established the first Department of External Affairs. with the imperial past. The heady scent of independence was in the air. To all this there was an unexpected but ironic corollary. In distant ing the country from the embrace of the old empire, the squabble over the Alaska Panhandle had unwittingly nudged it into the arms of the new. Despite all the anti-American cries, the hand-wringing over Teddy Roosevelt's big stick, and the genuine suspicions of Yankee motives, Canada found herself more firmly than ever within the continental orbit. In the peaceful decade following the South African conflict, Canada, Western enriched by her new Western Empire, was close to becoming the bread, delirium basket of the world. The Great War would tear Europe apart, but by its end, Canada would zoom past her competitors to become the second largest exporter of wheat, next to the United States. 5 years later she would be in first place, exporting as much wheat to feed the post-war world as her two closest rivals, the United States and Argentina, combined. This was a remarkable achievement for a small, developing country, by far the tiniest of the three, with a population that had not yet reached 10 million. It was no accident. In the continuing drama of Canadian wheat the leading actors were two remarkable but utterly dissimilar creatures. One was a frail and sickly scientist, Charles Saunders of the Dominion Experimental Farm, who would rather play the flute than scribble chemical equations. The other was Laurier's shrewd, hard-driving Minister of the Interior. Saunders supplied the product, Marquis wheat. Clifford Sifton supplied the producers, the immigrant hordes who tilled the rich loam of the land the tub-thumpers called the last best West. Of this oddly assorted pair, who probably never encountered one another, it is the politician who gets the space in the history books but the scientist who deserves the greater accolade. Thin as a reed, docile as a puppy, he was overshadowed by his domineering father, William, who was his predecessor at what became the experimental farm and I always go where I am pushed, the son once admitted, and off he went meekly, at the age of 36, to become the new Dominion cerealist and change the wheat economy of Canada. Charles Saunders was destined to perfect the most valuable plant in the world. Yet his years in Ottawa were so unhappy that he could never remember them, without pain, without a sick feeling. The elder Saunders, a demanding perfectionist, was never satisfied with his son's progress. Something of his formidable character can be divined from the knowledge that in a single year he sent out letters, checking each personally, even licking the stamps on most of the envelopes. Charles Saunders arrived in Ottawa when the prairies were filling up with farmers to harvest the provender of the plains. Alas, the harsh autumn frosts could destroy crop after crop before the kernels of wheat ripened. A new, faster maturing strain was needed. Saunders' task was to find it. Had his father not pushed him, Marquis wheat would probably never have been developed. Where did it come from? That was the mystery. The standard crop since the 1880s was red fife, prized by millers and bakers alike. Its Canadian origin sprang from a handful of unusual kernels spotted on a Glasgow dock by a sharp-eyed Scot in a shipment of wheat from Poland and sent into a friend, David Fife, at his Ontario farm. Thus did a chance observation help the wheat economy of Canada evolve. The elder Saunders, in his search for a fast-maturing wheat, had already tried crossing several varieties with red fife, including one early ripening seed from India, hard red Calcutta. Hard red, however, was actually a mixture. In a few generations the cross had resulted in a bewildering number of varieties. Thus, when Charles Saunders went to work he was faced with a needle-in-a-haystack situation of almost 100 varieties, each containing several strains. In this maddeningly complex family of kernels, surely there must be one early maturing strain. But how to find it? A less persevering man might have given up. Not Charles. Patiently, day after day, month after month, he examined one head after another. Elastic mass, using his teeth as grindstones to determine the milling qualities of those that seemed to mature most quickly and using his mouth as a kind of oven to substitute for the one he couldn't afford. From the hundreds of grains he investigated, one emerged that seemed to have possibilities. These few kernels, 12 in all, he hoarded like gold, planting them in a single plot. He stored the yield from his tiny crop, a few ounces, over the winter in a paper packet, named the new strain Marquis, and after planting it the following year literally masticated his way into history. As he chewed away he carefully examined the color. Was it too yellow? Or was it pale cream, the kind the bakers preferred? How would it behave in the baking process? The more rubber-like the result, the more gluten per kernel. the bigger the loaf that could be made from the flour. Chewing on Marquis kernels, he was elated to realize that the new wheat had all the qualities to make good, firm bread. His jaws must have ached, for he had been chewing his way through hundreds of samples, chewing by day and presiding with his wife, a talented mezzo-soprano, over musical soirees by night. Music was a form of release from his dominating father. By the autumn of, after carefully husbanding the precious kernels, Charles Saunders had produced a bushel of Marquis wheat, which would soon overshadow Red Fife on the farms of the West. Tens of thousands of farmers working on millions of acres profited from his efforts. Marquis matured 2 weeks before Red Fife, pushing the Arctic back by 200 miles and justifying the construction of new railway lines farther north. By the spring of, farmers on both sides of the border had sown Marquis on million acres, just 15 years after the first single kernel had been planted and nourished in Ottawa. For almost a century, wheat has been one of Canada's staple products, the key not only to Western prosperity but also to the Western raison d'etre. Without Marquis wheat, where would this country sit as a major trading nation? No wonder that historians consider Sir Charles Edward Saunders' concert hall to the laboratory, who once tried to escape to Germany to study with a celebrated flautist, but who was persuaded by his strong-willed parent to forsake a musical career. While Saunders was munching away on wheat kernels in the early days of the century, Clifford Sifton was masterminding Wilfrid Laurier's massive immigration drive that transformed the nation in the years before the Great War. Sifton knew exactly what kind of people he wanted and also what kind he didn't want. In this he echoed the sentiments of the vast majority of Canadians. They wanted white people, not swarthy Mediterraneans. Sifton made it clear that he didn't want anything done to facilitate Italian immigration. Canada wanted farmers, not bricklayers. Laurier himself cancelled a plan to bring in a small number of Romanian, Jewish farmers. "I do not favor this movement," he said bluntly. The contrast between the Canadian approach to immigration and the legendary American attitude as expressed on the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty, "Give me you're tired, you're poor, / your huddled masses yearning to breathe free," is striking. The message to the new Americans was, "What can we do for you?" The message to the would-be Canadians was, "What can you do for us?" In the United States, the immigration boom of the 19th century was fueled with genuine idealism. While the Americans saw their country as a haven for the downtrodden, the Canadian government welcomed only those who would contribute to the nation's wealth. Sifton did not want the wretched refuse of your teeming shores. He wanted sturdy farmers, preferably of good British stock who would not dilute established bloodlines. To Canada's chagrin, he could not get them. What English yeoman wanted to leave the prosperous calm fort of his holdings to gamble his future on the cold prairie steppe? When an ecclesiastical conman, Isaac Barr, persuaded 2,000 gullible Englishmen to set up an all-British colony in the Canadian West, it soon became apparent that these wide-eyed immigrants were white-collar workers from England's industrial hives with no farming experience and no understanding of Canadian conditions. Foreigners, but northern foreigners, since it was his belief that southern peoples would not make good farmers. Germans and Scandinavians were acceptable, and so were the sheepskin-clad serfs from northeastern Europe, Ukrainians, Poles, and Austro-Hungarian Slavs. All of these were lumped together under a single ethnic name, Galician, because so many came from the old Austrian province of Galicia, where life had become unbearable and land impossible to obtain. The liberal half of the country endured them for political reasons. Since they were Sifton's babies, the conservative half wanted no part of them. To the Tories, the Galicians were filth and vermin. The Galicians scrubbed themselves clean as soon as they climbed out of the crowded, stinking holds of the Atlantic steamers. But the opposition press labeled them a vile and shiftless people, the Edmonton Bulletin, and social sewage, the Ottawa Citizen. Hugh John Macdonald, son of Canada's first Prime Minister, called them a mongrel race. Rodmond Roblin, Premier of Manitoba, considered them foreign trash and denied them the provincial vote. Since they already had the federal franchise, Roblin changed his tactics during the election campaign to praise their diligence, their intelligence, their sobriety, and their generally estimable character. The fear that the all-white Anglo-Celtic community north of the 49th parallel would be diluted, mongrelized, by an influx of strangers was a very real one that still exists, watered down but ever present, in the 21st century. The saintly J.S. Wordsworth succumbed to it when he wrote that, people emerging from serfdom, accustomed to despotism, untrained in the principles of responsible government, without patriotism, such a people are totally unfit to be trusted with the ballot. It is strange to read those words, uttered by one of the country's greatest humanitarians, but Wordsworth was very much a product of his time, a time when it was universally accepted that only the civilized white race could control its destiny and that lesser peoples would not only take jobs from good Canadians but would also be a burden on the taxpayers. Tie into the American Midwest. It was slowly dawning on Canadians that Americans were everything the British were not. They weren't paupers. They actually arrived in Canada with money, for they had sold their original farms in the United States for fancy sums and could buy more Canadian land for less. They were quiet, they spoke English, and most were of Anglo-Celtic extraction. They were go-getters who wanted to work. They mixed cheerfully with their neighbors, adapted easily to the orderly Canadian lifestyle, and would not dilute the ethnic and religious base that the older generation of Canadians prized so highly. The Americans contributed to the loosening of imperial ties unwittingly fostered by Canada's immigration policy. They became enthusiastic Canadians whose aggressive presence in their adopted country helped pave the way for the decline of imperialism and the creation of the British Commonwealth. By 1/3 of all the settlers in the West would have no sentimental attachment to the empire. The British-born would storm the recruiting offices. But the newcomers, both the Americans and the Europeans, having rejected Europe, would, in large part, cling to the land and seek exemptions for their sons, thus widening a growing disaffection between the two Canadas that persists to this day. Canadians are sometimes thought of as a quiet, self-effacing people, crouching in the shadow of their more effusive neighbor. But Canada in the early years of the 20th century indulged in a hyperbolic outpouring of press agentry that would daunt the most aggressive Madison Avenue flack today, the political brainchild of Clifford Sifton in his unprecedented efforts to settle the last best West. Unlike Charles Saunders, Sifton made his work his life. He had the reputation of staying at his desk all night, leaving behind a pile of work for his clerks at dawn and returning at 10 o'clock looking as fresh as ever. A consummate politician, he drove himself time and again into a state of exhaustion marked by bouts of high blood pressure, insomnia, and nervous collapse. During the Manitoba provincial election he had reached a point where he could neither eat, rest, nor sleep. Yet the world ended his political career. In spite of this, the sickly, nervous insomniac has retained his reputation as an iron man. It was not his constitution that drove him, it was his iron will. As Minister of the Interior he was determined to saturate the world with propaganda about Canada. By the blizzard of pamphlets pouring from his office trumpeting the glories of this northern neverland, where words such as cold, snow, and even frost were taboo, had passed the million mark. Sifton, the young Napoleon of the West, dispatched an army of proselytizers into the United States and across Europe, armed with samples of grain, photographs of prairie homesteads, and magic lanterns to spread the gospel. He even hired the United States' leading adventure novelist, James Oliver Curwood, to publicize the Canadian Northwest. Curwood, the author of novels whose work inspired no fewer than motion pictures, responded by inventing the slogan God's Country to combat the notion that Canada was a forbidding land of ice and snow. Mammon's Country would have been an equally accurate description. Sifton's press agentry helped create the railway madness that infected the nation. Politicians and pioneers alike made their obeisance to the Great God Railway. Railway created new communities and enriched old ones. Railway turned minor Irish contractors into captains of industry. Railway hoisted ambitious politicians up the slippery ladder of advancement. Railway promised a glittering future of turreted hotels crowded with free, spending visitors. Railway not only meant wealth, railway was wealth. And soon, thanks to Charles Saunders' remarkable development of Marquis wheat, there would be room for more railways to the north of the entrenched and, to Westerners, much despised Canadian Pacific, 2 more, in fact. It was insane. The 2 new lines often ran parallel to one another, sometimes on twin bridges. Through mountains and across plains. In the end they bled the country white. The sensible solution would have been to amalgamate the 2 companies, but rivalries and personal jealousies and ambitions conspired against that. The West favored the Canadian Northern, a jerry-built by two railroad buccaneers, William Mackenzie, an ex-school teacher with aristocratic features, and his black-bearded, bull-like partner, Donald Mann. Easterners dismissed them as a pair of backwoods money grubbers, and few believed they could actually build a transcontinental line. Laurier distrusted both as pushy entrepreneurs but warmed to the urbane and erudite Sir Charles Rivers Wilson, a British diplomat who was president of the rival Grand Trunk and its subsidiary, the Grand Trunk Pacific, and who knew no more about railways than the Prime Minister himself. That preference reflected an ingrained central Canadian snobbery that would prove costly to the nation. In leaning toward the Grand Trunk, Laurier unwittingly committed himself to both railways. The Prairie Provinces and British Columbia were eager to shore up the Canadian Northern's credit by guaranteeing its bonds. The pressure from the West was so great that the federal government found it must support the stubborn backwoods line, which managed to gobble up another $1 million in bond guarantees from Ottawa alone between and. In the end, Laurier, weary of the Byzantine negotiations between the two companies, proposed a compromise. That turned out to be the worst possible solution. There would be another railway, the National Transcontinental, running from Moncton, New Brunswick, to Port Simpson on the Pacific coast. The Grand Trunk subsidiary, Grand Trunk Pacific, would build the western half from Winnipeg to British Columbia. The Canadian government would pay for the rest, including the unprofitable line crossing the formidable Precambrian Shield. Once it was built, the Grand Trunk would lease the government line. For Rivers Wilson it was a sweetheart deal. The government was to build the difficult half of the railway and, in fact, underwrite the cost of the rest. Laurier had to use all his eloquence to push it through the House in. This elaborate scheme cost twice as much as it should have, but in those starry-eyed days, who counted the cost? Laurier was convinced he was ushering in Canada's century, a point he made on too public. Because of its railway policy. Canada had been hornswoggled into supporting three transcontinental lines, the CPR, the Canadian Northern, and the Grand Trunk National Transcontinental Complex. But the nation believed, with Laurier, that the population would soar to 100 million by the year, by which time there would be room for no fewer than 5 railways. In the heady days following the creation of Saskatchewan and Alberta, anything seemed possible. The real estate market went crazy as paper communities sprang up magically on the realtors' doctored maps. The future seemed as golden as the fields of ripening wheat. Europe was in turmoil, but then Europe was always in turmoil. Canada was infected with a kind of goofy optimism. Everybody expected the boom to last forever. No one considered the possibility of war, a few Balkan skirmishes, maybe, but nothing that couldn't be finished by Christmas. Boer War came like a thunderclap, following hard on the equally sudden collapse of the real estate boom. If these crises had been avoided, it is possible that at least one of the new intercontinental railways could have survived. But the war ended that pipe dream. The lines were being built with borrowed money, and the new conflict, when it came, dried up the market for real estate bonds. The end was inevitable, but the inevitable had to wait until the war was won. Then the government, which owned them anyway, took over the two faltering lines, merged them into the Canadian National Railway System, and shouldered the crushing burden of debt. That debt was so large it exceeded the total amount spent on relief during the first 4 years of the Great Depression of the 30s. For years Canadian taxpayers had to pay for the cost of the delirium that seized the West in the glory days before the Great War. In the century's first decade, 2 crosswinds blew across the new Canada, fueled by the Western boom. One was almost entirely masculine, the drive for material progress that reached tornado-like proportions before the Great War and seized civic boosters, politicians, gamblers, and get-rich-quick promoters alike. The other was largely feminine, a gentle but insistent breeze that slowly extinguished the old Victorianism with a growing concern for women's rights, social progress, and the evils of the demon rum. It began with the New Woman movement and was followed by the temperance movement that led in turn to the suffragist movement. The Great War, which changed so much, silenced the shrill feminist pleas for recognition in the interests of a more pressing cause, but only temporarily. In the end the women got what they wanted, confirming the predictions of Kit of the Mail that the man who stands in the path of the new woman can be compared to an idiot attempting to force back a tidal wave with a cricket bat. It has been said that the new woman rode into the 20th century on a bicycle. The new mobility was at odds with morality. The chain sprocket drive heralded the advent of the much-despised, pad-like bloomer and the demise of Victorian dress. The diehards clung to the old myths and invented some new ones. The editor of the Dominion Medicine Monthly insisted that bicycle riding produced in the female a distinct orgasm. But even Kit, who was something of a new woman herself, was aghast when one exponent of the fad, Rosa Burke, boldly challenged all and sundry in the female world to a boxing match. Worse, the challenge was taken up by a gazelle with soft, dark eyes, who, horror of horrors, declared she was prepared to strip to the waist for the event. For Kit, things were moving a little too fast. Now advances the muscular maiden, and throws a dynamite bomb into the heart of society, she wrote in dismay. The new woman had many guises. Pauline Johnson was very much the new woman. Lane of the Victorian era. Spirited, passionate, uncompromising, she recited her own poetry in every kind of environment, from pool hall to undertaking parlor. An effervescent and emotional performer with an hourglass figure, she kept her audience enthralled for 3 hours at a time and drew crowds wherever she went. Brave men went weak when she smiled, one biographer wrote. When occasion seemed to demand it, she was not above uttering a blood-curdling war whoop. As sophisticated as she was flamboyant, she had a good many love affairs and was engaged, but not married, several times. Her energy seemed inexhaustible. She once managed to cram performances in 4 different provinces into a single week, reciting her own verse, including the popular favorite, the song My Paddle Sings. According to one biographer, Peter Onwin, she rode on trains that were wrecked, sailed on ships that sank, and slept in hotels that burned down around her. As the daughter of a Mohawk chief and the shy, delicate sister of an Anglican missionary, she loved to play on her mixed heritage. For the first half of her recital she appeared in beaded buckskins, sash, moccasins, and feathered headdress. After the intermission she glided onto the stage, a beautiful and buxom young woman in a long white satin evening dress. This unexpected transformation never failed to bring gasps of surprise from the audience. Pauline Johnson was not a reformer. She simply made her way into a man's world without apology and was quite prepared to give as good as she got. But reform was in the air in the years immediately following the Boer War, and at times it took on the trappings of a fad, like ragtime music. In Sarah Jeanette Duncan's novel Social Departure, a group of women sets off on a world tour, unchaperoned, declaring that life amounts to very little in this age if one cannot institute a reform of some sort. They are glad to identify themselves with the spirit of the times and are thankful that we had thought of a reform before they were all used up. To Emily Murphy, another new woman, who was to become the game. By the time she reached the West as a parson's wife she was already widely known by her pen name, Janie Canuck. She had chosen that defiant pseudonym during a sea voyage among some snobbish English passengers who sniffed that Canada was a small community of fourth-rate, half-educated people. Irked by such disdain, she decided to emphasize that she was neither a Yankee nor an Englishwoman but the proud female counterpart of Jack Canuck. Murphy's determined crusade for social reform began to pay off when, the Alberta government passed the law that made it illegal for a husband to will away his wife's third of their property. Ahead of her lay the famous case in which the British Privy Council made the final decision that women were persons too, a decision that seems inarguable to us today but was considered outrageous by many when it was first advanced. That ruling, however, would have to wait as so many things had to wait, until the coming war was fought and won. Between and the country was on hold. The railway crisis, social reform, the women's movement would all have to be postponed while men struggled and died in the murderous Flanders muck. In Emily Murphy's era, there was no shortage of social conditions waiting to be reformed. One had only to call as evidence an industrial quarter of Old Montreal that Herbert Brown aims in his sociological study called The City Below the Hill. Bisected by Rue Notre Dame, this teeming semi-slum had a population of working-class Montrealers equally divided among English, French, and Irish. Water Closet Ames, as he was called, fought an 8-year war against this unsanitary abomination. His revelations were devastating. The statistics showed that a quarter of all the children born in the area died in their first year. That was twice the infant mortality rate of New York and made Montreal the most dangerous city in the Western world in which to be born. In these foul surroundings, the meticulous Ames, a future member of Parliament, counted licensed Saloons and another grocery stores selling liquor. Booze, cheap, raw, and easily available, was Montreal. And in Winnipeg, 24 hotels on Main Street and 24 others crammed together on side streets all served liquor. The prevalence of saloons launched the women into action. Founded in, the Women's Christian Temperance Union had by the turn of the century 10,000 paid-up members in Canada, all on the warpath against the sale and use of alcohol. Demon rum. We use those words in jest today, but the reformers took it with deadly seriousness. As one catchphrase put it, it turns men into demons and makes women an easy prey to lust. The quintessential tale of voluntary abstinence concerns two of Hart Massey's sons, Walter and Fred Victor, who, parched with thirst while crossing the Sahara, bluntly refused the only drink available because it was wine and struggled on to the next oasis. Early temperance movements rallied round the driving force of the WCTU. We tend to patronize these earnest women in their stately black, chorusing like gospel singers. Such temperance ballads as Cold Water Glee, Cold Water Pure, Cold Water Free the Drink. For you, the drink for me. Oh shun the cup, oh shun the bowl, it kills the body, kills the soul. In fact, their campaign was both sensible and righteous. The hotel bar and the Comer saloon were the curses of the age. Those who signed pledge cards never to touch liquor again were determined to wipe them out. That would not be easy. The liquor trade was abetted by the mushroom growth of the awakening little prairie towns. In one demented decade, the population of Regina rose from 2, that of Calgary from 2. For bachelor settlers, who outnumbered the married by 2 or 3 to 1, the hotel was a social center, and the bar, with its polished oaken counter, glass mirror, brass rail, and half-full spittoons, was the heart of the establishment. At the end of a long day, men dropped in for a lively male preserve. The women were forced to sit outside, shivering, in the family buggy while the breadwinner squandered his weekly pay check, which the saloon was only too happy to cash. Here, in an atmosphere redolent of the mingled odors of machine oil, wood shavings, street tar, draft beer, tobacco juice, and honest sweat, men stood 3 or 4 deep after work, treating each other to round after round. Unlike the British public house, with its dartboard and piano, the Canadian saloon offered no entertainment save the nightly drunken brawls. The results were predictable. Families were driven to destitution, married women with children, facing unpaid bills, were forced to take menial jobs as chars or washerwomen or even, in an appalling number of cases, as prostitutes. By every man over the age of 15 was consuming an annual average of 1.5 gallons of hard liquor a year. Boozing was one vice that had a public face. It is easy to see why we concentrated on the liquor traffic. Nellie McClung, an early recruit to the temperance cause, remembered. It walked our streets. It threw challenges in our faces. The temperance movement became part of the social and cultural life of the Canadian small towns, sponsoring spelling bees, opening reading rooms, training members in oratory, and showing schoolchildren the effects of alcohol on the stomach and drilling them in such spirited marching songs as Tremble King Alcohol. We will grow up. It was inevitable that the WCTU would plunge into politics. Its spear-eyed temperance campaign forced plebiscites in Ontario, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. In all 4 provinces, prohibition was overwhelmingly endorsed. It was a hollow victory. Because the women had no vote, the all-male legislatures did nothing. Nonetheless, the drumbeat of the temperance forces had an effect. No sooner had Laurier taken office than he announced a national plebiscite on prohibition. When it was held in, every province except Quebec voted for the dries, an indication that the majority of English-speaking males had accepted the WCTU arguments. It did no. Remained wet. That was the turning point. Naively, the women had believed the battle was won. Now they realized it would never be won until they had a say in the government of the country. Thus was launched the struggle for women's suffrage. The suffragist movement, as it was then called, was larger than the WCTU since it attracted members of both sexes. It was also elitist, catering especially to the Anglo-Saxon Protestant professional classes for whom women's suffrage was only one of a series of proposed reforms sweeping the country. These social activists were intent on imposing Protestant morality on society at large. The membership of the various suffrage organizations, 22, sprang into Being between and overlapped other social causes, such as protection of the feeble-minded, parks and playgrounds associations, child welfare, health reform, direct democracy, educational and municipal reform. But where were the Protestant churches? Stagnating, in the view of committed reformers. Church attendance was falling off in the expanding cities, clergy were hard to recruit, even the Puritan Sunday was threatened as industry tried to override it for profit's sake. To J.S. Wordsworth, the church's influence was waning. It is not today coping successfully with the great social problems which in their acutest form are found in the city. In short, the church had to wake up or fade away. Never mind the angels on the head of a pin theology. Practical farmers wanted something less ethereal. They found it in the activist doctrine of the social gospel, whose support was growing throughout the continent, especially among the nonconformist Protestant churches. Wordsworth, a Methodist minister and head of the All People's Mission in Winnipeg's North End, was an adherent, as were Salem Bland, the radical theologian from Wesley College, and the Reverend Charles Gordon, better known as the best-selling author Ralph Connor. This trio represented the conscience of the West. Nellie McClung, whose upbringing had made her a temperance advocate. As a child she had watched a group of drunken neighbors ruin a peaceful picnic. As an adult she never forgot her mother's warning that liquor was one of the devil's devices for confounding mankind. As a successful author and a brilliant, witty, and forceful speaker, she became a major figure in the women's reform movement. In her vast, flowered hats and brightly colored gowns, she shattered the cartoon image of the solemn do-gooders the anti-temperance forces had tried to create. She brought the same panache to the lecture platform. Prohibition. She never mentioned that hard-sounding word, worthless as a rallying cry. She talked instead of the need to replace the demon rum with something better: parks and playgrounds, handicrafts, orchestras, folk dances, decent housing. She was convinced that Westerners drank because it answered something in the blood, some craving for excitement and change. The solution was to find a civilized substitute. These lively lectures made the audiences light up. She could almost hear the atmosphere crackle, and that sound seduced her. From the moment of her first platform appearance at a WCTU convention in, Nellie McClung became a political animal. The McClungs moved to Winnipeg from Manitou in at the height of the boom. There, Nellie's work with Wordsworth and the visit of the fiery British suffragette Emmeline Pankhurst completed her political awakening. Her wit and her literary abilities were soon much in demand. She reached histrionic heights after a meeting in the provincial legislature when she appeared before the Manitoba Premier, Rodmond Roblin, with a delegation asking for votes for women. Roblin was both pompous and patronizing. He talked of the early training he received from his mother and how she had instilled in him a great respect for women that places them on a much higher plane than men. Yet he declared himself unequivocally opposed to the vote for women in Manitoba. Nellie couldn't believe that the Premier had been so stupid as to leave himself wide open to ridicule. The suffragists had planned a fantasy legislature in which the gender roles were reversed, with the women in charge and the men voteless. The Premier, played by Nellie, would respond to a request for suffrage from a delegation of men. During Roblin's speech she had observed every gesture and tried to absorb every tone of his voice, from the ingratiatingly friendly style, calculated to set his listeners at ease, to the loud, commanding tones that brooked no opposition. That night she practiced before a mirror. The following evening she stood on the stage and told the overflow crowd that she and her colleagues would be depicting a one-sex parliament, like Manitoba's, yet set in a country where the men, not the women, were deprived of the vote. When the curtain rose, the stage was occupied by women members in evening gowns covered by black coats. The first petition put before the House protested against men's clothing, urging that 6-inch collars and ties be outlawed. The second was a bill to confer dower rights on men. Members of the opposition were seen knitting, reading newspapers, and taunting the speaker with such remarks as, "You're just trying to get right with men." Now it was Nellie's turn as Premier. If all men were so intelligent as these representatives of the downtrodden sex seemed to me, it might not do any harm to give them the vote. But all men are not intelligent. The audience, who had heard similar sallies the day before, broke into applause. Nellie adopted the Roblin stance, hands at her sides, palms up. "There is no use giving the men votes," she cried. "They wouldn't use them. They would let them spoil and waste. Then again, some men would vote too much. How could men have the audacity to demand the vote when 7/8 of the court offenders were men? Surely, you do not ask me to enfranchise an army of lawbreakers. Giving men the vote would unsettle the home. A final sally gives the full flavor of the speech. The modesty of our men, which we revere, forbids us giving them the vote. Men's place is on the farm. It may be that I am old-fashioned. I may be wrong. After all, men may be human. Perhaps the time may come when men educate and educate. We will try to the best of our abilities to conduct the affairs of the province and prove worthy standard-bearers of the good old flag of the grand old party, which has often gone down in disgrace but never to defeat. The mock parliament, which was repeated in Winnipeg and taken to Brandon, brought new supporters to the cause and funded the rest of the campaign. But it did not win votes for women. It would take their support in a long and bloody war to achieve that. At the end of the century's first decade, Canadians were still at odds the tin pot with one another. Out on the prairies, a land of rutted roads, lonely, navy-isolated farms, and lonely, isolated women, the fields were lush with waving acres of marquee wheat. The country had never been so prosperous, and yet there was one constituency in the great Western Empire of grain that was seething with discontent. From Manitoba to the Rockies, the farming community was up in arms over the protection policies forced on them by the politicians who seemed to be enthralled to the manufacturing giants in the despised East. The forces of geography and history were creating further tensions. In Quebec, the recently formed Ligue Nationale of Bourassa adherents was threatening the traditional power of both established political parties. Elsewhere, imperialism, which had been on the wane since the South African War, was still potent enough to divide the nation into two camps, those who believed in the indivisibility of the empire and those who were convinced that Canada and its fellow dominions should be autonomous entities within the British family. The autonomists quoted Kipling, "Daughter am I in my mother's house, but mistress in my own." The imperialists had their own slogan, a rallying cry used by every loyal Briton from the flag-carrying ladies of the IODE to the pugnacious brethren of the loyal Orange Lodge: one flag, one fleet, one throne. That tocsin made its way. At the height of the naval controversy that plagued the country in the days immediately before the Great War, many wondered why the British Navy should be revered along with the Monarch and the Union Jack. Why a fleet at all, the Quebec nationalists asked. Why not a small fleet of our own to patrol our coastal waters, some Liberals demanded. Hadn't Laurier promised that back in? How could Canada afford to pledge future funds to augment a Royal Navy, the Prairie politicians wondered, when we cannot afford another transcontinental railway? In the eyes of the ultra-imperialists, the British fleet was sacrosanct. The small territorial army might subdue the hill tribes of India, but it was the fleet that patrolled the world, a waterborne police force to protect the far-flung colonies. The fleet had created the empire, the fleet kept it intact and indivisible, the fleet ensured that the map would always be colored red. The Royal Navy was invincible, or was it? It is hard now to conjure up the shock wave that washed over Great Britain, and, indeed, the whole British world, when the First Lord of the Admiralty stood up in Parliament to announce, in those resonant, Victorian tones so familiar to a later generation, that the Germans were on a shipbuilding spree. They were trying to match the British fleet, Winston Churchill declared, and in just 3 years might easily achieve their ambitions. The nation was stunned. The greatest fleet in the world was being threatened by a truculent nation that was blessed with very little coastline and had been cobbled together out of a gaggle of disparate principalities only a few decades before. The words were scarcely out of Churchill's mouth before the race was on. The Germans were matching the British ship for ship, but to the men in the street only one vessel mattered, the great, ironclad behemoth known as the Dreadnought. The British were laying down 4 of these monsters, and within 3 years would lay down another 4. The generic name, taken from the first ironclad dreadnought launched in, said it all. With their foot-thick armor and gigantic 12-inch guns, the dreadnoughts indeed feared nothing. The seas. To Wilhelm II, the posturing Kaiser who scorned his British relatives, the dreadnought race was a personal matter. No red-blooded Briton could forget his insulting speech at Cowes, 5 years earlier, when the fiercely mustached monarch had tried to provoke his uncle, Edward VII, by boasting during a toast to the English king of the greatness of the German fleet. The king's unruffled and condescending response had delighted his subjects, though it had scarcely helped relations between the two countries. "The interest," he said, "which for years I have taken in," here he paused slightly, "yachting exercise too great an attraction to allow me to miss the opportunity of convincing myself how successful your majesty has been in inducing so many to become interested in the sport in Germany." The sport. One can almost hear the saber-rattling German monarch grinding his teeth over that one. The sport would be costly, for dreadnoughts didn't come cheap. Keeping up with the Hohenzollerns would force the British to foot an enormous bill. The mother country would have to turn for help to her daughters across the seas. In Canada, the imperialists, egged on by their British counterparts, were again out in full force. A cry arose that Canada must come to the old country's aid and either place at her disposal a dreadnought or two or else present her with the money to build them, and hang the expense. But how was that going to play in Quebec? Indeed, how was it going to play in the wheatlands of the New West? Once again Wilfrid Laurier was faced with a kind of dilemma dictated by the country's contorted geography and tangled past. In a letter to a correspondent he mused, "I ask you to consider this. Our existence as a nation is the most anomalous that has yet existed. We are British subjects, but we are an autonomous nation. We are divided into provinces, we are divided into races, and out of these confused elements, the man at the head of affairs has to sail the ship onwards. If you were in the position in which I am, you would have to think night and day of these different problems." Establishment, he could not yield to the imperialist cry for regular contributions, that would be in the nature of a colonial tribute. He was prepared, if a real emergency arose, to make a single contribution in Canada's name. If he offered anything more, Quebecers would accuse him of being under the imperialist thumb. He would lose support not only in Quebec but also in the West, which was cool to any sort of expensive overseas venture. Frank Oliver's Edmonton Bulletin had caught the sentiment accurately when it opposed any cash subsidy to the Navy as no more than a donation for the relief of distressed dukes. Yet Laurier was well aware that the real political power lay in central Canada. If he refused to go to the aid of Mother Britain, he could say goodbye to the voters of Ontario. The way out of the dilemma would have to be the kind of compromise that had got him through the South. African War. Sir George Foster, a conservative stalwart who had been Minister of Finance under Tupper, helped him arrive at it when, 2 weeks after the dreadnought race was launched he rose from the opposition front bench to declare in a carefully worded speech that Canada should no longer delay in assuming her proper share of the responsibility and financial burden incident to the suitable protection of her exposed coastline and great seaports. Not a whisper from Foster about a cash subsidy to the British. The Tories were as concerned as the Liberals about voter reaction in Quebec. Foster's recommendation was for a limited, local, independent force, ostensibly to protect the seacoasts. Who could quarrel with that? Only if a real emergency existed would Canada be honor-bound to make a contribution, and certainly not on a regular basis. Laurier was not convinced that any emergency existed, but if the day should come when the supremacy of Britain on the high seas will be challenged, it will be the duty of all daughter nations to close around the old motherland. In that event, he himself would stump the country to impress on the nation, especially my compatriots in the province of Quebec, the conviction that the salvation of England is the salvation of our own country. Navy to work, in cooperation with and in close relation to the Imperial Navy. The following January the House passed the Naval Service Bill calling for an autonomous force of 5 cruisers and 6 destroyers, all under Canadian control. This time the reaction was not unanimous. Was that the best Canada could do, the imperialists asked. Manitoba's Roblin called it a tin-pot navy, a memorable phrase that Laurier had difficulty shaking off. Nor could he quite shake off the imperial connection. In case of war the tin-pot navy could, by order in council, be placed under British control. Did that mean war anywhere the Empire was involved, or only when Canada was affected? Laurier did not equivocate, war everywhere. When Britain is at war, Canada is at war, there is no distinction. If Great Britain, to which we are subject, is at war with any nation, Canada is exposed to invasion. Hence, Canada is at war. If this was true, then Canada's options were limited. Was she to find herself spilling blood in every petty skirmish undertaken by the incautious British? Henri Bourassa was quick to sense the paradox. On January, 2 days before Laurier introduced the Naval Service Bill in the House, he launched his personal daily newspaper, Le Devoir, an independent, privately supported journal of small circulation but immense power and prestige. His timing was impeccable. At the very hour that we appear upon the scene, he wrote in the inaugural issue, Parliament is deliberating a question of the highest importance, which is only a new episode in the imperialist movement, the construction of a Canadian Navy. He harked back to the long wrangle over the South African adventure. Shall we watch a repetition of the comedy of? Will the Canadian people be the dupes of the machinations and miserable intrigues of parties? On January, Bourassa pounced on Laurier's offhand remark that whenever Britain was at war, Canada was also. Let the notion occur to a Chamberlain, a Rhodes, a Beers, to gold seekers or opium merchants, of causing a conflict in South Africa or India, in the banks of the Black Sea, on the coasts of Japan or in the China Seas. We are involved, always and regardless, with our money and our blood. It is the most complete backward step Canada has made in half a century. It is the gravest blow our autonomy has suffered since the origin of responsible government. Bourassa had taken Laurier's thoughtless remark to ridiculous extremes, but it played well in Quebec. The two had once been friends. It was Laurier who had got Bourassa into politics, and for a time the older politician had been something of a mentor to the fiery young men. Their views on matters of nationalism were not that far apart. Bourassa was both a French-Canadian nationalist, he wanted Quebecers to preserve a culture separate from that of English Canada, and a Canadian nationalist. He didn't want Quebec to be a separate sovereign state, unable to resist the gravitational pull of her American neighbor. He wanted a truly bicultural nation and one free to choose her own foreign policies. I am loyal to the traditions of the race from which I have sprung, he declared, but I am also loyal to the British flag, which we all love and admire. My desire for the disruption of the British Empire is not because it is British but because it is imperial. All empires are hateful. They serve nothing but brutal instincts and material objects. All that is good in British ideals would be better served by the free action of several independent British communities. British nations have to choose between British ideals and British domination. I stand for ideals against domination. It has been said, by André Laurendeau, that the British Empire made a Canadian out of Bourassa and that he was indebted to Laurier for the idea of l'unité nationale. Laurier had his eye on him as a potential leader. The blood of Louis Joseph Papineau ran in the younger men, his mother was the daughter of the great revolutionary, and he had shown political promise in his early 20s as mayor of Montebello. He was 30 when Laurier took office, but political leadership was not Bourassa's style. Now, in his early 40s, proprietor and editor of the most respected. Not as party leader but as spokesman for his people. By the time of the naval controversy there was more salt than pepper in his short-cropped hair and trim, pointed beard, but the kinetic energy that distinguished him on the lecture platform was always evident in the dark, piercing eyes. No other politician could electrify an audience as Bourassa could. He hypnotized his listeners with his oratory and sometimes hypnotized himself, starting out slowly and softly and then, as his voice grew stronger and more resonant, his whole being seemed transformed, his gestures became more frequent, his utterances more biting. Striding about the stage, now facing his audience directly, now leaning over the platform railing, silent and motionless, now raising an arm to make a point, now striking his breast as if exalted by his subject, his words falling like hammer blows, he would unleash a torrent of eloquence that would arouse his followers to fever heat and provoke an outburst of wild cheering. Though he was done with federal politics, he had more political power than any backbencher. Yet he had a distaste for exercising power. I am of such a temperament that I never feel like being a whip, he remarked. I have enough trouble in keeping myself in line. I have no desire to keep others in line. He chose to be not a demagogue but an educator of public opinion with Le Devoir as his pulpit. Bourassa was certainly one of the most unusual figures to occupy the spotlight during the turbulent early years of the century. To André Laurendeau, one of his successors as editor of Le Devoir, he was something of a paradox, a founder of Canadian nationalism who took the French-Canadian nationalist movement as one of his favorite targets. His contradiction sprang from the type of double allegiance he had accepted from the outset, that is from the fact that he refused to be only a Canadian or only a French-Canadian. He had decided from the beginning to be both intensely. As Laurendau explained, Bourassa refused to be a colonial, refused to let this country accept the destiny of colony, whether of Great Britain or the United States. Having been convinced from his youth that, therefore a dangerous chimera, he took the view that the whole of Canada would be liberated on the condition that Canadians stopped fighting one another. It is a condition that Canadians, then and now, have found it difficult to accept. The imperialists of English-speaking Canada and the would-be separatists of his native province both saw Bourassa as a threat. For he was that rara avis, a pan-Canadian nationalist, passionate and eloquent, outspoken and unswerving in his views, untainted by the narrow regionalism that is the curse of the nation. His hopes and expectations for a united country have never really been realized. That is his tragedy, it is also our own. No truck that summer of, with the dreadnought race gathering steam and with tension rising between Eastern and Western Canada, Sir Wilfrid Yankees Laurier embarked on a 3-month journey to the prairies to listen firsthand to the voices from the soil. Here were sprouting the seeds of a problem that would bedevil the nation for the rest of the century. In creating a new Western empire with a flourishing wheat economy and a population of newcomers, the Laurier government had divided the nation. The pioneer West and the settled East were cut off from one another by 1,000 miles of Precambrian rock and muskeg. New political attitudes were forming that would see no fewer than 6 Western-based political parties rise and fall or change before the century's end: United Farmers of Alberta, Progressives, Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, Social Credit, Reconstruction, and Reform. A new dichotomy, based on geography, was about to be superimposed on the traditional one based on language and history. The West had trouble understanding the original bilingual/bicultural nature of the Old Canada. Manitoba had dispensed with French in her schools as early as Frederick Halton, Premier of the Old Northwest. Bitterly opposed to the old two-party system in the West, to him, that was an Eastern concept. The last thing he wanted was the kind of political split that would break up the common front against the East. In a sense, he had his way. Alberta, for most of the century, would be subject to one-party rule. The real opposition was always Ottawa. In presiding over the speedy settlement of the West, Laurier had created a monster that could, and would, bring about his downfall. When Laurier went west, the hatred of the East, the word is not too extreme, had been simmering for a decade. Part of it was regional. Westerners were proud of their open, pioneer way of life and more than a little contemptuous of Central Canadians, whom they considered hidebound and effete. But most of it was economic. The farmers were being gouged by the elevator companies, by the Eastern manufacturers, by the railways, and by the land speculators. Mainly, however, they were being gouged by the national policy that forced them to sell their wheat in the unprotected markets of the world while buying farm equipment and household necessities in the protected home markets of central Canada. What the farmers wanted was some form of free trade with the United States and Great Britain, and, as Laurier realized, they were mobilizing to achieve that end. He was well aware that Western representation in Parliament had risen after the election from 20 members to 27. Just as disturbing was the growing political power of the grain growers' associations, which now boasted members in the 3 provinces, and, perhaps more important, the influential Grain Growers' Guide, which they subsidized. For Laurier, now in his 70th year, it must have been an exhausting experience. Day after day, for 3 months, he listened patiently as hundreds of farmers' delegations assailed him with speeches and memorials, urging that the tariff be reduced. The Western farmers were as far apart, philosophically, from the Eastern manufacturers as the French Canadians were from the Anglophones. Having teetered on one tightrope, the Prime Minister was faced with another, equally shaky. How could he appeal to the Western farmers were not alone in revolt. The cry for tariff reduction was nationwide. Laurier was scarcely back from his prairie odyssey when the farmer's son of Ontario began to urge a march on Ottawa. What followed was unprecedented. From Nova Scotia to the Rockies, farmer delegations began to assemble. The Grain Growers' Guide took up the cause and sponsored a special train that left Winnipeg on the night of December with some delegates, all bound for Ottawa. Hundreds more were preparing for the annual meeting in Toronto the next day of the Dominion Grange, the leading farmers' movement in Ontario. When the train reached North Bay, scores of newspaper correspondents climbed aboard and began to file dispatches to newspapers across the continent. By December, more than farmers had descended on the capital, from Ontario, from Western Canada, from Quebec, and each from Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. They jammed into the Grand Opera House. And by 6 that evening had hammered out a platform to present to Parliament the following day. George Fisher Chipman, the editor of the guide and official historian of the Siege of Ottawa, wrote that no movement of the same magnitude and nature has ever before been seen in Canada. Never before have the farmers taken a firm and united stand for economic justice. The following morning all of Ottawa seemed to have crowded onto the streets as the farmers marched four abreast from the Opera House to Parliament Hill. The crowd was curious. Who were these Westerners, anyway? What would they look like? It was as if they had arrived from a foreign land. As Chipman wrote, the majority of the East still expected to see a wild and woolly gathering armed with all sorts of shooting irons and ready to fight at a moment's notice. The onlookers were surprised and a little disappointed to discover that the sod busters, a new term that year, were very much like themselves. In the dozen speeches that followed in the packed chamber and gallery, the delegates made their demands known. Laurier had heard them before. The farmers wanted a publicly owned railway to Hudson, tours and facilities at the lakehead, and changes in the Bank and Railway Acts. But first and most important, they wanted reciprocal free trade with the United States and ultimately with Great Britain. In short, they wanted the foundation on which John A. Macdonald had built his national policy dismantled and consigned to the dustbin of history. The Prime Minister, in a mild response that disappointed almost everybody, promised little. But there were hints, and more than hints, that seduced, perhaps, by what he called the Western spirit, he was preparing to make a political about-turn. In the West, he said, your ideas are far more advanced than those of the East. He hastened to voice his suspicions that the Easterners were not prepared to go as far as you gentlemen of the West, but there was little doubt where his sympathies lay. In fact, even as the Siege of Ottawa was inspiring the farmers to new heights of oratory, Canada and the United States, after months of negotiation, were concluding a reciprocity agreement that both Laurier and President William Howard Taft saw as a vote-getter on both sides of the border. On January, less than 5 weeks after the farmers' siege, Laurier's Minister of Finance, William Stevens Fielding, introduced the agreement to the House, and in doing so ignited a national uproar that did not abate until the so-called reciprocity election the following September. In the House, Robert Borden made it clear that his conservative opposition was against the agreement. The Tory policy was reciprocity within the Empire. It wanted no entangling treaties or alliances that might interfere with any form of Empire free trade. Again the country faced a familiar dilemma. Borden was answering the call of history, Laurier the call of geography. Not only was the country badly split, so was the Tory party. Borden called a caucus the fall lowing day and found an atmosphere of deepest dejection. Many of his followers were convinced that Laurier had found a winning formula that would give the Liberals another term of office. George Foster said, gloomily, that when he had heard Laurier outline the reciprocity, members told Borden that they dared not vote against the government's proposals, any who opposed reciprocity would be doomed to certain defeat. The East-West split was not confined to the Conservative Party. Laurier, like Borden, had been so overwhelmed by the fury of the farm heirs' protests and the trenchant arguments of his Western supporters that he had neglected to understand where his real strength lay. The votes were in the East. In the long and bitter debate that followed and led to the September election, all the old shibboleths that had lain dormant during the euphoria of the boom days, the sacredness of the Imperial Connect tie-in, the acquisitive greed of the despised Yankees, the old flag, imperialism over continentalism, memories of the Alaska boundary dispute, were trundled out by the anti-reciprocity forces. Laurier had thought he had achieved an economic coup in coming to terms with his American neighbors, but the call of blood was stronger than the call of the pocketbook, as the Eastern business community quickly realized. Laurier's position was further weakened by Taft's heavy-handed declaration, made in a remarkably inept speech designed to defend reciprocity and, at the same time, flatter his Canadian neighbors. The Dominion has greatly prospered. It has an active, aggressive, and intelligent people. They are coming to a parting of the ways. They must soon decide whether they are to regard themselves as isolated by a perpetual wall or whether we are to be commercial friends. A parting of the ways. That phrase would be used like a mantra against the liberals. Laurier's arguments for reciprocity might be practical, but the case against it was emotional, and it was emotion that would win the day as anti-Americanism was again bubbling to the surface. To Canadians, the very fact that the Yankees wanted reciprocity was a powerful argument against it. The rift in the liberal ranks was made apparent as early as February when Sir Edmund Walker, a powerful member of the party. A liberal, I am a Canadian first of all. It was, he said, much more than a trade question. Our alliance with the mother country must not be threatened. Then he made the point that would be used to defeat reciprocity: we must assimilate our immigrants and make out of them good Canadiens. Reciprocity, he indicated, was a deadly danger, making that assimilation more difficult. By good Canadians, of course, Sir Edmund meant good British Canadians, untainted by the mongrel society of the American melting pot. That week Walker and 18 members of the Liberal Party broke ranks, announcing that Canadian nationality was threatened by reciprocity. The dissidents included the most powerful of the Western Liberals, Clifford Sifton, who now cast his lot with the industrial East. There is no more spectacular example of the geographical division in the Canada of than that of Sifton, the publisher of the Free Press, on one side of the argument, and John Defoe, his shaggy editor, in direct opposition. To Sifton, reciprocity would turn Canada towards the path that leads to Washington. I say, so far as I am concerned, not for me. But Defoe stuck with the West. He had no desire to see his newspaper commit suicide. Eastern opposition to reciprocity now began to rise swiftly. In Montreal, the Anti-Reciprocity Club came into being. In Toronto, the Canadian National League. Everybody from the Governor-General to Pauline Johnson had a say. To Lord Grey, the feeling in Montreal and Toronto against the agreement could hardly be stronger if the United States troops had already invaded our territory. The Mohawk poet, who put those feelings into verse, was widely quoted: "The Yankee to the south of us must south of us remain, for not a man dare lift a hand against the men who brag that they were BOM in Canada beneath the British flag." He opposed Laurier, but also because, as a nationalist, he wanted, in the phrase of the day, no truck nor trade with the Yankees. To the West, it was, of course, a battle against the big interests, banks and railways, but it was more. Over the next several months the country was treated to an outpouring of Canadian nationalism that transcended the pros and cons of the agreement itself. In March, at an anti-reciprocity rally in Toronto's Massey Hall, the audience hissed the Stars and Stripes. In Montreal the same month, Laurier's car was trapped in a crowd and pelted with rocks. Even the Manitoba legislature, in the heart of free trade country, defeated a resolution approving reciprocity. The Ontario legislature was, of course, overwhelmingly opposed, too. Meanwhile, in the House of Commons, the Conservatives were staging an exhausting 25-day debate that did not end until Parliament adjourned on May. Laurier was in London attending George V's coronation in July when the American Congress passed the reciprocity agreement. That session was notable for some incendiary remarks that sealed the fate of the agreement in Canada, for it confirmed the public suspicion, fueled by the Tories, that the Yankees were about to take over the country. One congressman, Charles Davis, trusted that a divine providence may use this so-called reciprocity treaty, this entering wedge, to further amalgamate these two countries, and eventually make them one, with but one flag, the Stars and Stripes. Another from Illinois declared, "Be not deceived. When we go into a country and get control of it, we take it." But the clincher, widely quoted across Canada, was uttered by James Beecham Clark, the powerful Speaker of the House of Representatives, who declared himself for the agreement, "because we hope to see the day when the American flag will float over every square foot of the British North American possessions clear to the North Pole." If Champ Clark had led an armed sortie across the border, he could scarcely have created a greater outburst of nationalistic fury. More than 7 decades later, during the debate over the Mulroney Free Trade Agreement, those threatening words were still being quoted. An election, as he did on July, stumping the country at an exhausting pace in the bitter 7-week campaign that followed, Laurier still had waning hopes, but even he must have sensed what was happening. He had lost Quebec to Bourassa over the Navy, now he was losing the rest of Canada. In vain his followers tried to divert the debate to other issues. Canada had never been more prosperous, her potential had never been greater, her natural resources seemed inexhaustible. But how could he counter the clarion call of Rudyard Kipling, who wrote that it is her own soul that Canada risks today. For all of his 15 years as Prime Minister, Laurier had felt himself beleaguered by the same problems that had propelled him into office in French versus English, West versus East, imperialism versus autonomism, Catholic versus Protestant. At the end of the campaign he uttered a cry from the heart: "I am branded in Quebec as a traitor to the French, and in Ontario as a traitor to the English. In Quebec I am branded as a jingo, and in Ontario as a separatist. In Quebec I am attacked as an imperialist, and in Ontario as an anti-imperialist. I am neither. I am a Canadian. Canada has been the inspiration of my life. I have had before me, as a pillar of fire by night and a pillar of cloud by day, a policy of true Canadianism, of moderation, of conciliation. I have followed it consistently since, and now I appeal with confidence to the whole Canadian people to uphold me in this policy of sound Canadianism, which makes for the greatness of our country and of the Empire." There it was, moderation and conciliation, the all-Canadian policy that would always be the key to national unity and that later political leaders would abandon at their peril. But would it save Laurier from defeat in that fractious autumn of? In its last edition before voting day, Hugh Graham's imperialistic Montreal Star covered its entire front page with a hard-hitting editorial headed under one flag. Canada, it argued, was faced, as it was so often faced, with two choices: to keep its flag floating in the clear northern air over our heads, or to turn aside toward absorption in the great and glorious republic to the south. Nevertheless reflected the instincts of voters. In the election they made it clear that they were uneasy about the consequences of free trade and unsure of American designs on Canada. Laurier lost seats to nationalism won. Predictably, Alberta and Saskatchewan, the two new provinces in which voting patterns had yet to be established, voted for Laurier. British Columbia and Manitoba, which had been settled mainly by British and Canadian immigrants, did not. In Quebec, the Liberals lost 27 seats, largely over the naval controversy. In Ontario they lost an overwhelming 75 out of 89. 8 Liberal cabinet ministers went down to defeat. The outcome was a debacle. Free trade was buried for 3/4 of a century. 6 days later, Robert Borden arrived in Ottawa like a triumphant Caesar, his carriage dragged for miles through the crowded, flag-bedecked streets by 100 men. He wore the political uniform of the time: top hat, high starched collar, black suit. A one-time farm boy from Kings County, Nova Scotia, a solid, stocky figure with a shock of white hair and a dark, bushy mustache, he had little of Laurier's suppleness and charm. The Calgary eye-opener Bob Edwards called him a well-meaning but torpid person, who lacked the arts which most appeal to the popular imagination. Borden took himself seriously. As a youth he had pondered the meaning and purpose of existence, his words, and had developed a genuine horror of wasting time, dividing the hours of the days and preparing charts setting out the amount of time he should devote to each particular study. He had read every single word in the Bible and most of the classics, from Horace, in the original Latin, to Macaulay, besides committing to memory long passages from such poets as Milton and Byron. He kept himself under tight control, revealing little even to his wife, Laura. His letters to her were, in Heather Robertson's description, frightening in their frigidity, flat, banal little notes about the weather, his dinner companions and his health. Concern for that health was the bond between them. Borden was a neurotic, though he never let it show. Hypochondriac, a not unusual malady in those days when doctors had few tools to work with and a variety of diseases carried such vague names as catarrh of the stomach and nervous dyspepsia, both of which were applied to Borden. One cannot study the lives of Victorian and Edwardian politicians without reaching the conclusion that half were tottering about in a state of near collapse. There were times when Borden was clearly suffering from exhaustion brought on by his work habits and the stress that resulted from the political problems that confronted him. At the age of 46, Borden had been advised by his doctor to slow down, lead a quiet life, and avoid excitement, scarcely a prescription for an active political future. A year later, he reluctantly took over the Conservative leadership on the understanding it would be a temporary post, no more than a year. Now, a decade later, he was Prime Minister of a divided nation and, indeed, a divided party whose members were not at all sure he had enough of the royal jelly to hold on to the job. Twice there had been attempts to topple him, one a secret intrigue during the naval debate the second during the reciprocity controversy. This told as much about the state of the party as about Berton himself. Although he believed himself to be hovering between madness and death, Robertson's phrase, he did not allow his supposed infirmities to interfere with his statesmanship. The coming war did not diminish him, on the contrary, he grew in stature. In the councils of the nations, his would be the voice of reason. David Lloyd George, the feisty little British Prime Minister in the later war years, found him the quintessence of common sense, a clear-headed sensible man, courageous, who was very good in council, essentially a safe man, qualities in short supply during those demented years. In spite of his exhausting work schedule and his many supposed infirmities, he was, in the words of his close friend and doctor, Campbell Laidlaw, very rugged. Actually, he was healthy as a horse. It is typical of Berton that he retired in because of ill health, then heart failure. To be fair, the growing concern over the European situation and Canada's role in it would have given the most phlegmatic leader the jitters. Was there really a chance that war would come? We look back now through the inverted telescope of history and ask ourselves how the country could have been so blind. Here were two great antagonists, both peacock-proud, each seeking to be the dominant international force, hurling insults at one another and each committing sultan's ransoms to a naval building program whose only purpose was war. At that time war was still, in Clausewitz's dictum, an extension of politics, an acceptable and not terribly damaging form of international one-upmanship. War was in the air, both sides wanted it, at least subconsciously. Yet here were Canadian politicians arguing about whether or not a national emergency existed. If it did, then Canada was duty-bound to give aid to the British fleet, as the Laurier government's Naval Service Bill had made clear. In March, as a sop to the Barassa nationalists, Berton announced that the bill would be suspended pending a permanent policy that would be submitted to the voters. 1 week later the naval race heated up. With the Germans plunging forward to build even more monstrous warships, Churchill announced an increase in Britain's own dreadnought program. It was all hugely expensive, and the British made it plain that they needed financial help from the Dominions. Berton went to England to try to make one thing clear: if Canada made a contribution, then Canada wanted a voice in imperial foreign policy. Asquith, the British Prime Minister, wanted nothing of the sort but was prepared to toss Canada a small bone, disguised as a big bone. If the Canadian problem came under discussion, he promised, then Canada could send a representative to one of the meetings of the committee on imperial defense. What was not made clear to Berton was that the CID had no clout. It was nothing more than an advisory committee. In effect, the British had rebuffed any attempt by its senior colony to have a say in future decisions. Was, in the new Prime Minister's words, the most strenuous and remarkable that had ever occurred in Canadian parliamentary history. He himself, greatly exhausted by the intense strain of the long debate, the night hours and the tumultuous scenes, suffered a carbuncle on his neck and sat in the house swathed in bandages with a physician by his side. Under the new proposal, Canada would advance Britain $1 million to help pay for 3 dreadnoughts to be placed at the Navy's disposal for the common defense of the Empire. No tin-pot Navy for Canada, only the satisfaction of being part of the greatest Navy in the world, though without any say. The acrimonious debate that followed dragged on until May, by which time Berton was forced to introduce closure, thus touching off another debate that lasted a fortnight. The bill finally passed its third reading on May. 2 weeks later the Senate killed it, leaving Canada, on the verge of war, without a naval policy of any kind. Nor were the two parties able to arrive at any form of compromise. Berton blamed Laurier's inflexible opposition for the impasse, and his bitterness is reflected in his own memoirs. Sir Wilfrid at the beginning of the next session was enabled triumphantly to announce 6 months before the most terrible conflict the world had ever known, that there was no emergency, no danger of war, that my declaration to the contrary was a mere sham and a pretension. In truth, the two parties had in effect cancelled each other out as far as preparedness for war was concerned. The Liberals had balked at subsidizing the Royal Navy, the Conservatives had frustrated any attempt for Canada to have a navy at all. Armageddon beckoned. The war to end all wars, the monument, the crowds of August, the bloodletting, the home front. Canada comes of age, the last 100 days beyond enduring IVT, / In the mid-20s, when the victory of had made travel to far, monument-off climbs once again practical and popular and the Klondike Stampede was far enough back in time to seem romantic, the Yukon tourist industry prospered. During those brief, bright summers, steamboat after steamboat puffed into Dawson City loaded with American tourists, each inspired by the verse of Robert Service and determined to visit the little log cabin where the poet had lived before the war and done some of his best work. To reach it, they passed another shrine, a granite obelisk in the exact center of Little Minto Park that was itself in the exact center of the town. It sounds incongruous. What on earth was an Egyptian obelisk doing in such a prominent spot in a subarctic village? But every man, woman, and child who trudged up Harper Street knew exactly what it was and why it was there, for this was a cenotaph, a word that crept into common usage after the war, a monument to the fallen, whose names, inscribed on the bronze plaque at the base, would live forever. They had given their lives in the spirit of Christian sacrifice so that others might live in freedom, or so we were told when, each November, we gathered shivering around the monument and listened to a man in a surplice talk about martyrdom. There are more than 1,300 of these war memorials in Canada, each situated in what was the most prominent spot in the community in those early post-war years: granite obelisks and marble monoliths, statues and stelae, pillars and shafts, cairns, arches, crosses, slabs, and pyramids, all dedicated to the memory of the fallen. The fallen. How serene they look in their graven images, beautiful young men in unsullied uniforms, some with eyes closed gently as if sleep ing, others carried tenderly aloft by angels, and all appearing very much alive and unmarked by battle. Robert Shipley, who has made a careful study of Canadian war memorials, can find only one that depicts a soldier who is clearly dead. The fallen are immortal. They sleep in Flanders fields. There is colleague of my father's whose name is inscribed on Dawson's obelisk, was torn apart by a burst of machine gun bullets, others drowned, gurgling in the mud of Passchendaele, not a few coughed themselves to death in the gas attack at Ypres. But in Dawson's monument, as in all the others, the ugly truth was hidden from that other army of grieving mothers. It was in the mothers' names that the lies were told, the propaganda machine was oiled up, the demonization of the enemy was carried to insane lengths, and the brutal facts about the war that will end wars, H.G. Wells's unfortunate phrase, were unrevealed in all their naked horror. The mothers who so proudly sent their boys abroad to be sacrificed must never know how their sons really lived and died in the wastes of no man's land, nor must they be exposed to an even more dreadful truth, that the men whose names will live forever died for no good reason in a futile and foolish war that solved nothing. On either side of Dawson's War Memorial, the tourists could note 2 bulky German artillery pieces, captured by the Canadian Corps and dragged all the way from the mud of Flanders to the permafrost of this remote community. There are, of these heavy guns scattered across the country, standing sentinel for the hundreds of cenotaphs. If my hometown's monument pays tribute to noble sacrifice, the guns speak of total victory. The monument's message, in the parlance of the day, is, they died that we might live. The guns is more triumphant. We won, the guns tell us, we beat the bastards, we licked the beastly Hun, we bested the demon Kaiser. The effort and expense required to bring these guns to Minto Park is mind-boggling. Pulled out of the mud of battle, they had to be trundled to the French coast, loaded aboard an ocean freighter, taken across the North Atlantic to a Canadian maritime port, hauled off that vessel, loaded onto a CPR flat car, transported the entire breadth of the Dominion, unloaded. Again, hoisted aboard another seagoing freighter to sail up the west coast to the long, tidal dock at Skagway, then placed on a narrow-gauge rail car to go up and over the mountain summit to the river barge, pushed downstream for 400 miles by a stern-wheeler, unloaded at Dawson, and hauled along the gravel road by Den Coates's livery wagon to their final resting place. There, for years we children used them as gigantic toys, clambering over them, playing at war, turning the little wheels that actually worked and caused the barrels to be raised and lowered, as we fought mock battles. Every community in Canada, it seemed, wanted a brace of these captured guns to prove to the world that we won the war, not the Americans, who arrived late, but we, the British, who earned on against the hated Boche when the Russians collapsed and the French mutinied. For when the monument was erected by the returned men of the town, my father among them, the emotion was still palpable. It was this fierce hatred, built up during the war years by a propaganda machine so efficient that Joseph Goebbels copied it for his own campaign of lies and deceit, that made any whisper of negotiated peace impossible. Inflamed by the press, by the writers and novelists, by the politicians and the generals themselves, no allied nation would have countenanced it. The Kaiser was the devil incarnate, and so were his followers who boiled Belgian babies, crucified Canadians, and shot innocent nurses. The hate continued long after. Hostilities ended and the Kaiser was exiled to Holland, where he was occasionally pictured in the press, a portly, disturbingly benign figure, sawing wood in his backyard, his once fierce mustachios drooping sadly. In the same year Dawson was building its monument, the city of Winnipeg mounted a competition to choose the best possible memorial to honor the fallen. A panel of judges pored over 47 entries and chose one that they declared was not only the best but also the finest they had ever seen. It was the work of Emmanuel Hahn, a Toronto sculptor who had lived most of his life in Canada. But the name Hahn sounded uncomfortably Teutonic. Then it was revealed that although Hahn had studied his art in Toronto, he had actually been born in Germany. That did it. The sculptor was paid off, the monument was not built. Was remounted, this time with the proviso that the winner be either a Canadian or a national figure from one of the countries victorious in the Great War. The design that outshone all others was that of a woman, Elizabeth Winwood. Only after she was awarded the prize was it discovered that Ms. Wood was married to the despised Hahn. There was worse. When it was revealed that the winning entry included a nude male figure representing the spirit of the West, the public, or at least the most vocal part of it, was incensed. Again the prize money was paid, but the memorial, with its trouserless spirit, was never built. In the end an inferior entry was chosen and Winnipeg got its cenotaph, which, in Robert Shipley's view, can never be accused of striking originality. These memorials were erected to remind us of the bloodiest and most degrading of all military conquests, although that was not the mindset of the time. We call it the Great War, great because it was the First World Conflict and, from a military point of view, the most devastating, great because it changed the way people thought about war, great because it shattered the eternal verities of the Victorian age, great because it changed the world, brought about the destruction of 4 royal dynasties, sounded the death knell of one empire, the British, and hastened the rise of another, the American. When we speak about the Great War we mean that it was an all-encompassing war, the kind no general could have conjured up in his wildest nightmares when it began. The statistics are as appalling as they are meaningless. 10 million casualties. Who can conceive of such an army of ghosts? 10 million mothers, crying into their pillows. 10 million children, unborn or fatherless. 10 million young men, broken by battle, ground into the swamps of Flanders until they were one with the mud, or seared in the cauldron of Verdun, torn into fragments by cannon and grenade, or frozen lifeless on the Russian steppes. I have written elsewhere that this was a very Canadian war. In those 4 dreadful years more than Canadians were killed at a time when Canada's population was no more than million. 1 man was slain for every 11 that enlisted. In the Second World Conflict, were concerned then, the Great War was more than twice as bloody as the one that followed. But none of that was apparent to the fevered multitudes who thronged the streets of every major Canadian city in the first week of August. It has been called one of the most spectacular crowd formations in crowds of modem history. The crowds that choked the streets had been growing August mysteriously since August, when, perhaps for the first time, Canadiens were forced to admit that war was almost inevitable. It sounds ludicrous. An assassin's bullet in the Balkans had touched it off, but the causes go deeper. As Barbara Tuchman has made clear in The Guns of August, Europe was hungry for war, and the dreadnought race, played out like a sports contest, helped make it unavoidable. On the day before war was declared, people began to gather in front of the newspaper offices where bulletins in large type were posted on the walls and windows. In Winnipeg, a free press representative brandishing a megaphone bellowed out the latest news. Each announcement brought forth a full-throated roar from his audience. In Hamilton, when the Spectator projected stereopticon lantern slides of world leaders on its walls, pandemonium ensued. In Calgary, the Herald used a motion picture projector for the same purpose. In Halifax, a similar mob was treated to patriotic songs from a donated gramophone. A revealing phenomenon of this patriotic festival was the solidarity demonstrated by members of both founding peoples and even the new immigrants. Cries of Vive le Roi mingled with those of Vive la France. Leading French-Canadian newspapers carried pictures of intertwined Union Jacks and fleurs de lis. The wildly enthusiastic crowds that surged through Montreal's main thoroughfares sang, "God Save the King," La Marseillaise, "Rule Britannia," and "O Canada," in both languages. Albert Sévigné, a popular member of Parliament and a future Quebec Chief Justice, pledged that French Canadians were standing shoulder to knife. I can't was the declaration of Armand Laverne, Emily's son, now a leading Quebec nationalist, that his followers were ready to offer their lives for the King of England. Henri Bourassa, to the considerable surprise of Anglo-Canadians, also endorsed Britain's entry into the war. Without a doubt, he wrote in Le Devoir, "It is natural for any French Canadian to wish ardently for the triumph of the Anglo-French arms." Another Montreal paper, La Patrie, put it more strongly, "There are no longer French Canadians and English Canadians. Only one race now exists, united by the closest bonds in a common cause." That wistful hope was echoed across the nation, but ironically, the war that Canadians thought would be the basis for a new détente would prove to be bitterly divisive, widening the schism between the two language groups. By August, war fervor was breaking out in spontaneous parades. In Toronto that night, a little band turned up, seemingly from nowhere, as the throngs in front of the Star Building cheered themselves hoarse, then roared out a string of patriotic airs. Within a block, as the band moved west along King Street, the crowd had swelled to 3,000. In Winnipeg, similar demonstrations led young men to fall in behind two regiments marching to their barracks and fight for the chance to enlist. When the news appeared on the newspaper boards that Britain had declared war on Germany for invading neutral Belgium, the tension that had tightened during the previous days suddenly snapped and the crowds went crazy, flinging hats and umbrellas into the air with wild abandon. In those days every man wore a hat, silk toppers for the privy-legged, cloth caps for working men and country squires, straw boaters for the younger rakes. Now, on this August night, there came a perfect eruption of headgear. In the words of the Toronto Telegram, above the shrill babble of the newsboys' clamor that turned the streets into pandemonium last night, suddenly rose a booming roar that rose and fell in the narrow canyon of streets, and which broke again and again in an ever-growing crescendo. It was the voice of Toronto carried peace, had determined to give the bully of Europe a trouncing. No one doubted that the trouncing would be swift and brutal and that Britain would win hands down. Britain had always been victorious. Editorialists invoked Agincourt, the Spanish Armada, Trafalgar, and Waterloo as proof of British invincibility. It was the fleet, more than the army, that brought reassurance, making "Rule Britannia" a second national anthem. The coming conflict was seen as a power struggle between Germany and the Empire. If Germany won, what would become of the precious Empire? The appeals for imperial solidarity that characterized these frenzied days spoke entirely of the whole and less of the parts. In Montreal's Christ Church Cathedral on the eve of the war, Bishop Farthing made that perfectly clear. "We must stand to defend ourselves, for our whole empire will be at stake. Our nation may go down if we should be defeated, and our power will be lost. We shall be stripped of power, and of the future, no man can tell." These August crowds were remarkable in that they were not seal-bratting victory, as similar crowds in Toronto had celebrated the relief of Mafeking or Pretoria during the South African War. It was not past triumphs that they cheered but future ones. They were so certain that the Germans would go down to defeat in short order, probably before Christmas, that they marched through the streets singing and shouting exactly as they would during a spontaneous victory parade. As Eric Lead, the author of No Man's Land, has written, war was greeted as a liberation because it was felt to signify the destruction of an economic order. Men rushed to the recruiting offices fearing that it would all be over before they could get into action. After all, what nation, no matter how economically blessed, could sustain for more than 6 months the appalling waste of men and materials that a modern war presaged? Two-thirds of the young Canadians who sprang to the colors that August had been BOM in Great Britain, creatures of the new imperialism, to whom war seemed little more than a schoolboy lark, right out of the boys' own paper. There was adventure to be had and deathless. Very little cost. Agar Adamson, a gentrified Toronto diarist who enlisted at the age of 48 and was one of the first to go overseas, applied for a commission in the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, PPCLI, remarking that one might reasonably hope to see a little service under such glorious conditions as the European War. The glorious conditions turned out to be 3 years spent in the hell of the Flanders trenches, which, miraculously, he survived. Given the mood of the time, few would admit to any crass reason for joining up. John Diefenbaker, then a young university student, remembered that although old countrymen rushed to the colors in a surge of patriotism, they were encouraged in many instances, I am sure, by the thought that if they didn't hurry they would miss a free trip home. The odds looked good to the Canadian-born, whose numbers made up 1/4 of the first contingent. Most were victims of the 2-year depression that followed the collapse of the Western real estate boom. They, too, were getting a free ride, food, shelter, clothing, and pay at the rate of $1 a day, a better deal than that faced by the average working stiff, and all wrapped up in an approving aura of patriotism. They would never regret it, or so the principal of University College in Toronto told those of his charges who volunteered. When you return, your romance will not vanish with your youth. You will have fought in the Great War, you will have joined in the liberation of the world. It was hard to believe, wrote Diefenbaker, looking back, that we entered the Holocaust that was the First World War, if not exactly in the spirit of light opera, at least as if it were no more than the natural course of events. They did not know what they were in for. If the generals did not understand what modern war was all about, how could the young recruits who had joined the peacetime militia for purely social reasons? As Ivan Bloch had so presciently forecast, the breech-loading rifle, the rapid-firing machine gun, and the spade had changed the nature of warfare. The days of the thin red line, in which the soldiers of the Queen had stood shoulder to shoulder and peppered the enemy, were gone. The cavalry charge, the prospect of which quickened the pulses of so many young men, was a thing of the past. Nonetheless, former cavalryman Douglas Haig, who would soon take over command of the British Army, wanted even more cavalry, firm in his belief that bullets had little stopping power against the horse. But those bullets would drive men to burrow underground like moles, into what that brilliant literary analyst, Paul Fussell, has called a troglodyte world of filthy, vermin-infested ditches filled with a foul gruel composed of Flanders clay, excrement, human fragments, and rotting sandbags, where the ear-splitting cacophony of shellfire was all but unbearable and the odds for survival shorter than anyone could yet contemplate. No hint of these new realities intruded upon the cloud-cuckoo land of those early wartime months. One looks back on that fevered fall as if reading a bad novel, peopled by unbelievable characters. Of these, the most grotesque was the Honorable Sam Hughes, the megalomaniac minister of militia, the strangest, most maddening politician in all Canadian parliamentary history, and certainly the most disastrous, the wrong man in the wrong place at the wrong time. The most astonishing aspect of Hughes's career was that he kept his job for 2 years of war even though many of his contemporaries were convinced he was demented. To the Governor-General, Lord Connaught, he was, off his base, a conceited lunatic. The Prime Minister believed his mind was unbalanced. His deputy, George Foster, declared that there is only one feeling about Sam, that he is crazy. Sir Joseph Lavelle, a leading Canadian financier, concluded that he was mentally unbalanced with the low cunning and cleverness often associated with the insane. Hughes broke every dictum in the political rule book and got away with it. A civilian, he acted like a general, wore a general's uniform, and galloped about on horseback issuing and countermanding orders to the troops and military staff. That was unprecedented, a minister of the Crown overstepping his position with a giant leap, reaching down past the brass and acting like a company sergeant major. It was as if a uniform galloped into Camp Borden on horseback, and started giving orders in front of the troops on parade, pipe down, you little bugger, or get out of the service. This was the men who, after the South African War, had shamelessly lobbied for at least 1 and perhaps 2 Victoria Crosses for non-existent acts of bravery and who now began handing out contracts by the dozen to favored friends whom he created honorary colonels. One of his first acts was to scrap the time-honored names of militia units, Seaforth Highlanders, Black Watch, and replace them with numbered battalions. Esprit de corps went into the ashcan. A smashing of regimental spirit, one militaryman called it, the most unpardonable sin in the whole of Canadian mobilization. Instead of putting the newly mobilized troops into an established training center at Petawawa, Ontario, Hughes insisted on transform an empty piece of real estate at Valcartier, Quebec, into a bustling army camp. The result, after the tents went up and the raw recruits arrived, was chaos. Military training was negligible, Sir Andrew MacPhail, the official Army medical historian, acknowledged. The time was occupied in organizing and reorganizing, issuing clothing and equipment, examining and inoculating recruits, writing new attestation papers, and preparing for reviews, all of which could have been completed with more efficiency and dispatch at their home units. Reviews there certainly were, with the pompous minister in full uniform astride a cavalry horse, like a Caesar of old, haranguing the troops in a rough, imperious voice. The embarkation of the first contingent of more than 30,000 Canadians on September was a horror, and again the minister was to blame. He peremptorily rejected the services of a government professional and put one of his cronies, created an honorary colonel, in charge. In the words of a civilian assistant, chaos reigned supreme. Some units that arrived at Quebec City from Valcartier were marched onto ships without room to hold them, then marched off again to wait for others. Cavalrymen were separated from their horses, baggage and mounted battalion found its horses on one ship, its harnesses and wagons on a second, and its wheels on a third. When the last of the transport vessels got underway, it left behind a mountain of baggage piled on the dock, not to mention horses and motor vehicles. An extra vessel had to be scrounged to take care of the overflow. It managed to clear the harbor live days after the fleet had departed and steamed off independently. Hughes was the worst kind of Canadian nationalist, an Orangeman of the deepest dye who had no use for the British, a militiaman who scorned the permanent force, and a bigot who treated new Canadians with contempt and acted as if French Canadians didn't exist. He infuriated the Quebecois by putting a Baptist minister in charge of recruiting in that province, and at Valcartier he shuffled all French-Canadian recruits into English-speaking units since at that camp all orders and instructions were given in the one language. He resisted efforts to form a French-speaking battalion, which might have given recalcitrant French Canadians a reason and a purpose to enlist. Not until November was such a unit formed, the Royal 22nd, the famous Van Duce, following a personal appeal to Borden by Wilfrid Laurier. But that was the end of it. No similar regiment was ever recruited. In the heady days of August, the camaraderie of the two founding language groups had caused some Canadians to believe that the presence of a common enemy might serve to heal any breach between them. Hughes destroyed those hopes with his bungling interference and set the scene for the bitterness that would mark the disastrous conscription crisis of. Against all evidence, Hughes insisted that Canadian-made equipment was superior to that manufactured by the despised British. The soldier's leather Oliver harness was, in his view, the best of its kind, but to the rank and file it was the Oliver torture. Much of the problem resulted from the minister's cozy relationship with political cronies who produced shoddy goods in the interests of easy profit. The troops were outfitted with boots that turned to mush in heavy rains, greatcoats, bandoliers that couldn't hold a modem rifle clip, tunics that were too tight, belts that half strangled the wearer, water tanks too heavy to be cleaned, and spavined horses that had to be destroyed by the hundreds. One of the quirkiest pieces of equipment was the macadam spade, an entrenching tool with a hole in it that Hughes believed a soldier could use to observe the enemy while shielded from his fire. Patented in the name of Hughes's secretary, it was never used. The army bought 25,000 at $1 per spade, all were sold for scrap. How they ever expected an infantryman to pack such a heavy and unwieldy article around passes comprehension, Donald Fraser, a private in the 31st, Alberta, Battalion confided to his diary. Nevertheless they were issued to us in England and might have been stacked up in little piles outside the tents. They were never used. Every morning they had to be straightened out and dressed correctly so the OC and his satellites could glance down the lines and with admiring looks give the password, OK, and even more blatant. Example of Hughes's misplaced nationalism was the all-Canadian rifle that he clung to with the tenacity of a child clutching a teddy bear. Patented by a Scottish sportsman, Sir Charles Ross, it seemed the answer to a marksman's prayer, being lighter, shorter, and cheaper than the British Lee Enfield. There was a certain amount of pique involved in Hughes's championship of the Ross rifle. During the South African War, Canada had called for Lee Enfields only to find that the British had ignored the request in order to fill their own requirements. Hughes's response was to scrap the British rifle in favor of the Ross. Its inventor was soon made one of Hughes's honorary colonels, and the minister himself became the Ross rifle's greatest advocate. It was, he insisted, the most perfect rifle in every sense in the world today. Hughes's grandiloquence, which would have done a Hollywood press agent proud, became the subject of considerable argument when the new rifle was tested against the British model. The Ross was certainly a better target weapon, and Canadian snipers would use it too. Some 80 changes in design could not correct. Once Canadian troops got into action, these became evident. The Ross jammed easily. As a result, the bolt had to be bashed with the heel of an army boot before it would work. Moreover, the bayonet kept falling off. A delicate piece of equipment, the Ross was hardly the soldier's friend, not the kind of weapon one would want to rely on in the Flanders mud. By the time Canadian troops got into action, the new Mark HI Ross, a product of scores of adaptations, bore no resemblance to its inventor's design. It was now 8 inches longer and a pound heavier than the Lee Enfield. The troops hated it. To hell with the gun. "I'll take a club," one frustrated army driver commented. When they had the chance, the men in action tossed the Canadian weapon aside and grabbed a better rifle from a British corps. At the top levels, the rifle had some support, especially from friends of Hughes, such as the 2nd Division's Major General R.E. W. Turner, who threatened to punish any man found with a Lee Enfield. But Sir Edwin Alderson, who commanded the 1st Division and later, in the new Canadian Corps, had little use for the Ross. He had incensed Hughes during training on Salisbury Plain in England by scrapping Canadian equipment for British. He infuriated the minister further by sending out a questionnaire asking his officers to comment on the new rifle. One colonel had written that it was nothing short of murder to send our men against the enemy with such a weapon. Alderson agreed, "I would not be fit for command if I passed over anything which would endanger men's lives or the success of our arms." Alderson proceeded to equip his men with the British rifle, at which Hughes blew up, turning aside Alderson's complaints as absolutely absurd and ridiculous. The spectacle of a Canadian cabinet minister insulting his top general suggests that Alderson's fate was already sealed. Hughes had been conspiring with another of his honorary lieutenant colonels, Sir Max Aitken, the future Lord Beaverbrook, to have Alderson fired. And fired he was after the Canadian-born Aitken, Canada's official eyewitness in London, reported to Cabinet his belief that Alderson was generally concluded that the paramount reason for Alderson's dismissal in the spring of was his refusal to support the Ross. Ironically, when the results of Alderson's questionnaire were laid before Haig, the British commander-in-chief in effect agreed with Alderson. All Canadian troops, except snipers, carried the Lee Enfield into battle. Like a diver leaping to the aid of a struggling swimmer, Canada had plunged thoughtlessly into the maelstrom of the Great War. The first contingent that steamed towards Europe in the fall was a rabble of eager volunteers, untrained and badly equipped, with little leadership or understanding of what they faced. No arrangement had been made to support the Canadians in the field. It had not occurred to Hughes, or anybody else, apparently, that troops in action must be reinforced. Even in a peacetime army, the wastage is considerable from illness, accident, sheer incompetence, transfer, and promotion. In action, the wastage can be devastating, as the men who came forward so eagerly in August were to learn at Ypres the following spring. How many men would be needed to replace those who were killed, wounded, shell-shocked, or missing? Nobody knew. In battle, the infantry takes the heaviest blows. But because the volunteers had been allowed to choose their own units, the army was already oversupplied with cooks, clerks, and lorry drivers and was short of fighting soldiers. In her eagerness to rally round the flag and to demonstrate to a breathless nation that she was ready, Laurier's phrase, to serve the mother country, Canada had dispatched a disorganized, if enthusiastic, mob to England. Soldiers. Hughes had cried on the eve of their departure, "The world regards you as a marvel." The world, from the Prime Minister down, regarded that as a joke. As fine a body of officers and men as ever faced a foe. Hughes had bragged. The country had become used to such superlatives as a result of the arrogance, the blood-letting. Ill-equipped Canadians would have been slaughtered to a man within 15 minutes had they taken the field. After 12 days at sea and another 9 enduring the dreadful snarl on the Plymouth docks, the contingent was finally released from the prison of the troopships and packed off to the sodden expanse of Salisbury Plain for training. Here, in the shadow of Stonehenge's monoliths, their commanders struggled with the problem of sorting out the units and equipment that had been thrown into such a jumble at Quebec. That took several more weeks. Over the winter of dash, the shoddy Canadian equipment was slowly replaced with superior British boots, tunics, webbing, wagons, and trucks, and, of course, a better entrenching tool to replace Miss Anna McAdam's ingeniously impractical shovel. Training suffered partly because the raw recruits were plagued by the wettest winter in decades and felled by a variety of illnesses from pneumonia to meningitis, but also because of the patronage appointments of Sam Hughes, the old lion of the frontier, Sam Steele, who had lost one job because of Liberal patronage, had got another from the Tories. Back from South African service at the age of 65, he had been put in charge of training the 1st Division. Hughes gave the job of training the 2nd Division to another crony, J.C. McDougall. Between these two jealous old soldiers there was no cooperation, nor was the training program modernized to fit the kind of war developing in France. These flaws were magnified by the presence of inexperienced Canadian militia officers, too old and unfit for battle and too out of date to train the men in their charge. The untried Canadians were an unruly bunch who rebelled at the idea of saluting officers who were just as green as they were. Since Hughes, a temperance advocate, had banned wet canteens, hundreds simply took their leave from the camp at night, pass or no pass, to return considerably the worse for wear. Agar Adamson's wife, Mabel, waiting for her husband in the Old George Hotel, wrote to her mother that Salisbury looks as if it were in the hands of the Germans. A picket goes around. 100 arrests that night, including those of 22 officers. In spite of Hughes's orders, Major General Sir Edwin Alderson moved quickly to solve the problem. Alderson was no stranger to his new charges. He had served with mounted Canadian troops in South Africa and liked them. After he ordered the installation of wet canteens, beer soon replaced hard liquor as the tipple of choice, and the unruly young soldiers stayed in camp. Alas, the word had already gone out. These undisciplined and untrained colonials were wild men, scarcely a match for the British Tommies, let alone the Germans. The Canadians got their real training in the trenches, which by February Rory stretched in a wriggling, unbroken line from Switzerland to the North Sea. The war of movement that everybody expected and that so many looked forward to was ended. There would be no gallant charges here in the mud and filth of no man's land. In parts of Flanders the scars of war were not yet evident. But as the months moved on, the Canadians would soon face a black and grey world, stark and forbidding, where the limbless cadavers of broken trees rose out of the slime like skeletal fingers. Not a leaf here, not a blade of grass, and no hint of human presence save the bones of those who had gone before. The dead were one with the mud. The living cowered below the parapets waiting for the night. The neat, sandbagged trenches that have been preserved for the curious visitors who tour France and Belgium bear no resemblance to those foul ditches, calf-deep in gumbo, redolent with the stink of rotting flesh, the stagnant water alive with frogs and beetles. The dugouts swarmed with rats that scuttled over the bodies of the living and fed off the corpses of the dead. In March, after a week of indoctrination by older sweats, the Canadi ANS took their place in the line north of Armentières. Here, the historians of the war tell us, very little happened in the month before the division was shipped farther north. Very little, perhaps, to British staff officers reclining at headquarters far behind the lines, very little, certainly, in comparison with later, bloodier engagements. But to Captain Agar. My description to describe what has happened in the last 4 days, he wrote to his wife, Mabel, who had described to her mother the drunk Ennis at Salisbury, but I know if I read what I am going to write, I doubt if I would be able to believe it was not written by a liar or the ravings of a maniac. The regiment, which was under British command and separated from the Canadian division, had come under German attack and lost 17 men killed and 46 wounded, including Major Hamilton Galt, the wealthy Montrealer, who had raised it using his own funds. After a 24-day stint in that front-line sector, the Canadian troops of the 1st Division returned to rest billets. Here, boarding with French farm families, they began to get a sense of the civilian suffer ing. Private A.R.B. Duck was billeted with an old man of 67 and his wife whose 2 sons and son-in-law were somewhere at the front. He would always remember how, in the evening, the 2 old people would sit on either side of the fire and gaze into it without a word. Sometimes a tear would roll down their faces and they would commence to talk to you. Seemed as if they were pleased very much that we came all the way from cold Canada to help them. The Canadians' real baptism of fire occurred on April after the division moved north to the Ypres salient, just inside the Belgian border. In the parlance of war, a salient was a bulge in the line, an angular projection poking into the heart of no man's land. From a tactical point of view, it was something to be shunned as surely as trench foot, since it was an open invitation to slaughter, one huge artillery target, in the later words of Basil Liddell Hart, the Times' perceptive correspondent. The troops defending this killing ground were subject to withering enemy fire from all three sides, and for no real strategic purpose. The Allies insisted on clinging to the salient, not because it made any military sense but for purely sentimental reasons. This blood-drenched piece of real estate was the only hunk of Belgium that the Germans had not overrun. Brave little Belgium had held them back. An outrageously costly symbol, the salient must never be lost to the enemy. The Western Front pound, Switzerland. Each bloodier than the last. The Germans in their turn fought just as fiercely to seize it, again at fearful cost. It beggars the imagination to contemplate the ironies and idiocies of Ypres, hundreds of thousands of men enduring a perfect hell before battling to a stalemate, not once but 3 times. Wipers, as the soldiers called it, has become a symbol for Canada, too, albeit a different one. The salient went into our history books because it was in this moonscape that the Canadians proved their mettle. The First Battle of Ypres was over before the Canadians went into the line. The second began on April, when the world seemed to turn a sickly olive green. Scarcely anybody at the general staff level, British or French, had seriously considered the possibility of a gas attack, in spite of all the evidence. If the Germans had put up a placard reading "Danger. Gas attack coming," the clues could not have been clearer. An Allied agent in Belgium had predicted it. Captured German prisoners had confirmed it. One German deserter had even displayed an issued gas mask as evidence. But nobody on the Allied side thought to issue gas masks. The attitude of the French was that all this gas business need not be taken seriously. Nobody thought to use aerial photography to confirm what the prisoners were saying. Had they done so, they would have spotted more than 5,000 huge cylinders of chlorine gas, turned out by German chemical factories, lined up along the northern face of the salient. The cylinders represented an experiment. The Germans had used gas before, in Poland, where the temperatures were too low to make it effective, and in front of Neuve-Chapelle the previous October, where it was so weak it wasn't even noticed. The German High Command had little faith in this newest weapon of war but was willing to try it out if the wind was right as part of the big attack that signaled the renewed Battle of Ypres. If it didn't work, they had nothing to lose. If it did, they could drive the Allies into the sea. When the Canadians went into the line on April, a mild warning did come through to the brigade commanders: attack expected at night to be preceded by the sending of poisonous gases to our lines, and prevailing wind was at the Canadians' backs. The lull in the fighting, if a constant barrage of shell fire can be described as a lull, continued for another week. The Canadians held the left of the British line next to Algerian and French territorial units who should probably have been separated by disciplined regulars. When the gas came at 5 o'clock on the morning of the 22nd, it crept toward the Canadian and Algerian lines, hugging the shattered ground, being heavier than air, then spiraling upward for about 6 feet as it approached the forward trenches. The scenes that followed were climactic. Behind that malevolent wall of green could be seen, dimly, the ghostly forms of the enemy hordes, who, in their crude gas masks, seemed to have sprung from another world. Then, out of the green fog, came the black troops from North Africa, running as though hell was behind them, in the words of one Canadian private. Their heels barely seemed to touch the ground. As they ran, they covered their faces, noses, and eyes with their hands, and through blackened lips, sometimes cracked and bleeding, they gasped, "Allemands." Allemands fell and died by the score. A man dies by gas in horrible torment, Harold Pete, a private in the 3rd Battalion, wrote in his published memoir. He turns perfectly black, those men at any rate whom I saw that time. Black as black leather, eyes, even lips, teeth, nails. He foams at the mouth as a dog in hydrophobia. He lingers 5 or 6 minutes and then goes west. Though the Canadians on the French right stood firm, clutching urine-soaked handkerchiefs to their noses, the line had been badly broken. A 4-mile-wide gap, big enough to let in an army, had been punched through it, with no one left to defend it in spite of the French officers' attempts to halt the rout. The road to Ypres, only 4 miles distant, lay open. Nothing now could stop. The Germans saved the Canadians and the enemy's own caution and rigidity of mind. 50,000 Allied troops stood in jeopardy, but, astonishingly, the Germans failed to exploit success. For one thing, they themselves feared the gas that lurked greenly in the shell holes and the bottoms of the trenches. Had made no provision for reinforcements following a possible breakthrough. More, they lacked the flexibility to throw carefully laid plans aside and press the attack past the objectives the General Staff had laid down. And so, obediently, they halted to wait until morning and lost their momentum as the Canadians harassed them with counterattacks. A second death cloud came 2 days later, this time aimed directly at the Canadians, who held the apex of the salient. By then they had been issued cotton bandoliers, which, when soaked in the tubs of water placed along the line and then held to the nostrils, provided a defense of sorts. A vicious bombardment accompanied the gas, but the Canadiens held on at the expense of their lungs. A British private, David Shand, of the Gordon Highlanders, who had not experienced the gas, came out of the line with his regiment, stopped at a ditch near a first aid clearing station, and beheld a spectacle he could never forget. There were about 200 to 300 men lying in that ditch. Some were clawing at their throats. Their brass buttons were green. Their bodies were swelled. Some of them were still alive. They were not wearing their belts or equipment, and we thought they were Germans. One inquisitive fellow turned a dead man over. He saw a brass clip bearing the name Canada on the corpse's shoulder and exclaimed, "These are Canadians." Some of us said, "For the love of Mike." We never knew that. Some of the Canadiens were still writhing on the ground, their tongues hanging out. We saw one Canadian down on his knees. His finger was on the trigger of his rifle. He was dead. He had apparently turned around and was firing on the Germans because they were in pursuit. There was a big bunch of empty cartridges lying beside him. Then we reached the front-line Canadian trenches. There were no trenches left. By the time they were relieved on April, the Canadians had lost some 6,000 men, dead, wounded, or missing, mostly from the shellfire that could strike with devastating and unexpected suddenness, as when Joseph Monahan of the PPCLI asked his best chum for a match to light his pipe. He handed me the box, and when I turned to gas, which was never a major factor in the war. But in the years that followed, old soldiers in military hospitals would cough themselves to death, a grim reminder of those desperate moments in the green hell of the Ypres salient. In this, their first major battle, the untried Canadians had launched what would become a great war legend. They had startled a world that, in spite of Hughes's bluster, had paid them little heed. They had impressed the British command that had seen them as upstart colonials, no match for the King's regulars, brash, untrained, not entirely dependable. But here, on the afternoon of May, was the commander of the British Second Army, Smith Dorrien, paraphrasing the plaudits he had lavished on the fighting 19th in the South African War and applying them to the new Canadian Corps. As one of his staff officers remarked that day, the whole army realized that it was only the gallant actions of the Canadians that saved Ypres, otherwise one of the greatest disasters in the history of the British Army might have occurred. An official communiqué confirmed it. The Canadians had many casualties, but their gallantry and determination undoubtedly saved the situation. In December the British made a major change. Douglas Haig, who succeeded Sir John French as Commander-in-Chief of the British Expeditionary Forces, was the very model of a 19th-century general. More than any other commander on the British side he looked the part, the chiseled features, the carefully clipped mustache, the cold, blue, penetrating eyes. His riding boots were polished to a high luster, the envy of his military compatriots. No smear of grime stained the immaculate perfection of his beautifully tailored uniform, no crumb of clay discolored the whipcord of his riding breeches. But then, there was little mud or clay to be found 12 miles back of the lines at the comfortable chateau near Montreuil where he made his headquarters. It is, of course, necessary that general officers and their staff stay far enough from the hurly-burly of battle to assess the overall picture, but Haig and his entourage went to extremes. His chief of staff, Lancelot Kiggle, never went near the front and is said to have the battle had been fought. Lord Haldane, who had been Secretary of War before the conflict, thought that Haig was the most highly equipped thinker in the British Army, an astounding comment on a dour, reserved leader who was almost inarticulate. He often omitted verbs, fumbled for words, and broke off sentences in the middle, leaving others to figure out what he was driving at. Lloyd George remarked cuttingly, "In my experience, a confused talker is never a clear thinker." The British Prime Minister's attitude to Haig was one of contempt, as his oft-quoted remarks indicate, Haig does not care how many men he loses. We could certainly beat the Germans if only we could get Haig to join them. I never met any man in a high position who seemed to me so utterly devoid of imagination. Lloyd George was more right than wrong in his assessment. He would have liked to sack his bête noire, but Haig had too many friends in high places, including the king himself. A veteran cavalryman, he surrounded himself with fellow cavalrymen, members of the most conservative arm of the forces. Throughout the war he continued to be obsessed with the fantasy of a cavalry charge that would result in a breakthrough and lead to victory. As late as he was submitting to the War Office a secret brief advocating the continued value of cavalry units and defending their role in the Great War. But the days of the cavalry were over, the tank was about to replace the horse. Haig came from a prominent Edinburgh distillery family, whose dim-pled bottles of whiskey still bear the Haig name. As a former aide-de-camp to Edward VII, he stood near the pinnacle of a rigid military caste system that made it all but impossible for gifted rankers to join the officer class while blue-blooded twits were granted the King's Commission. The social gap in Haig's army, a reflection of the British class system, was remarked on by the Canadians who fought beside the Tom Mise. The opinion of Wilfred Brenton Kerr, a young gunner from Toronto, would later appear in print. Above all, we noticed that there seemed to be a gulf between them and their officers, marked by on the other. Haig's prejudices were those of his peers. He had little use for his French allies, whom he considered a wretched lot, nor for politicians. "You can't trust anyone who has ever been in Parliament," he remarked to his sycophantic Director of Intelligence, Brigadier General John Charteris. Like his master, Charteris was a super-optimist, who conjured forth resounding victories from each bloody 100 yards advance, like rabbits from a hat, in the sardonic assessment of J.F.C. Fuller, perhaps the shrewdest of the military commentators. Charteris's sunny assessments misled the press, the public, and even Haig himself with false news of victories. But Haig did not need an enthusiastic subordinate to boost his morale, for he was a man who harbored no doubts. After all, was not God on his side? Did he not pray daily for aid? "I firmly believe," he declared, "that every step in my plans has been taken with divine help." He was convinced that a great unseen power was sustaining him, otherwise I could not be standing the strain for very long. The strain, such as it was, might have felled a more imaginative commander, but Haig, secure in his chateau, was blinded by his distance from the battlefield, by the myopia of his yes-men, and by his own refusal to face reality. When the great Somme offensives ended in November, Haig claimed the campaign had been a success because it took so much pressure off the French, who were drowning in the bloodbath of Verdun. But that was not the purpose of the much-heralded Big Push, which was supposed to drive a hole in the German entrenchments astride the Somme River and win the war. The Great Fuck-Up, as the troops called it, was the largest military engagement ever fought. The battleground was chosen for no other reason than that it marked the point where the British and the French sectors happened to connect. It did not bother Haig that the German defenses at that point were the strongest on the Western Front. Each of the 3 lines of German defenses was protected by 2 thick belts of barbed wire, 30 feet deep. Cattle ranches, the barbs here were hefty, razor-sharp, and deadly, strong enough to impale a luckless soldier who, caught like a fly in a web, could neither advance nor retreat. Any man hanging on the old barbed wire, to quote a line of gallows humor from one of the songs of the trenches, was a sitting target for enemy snipers and machine gunners. It was absolutely imperative, then, that the wire be cut, shattered, rolled up, reduced to smithereens. The answer, the British thought, would be a week-long barrage that would not only destroy the barricades but also force the Germans to skulk in their dugouts. By the time they recovered, shaken, from the incessant bombardment, the advance British would be upon them, bayonets at the ready, with the cavalry close behind, lances pointed, sabers shining in the sun. Nobody, apparently, thought to test the effect of shrapnel on wire. The test came on July, with the British advancing in line, shoulder to shoulder, as in the days of musketry. The big guns, of them, had fired steadily day after day, expending nearly 3 million shells on the enemy. Tragically, the wire was still intact. There was worse. Haig had made no attempt to conceal his preparations. The Germans, safe from the bombardment in prepared dugouts that had been dug 30 to 40 feet deep in the chalk, were ready. The advancing troops moved sluggishly. The days of the wild charge were long gone. Each man was burdened with 66 pounds of equipment, much of it excess baggage. Stumbling over the uneven ground for a distance that averaged 500 yards, hopping from shell hole to shell hole without the advantage of a covering screen of smoke, the optimistic British felt it wouldn't be needed because the enemy would have been wiped out. The ill-starred Tommies fell in droves long before they reached the undamaged wire. The British guns had stopped too soon. The Germans, unfazed by the barrage, sprang out of dugouts and trenches, waited until the attackers were within 100 yards of their lines, and then proceeded methodically to mow them down. Wave after wave of doomed men advanced in the morning sunlight. Wave after wave was shattered, 8 waves in all. Some were killed. Victims of the withering fire from German machine guns that spewed out bullets at the rate of rounds per minute. Such was the fate of the Newfoundland Regiment, a colonial unit within the British 29th Division, torn to fragments by the enemy fire. The Newfoundlanders were support troops who suffered heavily from the cannons even before they reached their own front line. By the time they struggled through the gaps in that line, the German machine guns a few hundred yards distant were cutting them to pieces. When the roll was called the following morning, it was found that of the men who had formed themselves into line to advance against the enemy, only had survived. No other unit on the Allied side Sioux feared as greatly as these volunteers from the outports. By early afternoon the attack had petered out. Those of the living who could walk were back in their own lines. The dead lay on the battlefield in heaps, corpses sprawled and contorted in the mud. Close to, more men were wounded or missing, meaning, in most cases, that they had been blown into unrecognizable bits. It was the blackest day in British history. No other army had suffered such a loss in one day's fighting. A force of had been reduced to less than half, the heaviest toll in British records. Over the years the Somme has come to be seen for what it was, one of the great debacles in the history of warfare. Today, its defenders are few. By the time John Diefenbaker published his memoirs, he could write that the outpouring of blood on the Somme, when the Newfoundland Regiment went into action, was in my opinion one of the most disgraceful episodes in history. There was a time when he would not have dared to use those words. Back in Canada there was no hint of the bloodbath, as the Germans called it. All that tortured week and beyond, the cries of victory continued in the Canadian press. British scythe of death cuts new swath, brilliant success for French on Somme, British smash foes on Somme. Haig remained unmoved by that first day's slaughter. The following day he resumed the attack, still attempting to make the breakthrough. Bloodiest of the war in spite of the triumphant headlines, 10,000 casualties a day and very little to show for it. Was Haig ever tormented by the magnitude of the butchery? Did that ghostly army of the fallen, rising wraith-like from the sodden clay, disturb his dreams or haunt his nightmares? One doubts it. His paucity of imagination acted as a kind of shield to cushion him from the unthinkable. He was more concerned with the grisly mathematics of attrition. The big push having failed, he convinced himself that this wearing down was the best policy. The war would become a ghastly contest, a demented sports event in which the victory would go to the side that could count the fewest corpses. The Germans, in Haig's contorted view, would lose so many men that they would eventually sue for peace. The bloodletting on the Somme continued for some 2.5 months, with little ground gained or lost. British take area yard square, the Toronto Star's big headlines shouted on August, as if the gain of that chewed-up patch of sodden gumbo constituted a major victory. Then, on September, the Canadians, who had been spared the worst of the series of battles that followed the opening act of the tragedy, took over the line for the first time. They went into action on the 9th and seized the town of Courcelette on the 15th, terrifying the surrendering Germans who held up their hands, calling, "Mercy, Kamerad." The fight had gone out of them. Whenever they see the Canadians they as a rule meet them with their hands up. Gordon Silliker, a young artilleryman with the 25th Battalion, Nova Scotia Rifles, remarked. The veterans of Ypres no longer saw the Germans as supermen. Fritz is fairly cowed by the bayonet, Norman Lothar of the Canadian Mounted Rifles later declared. He simply can't face it. That evening, as the Germans bombarded the newly captured trenches, Lothar had a narrow and unexpected escape from death when a piece of shrapnel tore into his knee. 4 of his comrades carried him across open country under the shelling to a rear dressing station, but before they reached it, a big shell exploded close by. A chunk of right breast, ripping right through his pay book and breaking his new fountain pen. By great good luck, his cigarette case was also in the way. Its presence saved his life. As Lothar discovered, life and death on the battlefield were often determined by fortune's wheel. A few days later, Harold Huggan of the 26th, New Brunswick, Battalion was trying to dig himself in under a hail of machine gun bullets when one entered the inside of his leg, ripped through his hip, and shattered his thigh bone. As Huggan lay bleeding, a young English soldier tried to help him, but even as Huggan put an arm around his rescuer's neck, he was hit again. The bullet went through his arm, killing the Englishman instantly. Huggan, who lay out on the field for 3 days and nights without food or water, survived. Haig, who could not get it into his head that his tactics weren't working, had decided to gamble on yet another big push, hurling all available troops at the German defenses, supported for the first time by the strange new armored vehicles known as tanks. The British had built of these, of which had arrived in France. A mass assault by this new armor might easily have tipped the balance, but Haig, the veteran cavalryman, wouldn't wait for the bulk of the force to arrive. He distributed what he had among his forces piecemeal, like bonbons at a children's party. The Canadians received 7, one of which Act II ally got through to its objective, but the final result was disappointing. The week-long battle cost the Canadians casualties. The Corps had added to its reputation by seizing its objective, the town of Courcelette, after a hard hand-to-hand struggle. Once again, however, Haig's big push had run out of steam, and the stubborn commander returned to his policy of attrition. The Battle of the Somme, actually 8 separate battles, dragged on inconclusively for another 2 months. On October, the new 4th Division, still unbloodied, took its place in the line while the other battered Canadian units moved north to the Vimy area. The D.V. Schoun's objective was a filthy ditch known as the Regina Trench, which the debacle. It took a month of tough fighting against an enemy so determined that any German officer who surrendered so much as an inch of ground was faced with a court-martial. In spite of the freezing rain that never seemed to let up, the Canadians did the job. They took a section of the Regina Trench on November. A week later, the entire support system was in their hands. After more than 5 months, the Somme offensive, supposed to be the decisive hammer blow that would bring swift victory, ground to a halt. The ordeal was over. It had cost the Canadians casualties, of which 2/3 were suffered in the contest for the Regina Trench. In the battle of attrition, the 2 opposing armies had slugged it out to a draw. At enormous cost, the Allies had managed to seize square miles of insignificant farmland from the enemy but had lost more than their opponents in the wearing down process that Haig thought would win the war. The Allied casualties were eventually reckoned at, the German losses at. About a quarter of the Germans were so lightly wounded they were returned to their lines and so went unreported, allowing the pencil pushers to claim that the casualties were close to being equal. So much for attrition. Once again, the great conflict had been reduced to a bloody stalemate, although Haig, with his usual optimism, claimed a kind of moral victory. There is reason to believe, he announced, using the fuzzy Haig speak that had become his trademark, that German casualties were far greater than those of the British and French. The enemy's morale had shown marked signs of deterioration, while the British army was confident in its proved superiority. The German civilians were demoralized, and all that was needed, weather permitting, was another campaign that would surely prove decisive. That campaign, in the spring of, would be the ineffective Battle of Arras, another big push that failed to make its objective except in one brilliant instance, the capture of Vimy Ridge by the Canadian Corps. When the Regina Trench was firmly in Canadian hands, all 4 replacement, Lieutenant General Julian Byng. Astonishingly, Sam Hughes was still Minister of Militia when the Canadians arrived in the Vimy sector and still doing his best to interfere in matters outside his jurisdiction. His support of the Ross rifle had undoubtedly cost the lives of scores, perhaps hundreds, of Canadian soldiers, but now the Ross belonged to the past. Nor could Hughes bully Julian Byng, though he tried. When Hughes announced to the new commander that he would continue to make all appointments within the Corps, Byng replied courteously that he would always make recommendations to the minister, but if Hughes tried to override him, he would resign. That ended it. Hughes backed down. It remained Hughes's ambition to command the Canadians in battle. If the struggle is not over by spring, he had said that first winter, I will take the field myself. The prospect of this half-mad amateur soldier blundering over the top and into the killing ground of no man's land dismayed those who took his words seriously. But that appalling prospect was still alive as late as, when it was rumored that he might be offered a command in France if only to get him out of the Canadian cabinet. To this possibility, the Globe responded with a vituperative editorial. It would be a crime, the ghastliest and most murderous stroke of the war, no matter what the excuse or what the cause, were General Sir Sam Hughes given a real command of living soldiers in a genuine engagement on the war's battlefront. The fortunes of any government or of any political leader in Canada are as nothing compared with the fate of a Canadian army on the French or Belgian front, dependent on the strategy or judgment of Sam Hughes. To acquiesce, in such a crime, as a condition of his resignation from the Canadian government would be to try to wash out the reminders of political blundering in the lifeblood of Canadian regiments. It is bad enough to have to suffer his aping of Napoleon as the world's other military genius, but to allow him a chance to put his apings into practice with the flesh and blood of Canada's sons and men, no. Him? It was not that easy. Hughes on the outside was, in the Prime Minister's view, more dangerous than Hughes on the inside. He was a loyal member of the party and commanded a considerable constituency. He had the full force of the Orange Lodge behind him, or thought he had. His dismissal could touch off a political crisis. Moreover, the Prime Minister shrank from confrontation. He was, in Hughes's backhanded description, a most lovely fellow but gently-hearted as a child. It is likely that Borden was scared silly of facing the emotional roller coaster that would result if he dropped his excitable minister. Hughes had the distressing habit of breaking down and burst into tears at the mildest reprimand. After one of these outbursts, he had once cried into the telephone after a challenge. He invariably pledged that he would reform, but he never did. These confrontations tell us as much about Borden as they do about Hughes. The Prime Minister, ponderous, introspective, nervous, and slow of speech, hid his sensitivity and his enthusiasms behind a mask of serenity. In the early days of his leadership, his followers had found him too reasonable, too indecisive, perhaps, to command the ship of state. Yet these qualities, the direct opposite of the posturing braggadocio of the insufferable Hughes, were the very ones that have served more than one Canadian Prime Minister in moments of crisis, from John A. Macdonald, Old Tomorrow himself, on down through Mackenzie King and his successors. Hughes managed to survive for almost half the war while colleagues struggled to find a means of getting rid of him without precipitating the kind of explosion that in the midst of war could have torn the country apart, or at least, and this was a prime consideration, the Conservative Party itself. It is quite evident that Hughes cannot remain in the government, Borden confided to his diary on April. But it was another 8 months before he finally called for the minister's resignation. He had no choice, for this time Hughes, then in London, had overstepped the mark once too often, not only ignoring an order from Borden but also responding with a letter that, in effect, called the Prime Minister's liar. Becoming leader of his party, he had been growing slowly with the job, a growth accelerated by the war. Hughes almost collapsed when he received Borden's letter demanding his resignation, for he had firmly believed the Prime Minister would never dare to dismiss him. Borden, who appears to have been waiting for Hughes to blunder, managed to get him off center stage without the expected political furor. I determined to let him continue until I was perfectly sure that his dismissal would not entail any serious danger to my administration, was the way Borden justified it in his memoirs. Hughes would continue to rant from his seat in the House of Commons, but Borden paid him little heed. The cat's claws had been pulled. The sense of bubbling enthusiasm that was one of the distinguishing aspects of the Canadian character in the early days of the century is not a quality that springs immediately to mind today. Caution, yes, circumspection, certainly, but enthusiasm? Still, there was a time when Canadians firmly believed, with Wilfrid Laurier, that the century belonged to Canada and that anything was possible. Sam Hughes's reckless promise to send 21 Canadian DV Scions to the front can be dismissed as the rantings of a demented politician. But what about the equally rash promise made by Robert Borden on New Year's Day, apparently without consulting his colleagues or military authorities? At a time when the country's population was less than 8 million, Berton wanted to raise the size of the Canadian army to a total of 500,000 men, a sacred pledge, he called it. He did not seem to realize that, given losses from enemy fire, illness, transfers, and discharges, Canada would have to supply an average of 25,000 new recruits every month to honor his impulsive words. Like most English Canadians, the imperturbable Prime Minister had been caught up in the tidal wave of patriotic fervor that marked the home front. That the supply of recruits initially exceeded the demand. To be fair, Berton had no more conception of the bloodletting than ordinary Canadians. The growing casualty lists provided some hints, but the newspapers continued to trumpet Allied victories and fantastic enemy losses. The true dimensions of the conflict did not begin to sink in until the winter of Dash, by which time Canada, having mounted a 4th division, was already planning a 5th. By the spring of, the pace of recruiting had slowed alarmingly. The mass of English-born enthusiasts who had made up the bulk of the army in its formative months had been used up. The farms and the FAC Tories, both essential to the war effort, needed men as desperately as the armed forces, whose total strength by the end of the year was just under, not much more than half of Berton's fantasy. Now, with the manpower situation reaching crisis proportions, every effort was being made to lure more recruits into the service, or, if that didn't work, to shame them into joining up. Would-be soldiers no longer needed their wives' permission to enlist. Medical standards were low-aired. So-called undesirables, blacks, native people, Asians, found themselves courted. It was no longer a white man's war, in the unfortunate phrase of a Cape Breton recruiting officer in. Now every able-bodied man was needed, and even some not originally considered able-bodied, such as a young McGill student named Dodge Rankin. Turned down in because he'd once had typhoid, he was now passed as fit by a doctor who merely stuck a stethoscope against his chest. Private Rankin was on a ship bound for overseas that very afternoon. In their stepped-up campaign for new recruits, the Army and the government had the willing cooperation of most English-speaking Canadians, especially women, who were encouraged to humiliate so-called slackers who had not come forward to volunteer. They sang Muriel Bruce's new song, "Why Aren't You in Khaki?" which swiftly became the official anthem of the recruiting leagues. Members of another militant organization, the Women's Home Guard, dressed in khaki skirts and Norfolk jackets, occupied themselves handing out clothes to walk down a city street unmolested. Charles Haddelsey of St. Catherine's remembered that all the girls were going around with white feathers. They'd stick one of those feathers on you if you were not in uniform. Haddelsey found himself getting the white feather treatment, a clear intimation of cowardice, even though he'd been rejected for service. He complained to an officer who agreed to take him to another doctor who would pass him as healthy. The following evening Haddelsey, too, was on his way overseas. As recruiting dwindled, demands began to be heard for national registration and even conscription. Recruiting leagues across the country started to protest the haphazard methods of filling military quotas, and in April sent a large delegation to lobby the Prime Minister. "The present system is a failure," S.F. Washington of the Hamilton Recruiting League told Berton. The Chief Justice of Manitoba, T.G. Mathers, was equally forceful. "We have under the present system compulsion in its most obnoxious form. It is absurd to speak of enlistment at the present day as voluntary. In the cities of the West, the man who is not in uniform is made to feel that he is a sort of social outcast. No man who joins the ranks today does so voluntarily. He does so because he can no longer resist the pressure of public opinion." This atmosphere was recalled by Pierre Van Passen, a young Dutch immigrant who would later become a foreign correspondent for the Toronto Star. Van Passen was accosted on the rear platform of a Toronto streetcar by a woman in mourning for her 3 sons who had been killed at the front. "Why aren't you in khaki?" she demanded. "Why do you dare to stand there laughing at my misery? Why don't you go over and fight? Fight, avenge my boys." When Van Passen tried to explain that he was not a Canadian, she began to scream at the top of her voice that she, the mother of 3 heroes who had died for their king and country, had been insulted by a foreigner, a slacker, a German spy, a red. When the beleaguered Dutchman managed to get off the streetcar at the King Edward Hotel, his tormentor followed, still screaming about spies and Germans. A rushed to the woman's side, forcing him to submit as she pushed a white feather on a pin through his coat and into his flesh. The following day, Pierre Van Passen joined up. This was no isolated incident. In Berlin, Ontario, soon to change its name to Kitchener, civilians were forcibly manhandled on the street by members of the 118th Battalion and hustled to the recruiting office. In St. Thomas, members of the 93rd Battalion stopped young men and demanded they enlist, threatening to molest them unless they had good reasons not to join up. The "Give Us His Name" campaign by several Ontario regiments allowed the recruiting officers to finger and publicly identify the slackers. The imperial theme, the Empire needs you, was an important part of the recruiting drive. Britain has given you freedom. She has given you peaceful years. Will you help her now? She is in the gravest peril she has ever known, and only her men can save her. The posters and the advertisements also gave play to burgeoning Canadian nationalism. This is Canada's war. If Germany wins, your freedom will be lost. The other side of the coin of hatred and revenge bore the themes of adventure, comradeship, and good old-fashioned fun. We've got a big job out there, one veteran told a Toronto audience, but there's some fun, too. We've got lots of baseballs and we need pitchers. One Ottawa battalion declared, "It's a man's game, this soldiering." An accompanying illustration showed a young man in uniform, tall, smiling, straight-backed, confident, while a slacker was depicted as a skinny-legged, hunched, and cringing figure. The ardent patriotism that drove the recruiting campaign and colored the press. Reports of the war left a disagreeable taste in the mouths of the fighting men at the front. The psychological gap between civilians at home and soldiers in the trenches grew wider as the war dragged on. It was as if there were two kinds of Canadians, as different one from another as the Francophones were from the Anglophones. Words like honor and sacrifice, still being tossed about back home, ceased. Demands from friends and relatives to recount stirring tales of heroism and gallantry overseas. As one put it, you felt like vomiting when the subject was mentioned. Even the idea of leave in England, as welcome as it was, had its problems, as the English poet Robert Graves told an interviewer. The idea of being and staying at home was awful because you were with people who didn't understand what this was all about. Nor was it possible to make them understand because you can't communicate noise. Noise never stopped for one moment, ever. The Canadian poet and novelist Theodore Goodrich Roberts, who served with the 18th Battalion at the front, warned his fellow soldiers not to talk about the war to people who weren't there. You will be misunderstood if you do. Philip Gibbs, a leading war correspondent, made no bones about how soldiers on leave felt about civilians. They hated the smiling women in the streets. They loathed the old men. They desired that profiteers should die by poison gas. They prayed God to get the Germans to send Zeppelins to England, to make the people know what war meant. The narrator of Charles Yale Harrison's landmark post-war Canadian novel, Generals Die in Bed, reflects the mood. I feel that people should not be sitting laughing at jokes about plum and apple jam while boys are dying out in France. They sit here in stiff shirts, their faces and jowls are smooth with daily shaving and dainty cosmetics, their bellies are full, and out there we are being eaten by lice, we are sitting trembling in shivering dugouts. In the post-war years, those of us who were schoolchildren in the 20s could not help noticing a common phenomenon. Those of our fathers who had returned refused to talk to us about the war. It was as if they were somehow set apart from the generation that followed. As Robert Graves' fellow poet, the wounded Siegfried Sassoon, described his evacuation in a hospital. Train, we were the survivors. Few among us would ever tell the truth to our friends and relatives in England. We were carrying something in our heads which belonged to us alone, and to those we left behind us in the battle. Language, and it was a newspaper language. That was even truer in Canada, where the censorship was harsher than in England and the theater of war more distant. The tireless chief censor, Lieutenant Colonel Ernest J. Chambers, an ardent imperialist to his fingertips, justified his draconian measures by arguing that the British, being closer to the battleground, and, of course, being British, were better equipped than the colonials across the water to deal with disturbing truths. The result was a program of suppression that still ranks as among the most brazen affronts to democracy in the country's history, to quote Geoffrey A. Cushion's careful study of Great War censorship in Canada. Sustained by the War Measures Act, made retroactive to August, the chief censor had almost as much clout as the Prime Minister and, since breaches of the act carried a fine or 5 years in prison or both, emerged as one of the most powerful men in the country. Brazen the new regulations. Might be, but the newspapers and magazines scarcely uttered a peep of protest, even when stories that had been cleared by British censors were still banned in Canada. Maclean's was one that knuckled under to Chambers's threats and killed a story whose only flaw was that it quoted from a British news report dealing with a Canadian defeat at Cambrai. The Sault Ste. Marie Express was reprimanded for publishing an editorial titled, "No More Canadian Soldiers at the Front." British books and pamphlets advocating temperance were banned in Canada because Chambers believed their accounts of Canadian drinking habits in England might inhibit recruiting. Chambers was especially irked by the graphic reports of Robert W. Service. The Bard of the Klondike, working as an ambulance driver in France, also wrote for the press, including the Ottawa Journal. "I cannot turn the car in that narrow road. With the wounded lying under my very wheels," Service reported in. 2 mangled heaps are lifted in. 1 has been wounded by a bursting gun. There seems to be no part of him that is not burned. The skin of his breast is of a bluish color and cracked open in ridges. I am sorry I saw him. Such dispatches horrified Chambers, who forced be expunged or at the very least sanitized. "The more I see of Robert W. Service's matter from the front," he wrote, "the more impressed I become that it is of a character to seriously interfere with recruiting in Canada." The slightest admonition from Chambers caused newspaper editors to scuttle for cover. In July, the Moncton Times published an account of Harry Ison's shrapnel wounds, a cut over the eye, another on the eyelid, a third on the cheek, and a fourth that took off a piece of his ear. Did the editor not think that the publication of such blood-curdling material of this character is likely to do more harm than good? Chambers asked. The editor replied meekly that the paper shall be very much on our guard in future in publishing letters from soldiers. One man who assisted the censor in his desire to depict a clean war was the Canadian-born Max Aitken, the soon-to-be Lord Beaver Brook saw the war as a romantic crusade and was not above writing, in the second volume of his Canada in Flanders, that the 6,000 men who had died at Ypres died the best way men can, full of vigor of life and inspired by the determination to succeed at all costs. But then Aitken wrote in the same volume that the presence of wounded men in a crowded trench passes the limits of horror. The censor watered that down to the presence of wounded men in the trench makes it far worse. That was too much for Aitken, who felt that a good deal of the drama and bite were being removed from his report. He had powerful friends in Canada and succeeded after intense lobbying in getting his book published in the original form. The resultant delay meant that the volume did not appear until January, by which time its contents had been overshadowed by the Somme battles. To Chambers, all foreign-language papers were suspect and all foreigners a potential threat to the British way of life, an odd attitude in a country that had made a point of throwing the doors open to a variety of immigrants. He prohibited publications from entering Canada from the United States. Of these, were in a language other than French or English. He obtained prohibition orders against not only other languages including Yiddish, Dutch, Swedish, Italian, and Arabic. In November he suppressed all William Randolph Hearst's newspapers for the duration of the war. Rather than opposing this blatant attack on the freedom of the press, Canadian newspapers applauded. After all, Hearst's Sunday editions were encroaching on their business. As the war dragged on, Chambers's powers increased. He had already managed to oversee telephone and telegraph messages. Before war's end he had censorship powers over movies, photographs, and even gramophone records. He actually banned pieces of music, 31 tunes in all. As for photographs, those that showed smiling soldiers were more acceptable, others depicting corpses of men and horses in the wreckage of a French city were not. Any suggestion of grisly death was to be avoided, as the Montreal Star and Toronto Star discovered when they came under the censor's fire for running an advertisement showing a few skeletons used to publicize a British film, War's Horrors. In the chief censor's hypersensitive view, that would scare off prospective soldiers or their mothers. Allied soldiers must be depicted as unfailingly cheerful, the trenches must appear to be as clean and dry as a kitchen floor, and death had to seem as peaceful as an afternoon nap. An American film, Peace at Any Price, was kept out of Canadian theaters because it emphasizes the gruesome side of war through depiction of ghastly heaps of dead. But then, in Chambers's jingoistic view, what could you expect from a motion picture industry controlled by disloyal Germans, Poles, and Jews? In the censor's fantasy world, in which good invariably triumphed over evil, all Canadian boys were well scrubbed, firm-jawed, and rugged, while the entire German race was made up of Neanderthals controlled by the Beast of Berlin. In perpetuating this illusion, the newspapermen and novelists were willing accomplices. As Siegfried Sassoon wrote in his memoirs, somehow the newspapermen always kept the horrifying realities of the war out of their articles, for it was unpatriotic to be bitter, and the dead were assumed to be gloriously happy. Lar Paul Kruger, but the strutting German emperor, with his spiked helmet and his fierce mustachios, was a ready-made villain. Long before the war began, when Germany was a friendly neighbor and some members of the British royal family still sported Teutonic accents, he had succeeded in irking the English with his posturing. The press began vilifying him as soon as war was declared. Philip Knightley has noted that in one edition of the Daily Mail in September, the Kaiser was called a lunatic, a madman, a monster, a modern Judas, and a criminal monarch. L. M. Montgomery's Rilla Offenbilside, the only Canadian wartime novel with a home front setting, captures the civilian attitude of the time. Cousin Sophia, bewailing the so-called atrocities in Belgium, cries out, "I was stirring the soup at the time, as you know. And I just felt that if I could have lifted that saucepan full of hot boiling soup and thrown it at the Kaiser, I would not have lived in vain." Again, later, when I wake up in the night and cannot go to sleep again, I pass the moment by torturing the Kaiser to death. Last night I fried him in boiling oil. The same kind of wrath comes through in Harry Wadson's Private Warwick, Musings of a Canuck in Khaki, published in What a Beast the Kaiser Is. Warwick's fiancée, Fanny, writes to his mother. "He is a demon, and terrible as war is, I hope there will be no peace until that fiend is shrieking for mercy at the hands of the men who will settle his fate. He set out to destroy the world's liberties, and when the time comes, he must be destroyed." This hymn of revenge increased during the war, inflamed by the propagandists and literary liars, making any sort of sensible and negotiated settlement impossible. In demanding total victory, the war enthusiasts had a powerful ally. In May, as the Canadian 1st Division was emerging from the embattled Ypres salient, a Canadian doctor paused briefly in his work to ponder the loss of a friend killed by shellfire the previous day. He scribbled 15 lines of verse on a scrap of paper, then tossed it aside and went back to work. Somebody picked up the finally appeared in Punch, and signed, on December. John McCrae's, In Flanders Fields, contained only 3 short stanzas, but it was certainly the greatest rallying cry since La Marseillaise, and it wasn't even set to martial music. Its impact was enormous, and not just in Canada, where it held its position as a bestseller for 2 years, but throughout the English-speaking world. Memorized by thousands of schoolchildren in the intervening years, intoned on every November, it remains to this day the quintessential war poem. Noth ing can touch it, no other song or ballad, no war novel or memoir, no patriotic speech or fervent prayer. Because of McCrae's poem, The Little Red Poppy, sold in tens of thousands on Armistice Day and the later Remembrance Day, has become the visual symbol of the war to end all wars. But what does the poem really say? What is the main message of these sincere, simple, hugely effective stanzas? It is, in effect, nothing less than a call, not just for victory but for unconditional surrender. In the final verse, the surviving warriors are exhorted by their fallen comrades to take up our quarrel with the foe. There the author uses the kind of sporting metaphor that had appeal with those familiar with Henry Newbolt's schoolboy whose voice rallied the ranks of his shattered regiment with play up, and play the game. In Flanders Fields, evokes a kind of macabre relay race, in which runners cut down in mid-flight throw the torch to a comrade, with failing hands. It is the torch of freedom, and they are implored to hold it high, because if they break faith with us who die, the dead will stir in their graves, unable to sleep beneath the blood-red poppies. What the poem says, then, is that anything short of total victory is a betrayal of those who fought and bled to achieve it. McCrae probably did not intend it, he died of pneumonia at the end of the war, but his poem served to quicken the blood and strengthen the resolve of those who were being once again conditioned for another disastrous bloodbath. Hate, revenge, and disdain were the emotions that drove the war machine. There are only 2 divisions in the world today, declared to the Frankenstein Germans, and sneered at their intellectual inferiority. Ford Madox Ford insisted, against all evidence, that there had been no German art of any quality since. "I wish Germany did not exist," he wrote, and I hope it will not exist much longer. Burke said that you cannot indict a whole nation. But you can. These three literary giants were part of a well-organized propaganda campaign conducted by the British, who recruited the country's lead novelists and essayists to vilify the enemy, beatify the Allies, and hide the truth about the war. As Hilaire Belloc, the Frankist member of this gifted company, put it ruefully, he found it necessary sometimes to lie damnably in the interests of the nation. The most prolific of the literary liars was the novelist Arnold Bennett, who wrote more than 400 pieces of propaganda and finished the war as head of the entire propaganda organization. For sheer blatant inventiveness, however, it is hard to top John Buchan, who, as Lord Tweedsmuir, was to become Governor-General of Canada in the next war. In his multi-volume history of the war, Buchan reported that the German casualties amounted 2, while the British lost only, of which a mere, were killed. We can, therefore, regard the long drawn-out battle in West Flanders as an Allied gain, Buchan claimed. He topped those incredible statistics with what Peter by Tenuis, in his Writers at War, has properly called the worst lie of the war. The most fantastic piece of fiction that Buchan was ever to write. In the first of 2 books about the Battle of the Somme, Buchan managed to turn the daily slaughter into a series of Allied triumphs and concluded that the first stage, which in strict terms we can call the Battle of the Somme, has ended in an Allied victory. Perhaps as a reward for what was a tissue of lies, Buchan was made Director of Intelligence in the Ministry of Information. A peerage followed, and with it the viceregal post in Canada. Much of this early propaganda was directed at the United States as part of the campaign to induce the country to enter the war, as it did. Sir Gilbert Parker, then a popular novelist. Parker persuaded a phalanx of British novelists to trumpet the war in articles that were carefully planted in American periodicals and also in press interviews. Parker's network in the United States consisted of influential people who helped read and distribute British propaganda, much of which was fed to friendly reporters on the New York Times and Chicago News. Parker reported that, in the eyes of the American people, the quiet and subterranean nature of our work has had the appearance of a purely private patriotism and enterprise. Arthur Conan Doyle, revered as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, wrote in a novel of the most wonderful spot in the world, the front-firing trenches, the outer breakwater that holds back the German tide. In tandem, Charles G.D. Roberts, perhaps the best known of the popular Canadian writers, in his book Canada in Flanders, exulted about the Canadians at the Somme, to whom the impregnable and the invincible had come to mean a challenge which they welcomed joyously. One of the purposes of Allied propaganda, as Robert Graves remembered it, was to make the English hate the Germans as they had never hated anyone before. The report of Lord Bryce's committee of prominent lawyers and historians, formed to investigate alleged German atrocities in Belgium, fueled the campaign. Here were tales of murder, lust and pillage that the report claimed were, on a scale unparalleled in any war between civilized nations during the past 3 centuries. Bryce's team told of the public rape of 22 Belgian girls, of the bayoneting of a 2-year-old child, of the slicing off of a peasant's breast, and other examples of murder, outrage, and violation of the innocent. To say that the Bryce Committee's findings were flawed is far too mild. In fact, they appear to be fiction. The witnesses who gave depositions were never interviewed or placed under oath, nor were they identified, while hearsay evidence was accepted as gospel. Several years later, a Belgian commission of inquiry looked into the matter and failed to corroborate a single allegation. Ties, newspaper readers, rendered cynical by the campaign of Great War falsehoods, were skeptical of reports of atrocities by the Nazis and the Soviet communists. Certainly, censorship and propaganda were creating a myth about the war that was hard to allay after tempers cooled. And the chances of forging any kind of sensible peace that might in the long run have helped bank the fires of German nationalism were non-existent. Long before those days, the image of the Hun, to use the widespread jingoistic word, was firmly established in the Western mind. It was a word the men in the trenches avoided. To them, the enemy was Fritz, a name that suggested a human being, not an ogre. The informal Christmas parleys that took place in the early years of the war, with German and Allied troops exchanging gifts out in no man's land, were anathema to the High Command, and it put a stop to them. But even the men at the front succumbed, in that eerie world, to some of the enduring myths of the war, to the stories of a strange band of deserters who lived out in The neutral zone between the trenches, exist ing on what they could pilfer from the corpses around them, or the troops of husky young soldiers selected and plucked from the line by the Germans to satisfy the sexual needs of their war widows, or the German tallow factory, in which the Allied corpses were rendered down to provide glycerin for the enemy's explosives. We half believed these things at the time, wrote James H. Pedley in Only This, his Great War retrospective, for we were in a mood to believe anything that indicated our enemy was in hard straits. It is not surprising, given the official fabrications of the war years, that the most bizarre fantasies should be accepted as truth, such as the tale of the crucified Canadian, supposedly condemned to a slow death by a group of German soldiers who impaled his body on a barn door with bayonets. As in the urban myths of our own time, somebody knew somebody who knew somebody who had seen it. The victim was almost always a Canadian, and the setting identifiable, the maple copse near Sanctuary Wood in the Ypres sector. This tale, used in some of these persistent legends have been tracked to their sources. The Angel of Mons, which soldiers claim to have been seen in the sky in the early days of the war, was based on a piece of magazine fiction. The tallow factory was the unwitting invention of Haig's intelligence officer, Brigadier General Charteris, who mixed up some photographic captions. The tale of the mutilated Belgian babies was started by a Times war correspondent and refined by the French Bureau de la Presse, a propaganda unit. Allied officials kept such legends alive and made up others. A German saw-toothed bayonet designed for pioneer battalions to saw off tree branches was portrayed as a fiendish invention for tearing living flesh. All these myths were fodder for a press that had very little to report apart from a series of fictitious Allied victories. No one, including the men in the field, was aware of the horrifying reality of the Somme slaughter. In England, the procession of broken men being hauled off on stretchers from ambulance trains hinted that something had gone very wrong on the Western Front. But Canadians were insulated from that spectacle by the controlled press. If members of the Fourth Estate were guilty of swallowing the government propaganda uncritically, the members of the First were equally culpable. As Siegfried Sassoon put it, in July, the men who could boast that he'd killed a German in the Battle of the Somme would have been patted on the back by a bishop in a hospital ward. It is not too much to say that the Protestant clergy reveled in the war. The leaders of the Methodist Church, which had become in Michael Bliss's estimate, the most radical religious organization in Canada, had adopted an unquestioning belief in the righteousness of the conflict and the Church's duty to play a positive role in achieving victory. This was, of course, a just war, the only kind any committed Christian could support, to quote Dwight Chown, the Church's general superintendent, to whom khaki was a sacred color. As for pacifism, which the Church had supported in the pre-war days, it could not be tolerated, in Chown's view, no matter who teaches it. The Roman Catholic clergy were divided by the war because so. Theme of Christian sacrifice pervades most of the 30-odd books written at the time. The wartime novelists stressed that the war was a conflict between God and Satan. Of all the ecclesiastic tub-thumpers, the best known and most effective was the Reverend Charles Gordon, the novelist Ralph Connor, whose leading character in his novel, The Sky Pilot in No Man's Land, is a young chaplain, Barry Dunbar. Dunbar appeals to the male members of his congregation to offer your bodies, these living bodies, these sacred bodies, offer them in a sacrifice to God. Connor, himself a chaplain, wrote, "It was the ancient sacrifice that the noblest of the race had always been called upon to make. In giving themselves to this cause they were giving themselves to their country. They were offering themselves to God." Apart from Connor, who was sent by Robert Borden on a tour of the United States as part of the Allied attempts to get America into the war, none of the novelists and memoirists of the war period were part of the official propaganda machine, yet their work slavishly followed the party line. Nellie McClung, who had been an ardent pacifist before the war, performed an about-turn and joined the ranks of the unwitting propagandists shortly after her son donned khaki. "I knew," she wrote, without a word being said, that my boy wanted to go. One day he looked up quietly and said, "I want to join. I want to help the British Empire, while there is a British Empire." McClung wrote in Next of Kin that the Germans worship the god of force, they recognize no sin but weakness and inefficiency. One of her characters in this semi-autobiographical work, a woman who has already lost 2 sons, explains why she has changed her mind. "It was the Lusitania that brought me to see the whole truth. Then I saw that we were waging war on the very Prince of Darkness. I Knew then that no man could die better than in defending civilization from this ghastly thing which threatened her. Like so many writers, McClung emphasized the glory of sacrificial death in the trenches. The fallen were the brave ones who passed through the gates of heaven to receive their eternal reward. This kind. The mothers of the nation to sacrifice their sons for the greater good. What if thousands of mothers, sickened by the struggle, suddenly banded together and refused to allow their boys to join up? It was not the tears of Canadian mothers that bothered the chief censor, it was the prospect that maternal affection might discourage enlistment. He need not have worried. Only a few of the war novelists had act-to-ally seen war firsthand. They were willing, if unconscious, partners in the campaign to convince the women of Canada that their boys' sacrifice was Christ-like, that death when it came was gallant and painless, and that conditions in the trenches weren't much worse than could be experienced during a journey through the Canadian wilds. Thus Lieutenant Coningsby Dawson, in his significantly titled memoir The Glory of the Trenches, claimed that soldiers did not fear death but faced it with serenity, knowing that those who fell in a righteous cause earned the right to hang beside Christ. McElvey Bell claimed, against all evidence, in his first Canadians in France that a large number of men shot through the brain recovered, and when men died in battle they went to their maker with a smile on their lips, like Robert J.C. Stead's hero in the final pages of The Cowpuncher. It all sounds ludicrous to us, but, after all, what Canadian schoolboy exposed to the Canadian Reader series had not had to memorize Browning's poem An Incident of the French Camp, with its ringing last line. Smiling the boy fell dead. In their letters home, the men at the front also did their best to relieve their mothers' anxieties by playing down the horrors and discomforts of the front, tales that were subject to censorship anyway, perpetuate the fiction that life in the rat-infested muck was positively Elysian. In his foreword to the U.S. edition of Private Pete, one of the most successful of the Canadian Great War memoirs, Harold Pete had a message for the American mothers whose sons would soon embark for France. He set out to write a book of smiles, he wrote, but the seriousness of it all crept into my pages. Yet I hope along with the grimness and the humor, I have been able to say some words of their sons and brothers into this mighty conflict. The most revealing book of all is the significantly titled Mainly for Mother, a collection of letters home from Armine Norris, a lieutenant in the Canadian Machine Gun Corps. They are unfailingly cheerful, as the following excerpts show, and crammed with warnings that his mother must not take reports of bloody actions too seriously. Indeed, some of his letters sound a bit like those of a schoolboy coming home from the class picnic. Now mother, he wrote back in, you speak of the terrible danger and awful horrors. Leave that sort of talk to the newspaper correspondents. The danger is not terrible and I have not in my personal experience of over 2 months in the trenches seen any horrors. I really like it. All the details I write you are just so you can see the fun in them. The soldiers are the most cheerful in the world today. We are well fed, warmly clothed, oversupplied, and life is fascinating. 2. Norris, a gas attack was a glorious scrap, and the battle for the Regina Trench, great sport. At one point he apologized for one letter he'd written from the Somme as totally uncalled for. It must be bad enough for you to be worrying about the risk I run, as it is, without making it worse, and, Mumsy, I don't want you to imagine that that letter was written in a normal state of mind. By January, Norris was still keeping a stiff upper lip in his letters home. I won't have any more of that talk about my suffering in France. Where on earth did you get that idea? I'd rather be in France than in England simply because I have a better time. On and on he went through the spring of, making light of his ordeal, poor Mumsy. What a trouble I am to you mother, hon est Injun, you sometimes make me laugh in your letters enduring all sort of imaginary things. Truly, Mumsy, you'll never realize how light and easy my share is compared to yours. In June, weather is glorious and I'm having a splendid time. In August, oh, I'm glad I've lasted to see open warfare. This is war not sewer construction. Came to his mother from the Director of Records, deeply regret inform you that Lieutenant Armine Frank Norris, Machine Gun Corps, officially reported missing in action, September. Supplement to the London Gazette, January, Military Cross, Lieutenant Armine F. Norris, 1st Bat. CMGC. When his battery commander was severely wounded he took command, pushing his guns forward to the exposed left flank of the infantry which he was supporting. He made skillful dispositions under both machine guns and direct artillery fire, and, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy, assured complete protection of the exposed flank. His efforts to assist the infantry were untiring. Canada would be hard put to find two general officers as different in terms of background and personality as Sir Julian Byng, who commanded the aged Canadian Corps at the Battle of Vimy Ridge and Arthur Currie, who succeeded him shortly after that famous engagement was fought and won. Byng was the bluest of the blue bloods, with all the provenance of a stiff-necked aristocrat, the son of an earl, the grandson of a field marshal, a product of the playing fields of Eton, and an intimate of royalty, known familiarly to the king as Bungo. His mother was a peer's daughter and a Cavendish to boot, a family whose members had breathed the rarefied air of the privileged classes for centuries. Currie was a former real estate agent, teetering on the verge of bankruptcy in the obscure colonial background of Victoria, British Columbia. He had no education past high school, and the best he could do in his early years was to obtain a third-class teacher's certificate. Byng had been a professional soldier all his life and an avid student of military tactics for 34 years. He had commanded a cavalry unit during the Boer War, was a major general in the Egyptian command. Promoted to lieutenant general. Currie had no professional military experience unless one counts his service in the non-permanent militia, an organization less interested in military affairs than social ones. Currie certainly had aspirations. He changed the spelling of his name from Currie, quit the Methodist faith for the more fashionable Church of England, married an English-born woman with a socially acceptable double-barreled name, became president of the Young Liberals, and jumped at the chance of a militia commission. Even though it was more than he could afford, the dress uniforms were hellishly expensive. But afford it he did by embezzling the funds intended to pay regimental contractors. Currie, whose troops admired him but did not love him, they called him Old Guts and Garters, in the way Byng was loved, didn't fit the stereotyped image of the British officer. At 42, he was flabby and dismayingly pear-shaped, with more than a suggestion of a double chin, marking his bland, clean-shaven features. Byng, by contrast, was fit and muscular, a man of commanding presence with intense blue eyes. Currie's were watery blue, a large military mustache, and a strong jaw. He could easily have done duty, as Kitchener did, on a recruiting poster, but it is impossible to imagine Currie's features on any placard crying out, "I want you." It was hard enough to find a uniform to fit his paunchy body, which made it difficult for him to maneuver through the narrow trenches. Yet this unlikely Canadian, who had been appointed commander of the 2nd Canadian Infantry Brigade in September, with Sam Hughes's help, had vaulted over officers senior to him in age and experience, including one who had actually taught him tactics during his militia days in Victoria. Now, he was a major general in command of the 1st Canadian Division in the Vimy sector and would shortly be promoted to lieutenant general, the highest rank in the British forces apart from field marshal. Impressions can be deceptive and stereotypes dangerous. The British Prime Minister, who despised Douglas Haig, was prepared to make Currie supreme commander of. For Currie had more in common with Byng than background and outward appearance suggested. Both were brilliant tacticians whose outlooks verged on the unorthodox. Byng had made his reputation as a daring and innovative leader in South Africa, where he commanded the South African Light Horse, the least traditional of the cavalry units, made up of tough, irreverent colonials, trained to think for themselves, and where the style of battle encouraged commanders to toss aside the rule book. For Currie, of course, there was no rule book. Not having been schooled in 19th-century musketry tactics, he was able to look at the art of battle with fresh eyes. Those eyes rarely blinked, for Currie was not one to show emotion. He never betrayed his inner feelings, although the prospect of being charged with embezzlement haunted him for most of his war career until two wealthier comrades in arms paid off his debts with personal loans. He had a dry humor, but he rarely smiled, nor was he outwardly emotional about the carnage that swirled around him. In victory or setback, he remained impassive to the end. Byng and Currie shared another quality: they trusted their men. This was not a typical approach among the aristocrats of the British High Command, whose attitude to private soldiers was one of master to serf. As far as the British were concerned, the ordinary soldier was a bumpkin who was expected to take orders cheerfully and follow them slavishly, but who could not be expected to understand the bigger picture. Byng, the aristocrat, would have none of that. Under him, every man must be told every detail of the plan of attack so that when NCOs were killed their places could be taken by those they had led. That too was Currie's dictum: maps to section leaders, unprecedented in the British Army. But then, as Byng knew, this was an army of unabashed Canadian civilians, who, with their lives at stake, did not take kindly to battle. By rote. The two commanders had another quality in common: they cared about their men's comfort and, indeed, their lives. Byng roamed the front lines, chatting with the men on the fire step. At the start of every engagement he prayed to God not for victory, as Haig did, but for the safe return. Had been to order that the soldiers' high collars be altered and loosened. Currie, far more aloof and austere than the affable Byng, had an almost fanatical hatred of unnecessary casualties, as Jack Seeley of the Canadian cavalry remembered. He made it clear to his junior officers that the care of the troops must take precedence over their personal comfort. For this reason, Currie was cool to the idea of massive night raids across no man's land, a Canadian invention that allowed men a respite from the boredom of trench life. Currie was not averse to the small raiding parties that his own 1st Division mounted in order to get information from captured Germans. But that was their only purpose in his eyes. "I am not sacrificing one man unnecessarily," he explained after he cancelled one raid. In the fortnight before the Vimy battle, Canadian casualties reached the equivalent of 2 battalions. That was a high price to pay, as events were to prove. The biggest raid of all, by the 4th Division on March, 5 weeks before the battle, was a ghastly failure, one in which the Canadians used a new gas, phosgene, only to find the wind blowing it back into their own lines. Of the troops who took part in the raid, failed to return, including 2 seasoned battalion commanders. When the Corps launched the assault on Vimy Ridge on April, the weakened 4th was the only one of the 4 divisions that failed to reach its objective. Thus, tragically, Currie was vindicated. The capture of the ridge on the chill Easter Monday was the first British victory after 2.5 years of hard fighting, a fact that escaped most Canadians, who had been led to believe that every attack was a great Allied victory, to quote the Toronto Mail and Empire's enormous headline the day after the Somme debacle. The standard tactic before Vimy had been to hammer the German lines with an all-out artillery barrage and then advance in line to kill the supposedly stunned defenders. That had not worked at the Somme. So Byng had sent Currie to the Somme and later to Verdun to analyze and report on the lessons learned. Currie's findings provided the basis for the training that resulted in the Vimy victory. Fuse was needed to allow the shells to burst on contact, ripping the wire to shreds. EWB. Dinky Morrison, now a major general in charge of the artillery, pressed for a suitable fuse and got it. Second, the old concept of advancing in line had to be scrapped. Men would be trained in platoon tactics, to move forward in self-sufficient blobs, making use of perimeter defense, fire, and movement. Third, a new kind of creeping barrage would be adopted and the men drilled to move closely behind a moving curtain of shells, giving the enemy no respite. Fourth, the enemy gun positions must be identified in advance and neutralized, a job that was given to Andrew McNaughton, a young McGill scientist. McNaughton stole 3 brilliant physicists from the British, who had ignored their invention of flash, spotting and sound ranging techniques, considered radical nonsense by old-time British gunners. With the trio's help, McNaughton was able to identify and silence % of the German guns before the attack began. For Canadians, this was the defining moment not only of this war but of all the smaller wars in which their soldiers had prevailed. More than Chrysler's Farm or Chateauguay, more than Cut Knife Creek or Batoche, more than Partibug or Ypres, Vimy provided the shining vision that still illuminates our folk memory. We carry it with us, for it has been drilled into our minds by constant repetition, a tale retold, like a looped movie, the heart-thumping spectacle of the entire Canadian Corps clambering up that whale-backed ridge, enduring the dreadful din, and hugging dangerously close to the creeping curtain of high explosives that stupefied the burrowed defenders. I remember at basic training an older sergeant instructor who had been an officer at Vimy. He had re-enlisted in the ranks in the Second World War, describing the state of the enemy at the moment the barrage lifted. They were stunned out of their minds, he said, bewildered. They scarcely knew where they were. We were on them before they could get their bearings. That murky spectacle of the legendary Invincible Germans, supermen who had hurled back much larger forces of the British and French, or stumbling forward with hands held high, had remained with him for 25 years. This was not the Somme, where the enemy had enjoyed a respite from the shelling before the attackers reached their lines. Here there was no breathing space. The Canadians were right behind that deadly curtain, on and over the Germans before the defenders had time to take a breath. There was nothing impetuous about it. The troops who followed the barrage had been trained to the split second in practice assaults behind the lines. Here, on the shattered slopes of Vimy Ridge, amid the cacophony of shellfire and the smoke of conflict, the myth of German superiority was extinguished, and Canada had a new myth of her own. To Captain Walter Morehouse of the 4th Canadian Mounted Rifles, the Vimy prisoners were the most dejected-looking specimens of humanity I had ever seen. They stood ankle-deep in mud, hungry, cold, wet, disarmed and defeated. One of them told me that they had hardly eaten for the past 3 days on account of our shelling holding up their ration. Transport. I feel guilty in saying this, but I must confess I was a little envious of these men in one regard. For them the fighting was over, for us the end was not in sight. Morehouse's attitude was the direct opposite of that being promoted by the novelists and propagandists. There was not a trace of hate in the heart of any man I worked with that day, friend or foe. Oh, the futility of war. Some of the Germans were killed or wounded by their own guns that day. Surveying the ground we covered, I marveled how a man could live through that utter devastation. With 3 of the 4 Canadian divisions on the crest of the ridge, eating their lunch a few hours after the dawn attack began, Canada had an imperishable legend to signal its march to maturity. The twin pillars of the Vimy Memorial stand on the ridge today, a kind of super cenotaph, visible for miles around, the largest monument of its kind in all of war-torn France, and a magnet for Canadian tourists. The world applauded the victory, causing Canadian hearts to swell with pride, especially when so much praise came from below the border, where, to Canadians, self-praise sometimes seemed too excessive. Byng wrote to his wife that the Canucks are grinning from ear to ear. No longer a corps of amateurs, they behaved like real disciplined soldiers. As Claude Williams, a medical student turned machine gunner, wrote to his wife, one feels proud to be a Canadian out here now. That, perhaps, was the real point, won at a cost of some 10,000 dead or mangled men. Canada, it has been said, came of age at Vimy, a phrase that has become shorthand for the singular Canadian contribution to the war and for the wave of nationalism that the war touched off. It has never mattered that Vimy was a minor victory virtually ignored by the British in a long and bloody conflict, that it was a part, the one positive part, of the inconclusive Battle of Arras, that it could not by itself achieve the massive breakthrough for which Haig so desperately prayed. The great plain of Douai lay wide open on the far side of the ridge, a beckoning pathway to even greater victory, but no Canadian guns could be dragged across those tom and bloody fields, no Canadian tanks could rattle over the corpse-strewn rubble of buried craters and old bones. Ironically, the very artillery that had won the Battle of Vimy Ridge made further advance impractical by churning the new no-man's land into an impenetrable obstacle course, pockmarked by shell holes, some as wide as a small lake and deep enough to hold a cathedral. In this land of the dead, the only living creatures were the ubiquitous rats, plump, sleek, and well-fed, the real victors in that great and terrible war. Byng and Currie were both promoted after Vimy, the former knighted and given command of the British Third Army, the latter given command of the Canadian Corps, which was really a miniature army within the British force. To the British, a corps wasn't much more than a headquarters, a collection of divisions that came and went as opportunity required. But the Canadians, both politicians and generals, insisted that their corps remain a distinct unit, a band of brothers who had a common background and had learned to fight together. Its divisions were not to be dealt out from corps to corps like so many playing cards. KCMG, by his king, Currie deserves much of the credit for the Canadian victories that followed. He talked Haig out of an ill-advised attack on Lens. I said that if we were to fight at all, let us fight for something worth having, then added Hill to the catalogue of Canadian battle honors. Henry Horne, commander of the British First Army, called Currie's former division the pride and wonder of the British Army. Currie's success irked Sam Hughes, who was still Minister of Militia that summer. He had tried and failed to block Currie's promotion, but now, supported by the mischievous Max Aitken, he was putting intense political pressure on the new commander to give the 1st Division to Sam's son, Garnett. God help the man who goes against my father, the younger Hughes burst out after a bitter, 3-hour scene in which Currie, who felt that Hughes was inexperienced and not terribly competent, remained obdurate. The two had been friends, indeed, Garnett Hughes had helped to persuade his father that Currie should get the division. But neither his personal feelings nor political pressure could shake Currie. "I'll get you for this before I'm finished with you," Garnett snarled, a threat more suitable for a silent movie subtitle than an argument between two officers, but get him, in a manner of speaking, he eventually did. The Vimy victory was the only bright spot in an otherwise depressing year. The general public had no idea that Great Britain was facing sure defeat because of the U-boat menace in the North Atlantic. We know now the details of a military secret kept long after the war, that German submarines managed to slip into the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the Great River itself to sink scores of Canadian ships. Censorship or not, the rising casualty lists hinted at the crisis. But the extent of the problem, Germany's decision that spring to wage unrestricted war against merchant shipping in international waters, was not realized by the civilian population. The chief of the German naval staff, Admiral Henning von Holtzen-Dorf, had estimated that if the Germans sank tons of Allied shipping each month, Britain would be brought to the brink of starvation. Ridge, the monthly average reached more than tons, exceed the Admiral's target. It is probable that the prospect of defeat at sea caused the Allies to institute the convoy system that reversed the trend and helped reduce the average to just under tons by December. The German U-boat campaign also helped drive Britain to undertake a new offensive in spite of Lloyd George's concerns over rising British casualties. At the end of July, the eternally optimistic Field Marshal Haig launched another massive attack in the Ypres salient, one for which he had been pressing for more than a year. His purpose was to capture Passchendaele Ridge or wear down the enemy by return to his policy of attrition, or both. He neglected two factors. First, attrition was wearing down the British as well as the Germans. Second, the delicate drainage pattern of the battlefield had long since been destroyed by the guns of earlier contests, so that the two sides found themselves literally fighting each other in a swamp. The remorseless rains that fell without let-up added to the problem, double the average for the first month of the offensive and 5 times the amount recorded for the same period in and. Haig himself was later to describe the terrain. The valleys of the choked and overflowing streams were speedily transformed into